Chapter 488. At the film studio 2 miles away from their parents' house. The siblings, wearing caps and masks, and Wang Zijin accompanied their parents to the cinema. After buying the tickets, Qin Zhe bought a cup of coffee for his sister, a cup of Coke for Sister Ziwei, and 2 bottles of mineral water for his parents. "Why don't you drink?" His sister held the coffee and wore a mask. "I'm not thirsty," Qin Zhe said. He estimated that his sister would drink half of the coffee at most and then throw it to him. Sister Ziwei was the same, so he only needed to drink his sister's juice. The family sat in the lounge area, waiting for the movie to start. There were still 10 minutes to go. The topic of A Journey to the West was too popular on the internet. Grandpa Sheng had been listening to his colleagues in the office every day for the past few days. Occasionally, in class, there would be bold students who would raise their hands and ask, "Miss Qin, does Qin Zhe have the confidence to reverse the box office in the second movie?" Qin Ma was the same. When she chatted with the aunties in the community, the aunties would always talk about A Journey to the West and say that their son had lost a lot of money. Did A Journey to the West really invest hundreds of millions? Now that A Journey to the West 2 was showing, Grandpa Sheng called his children to go home and watch it together. Of course, there was no problem. Although A Journey to the West was a romance with a mythological theme, the whole story was very pure. The male and female protagonists had no sex scenes, and even the kissing scene was only at the end. Although the ending was a kissing scene between him and his sister, Qin Zhe only needed to say that he was a stunt double. 10 minutes later, the tickets were checked. Qin Zhe chose a seat in the corner, trying to make himself and his sister less eye-catching. The attendance was not as high as expected. Only about half of the seats were filled. "Is there only so few people?" Qin Baobao pouted and looked unwilling. This was the premiere. If the attendance was not full on the first day, it meant that the movie was at best. Of course, there was a comeback later, but the reality in front of her made her sister very depressed. "I was affected by public opinion. There's no other way. I was already mentally prepared," Qin Zhe said as he sat next to his sister. When he turned his head to take a look, the scale of his sister's chest was really big. It looked like a mountain ridge from the side and a mountain peak from the side. Then he turned his head to look at Sister Ziwei's chest. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't. Being a B-rank big shot was already not bad, but compared to his sister who was a D-rank and a peak D-rank at that, there was a huge gap. As for that teddy poodle, the little lotus flower had just revealed its sharp edges, and tears flowed down its cheeks before it could speak. "Hey, let's watch Demon Subduing Record next door after this." "Well, if the film is boring, we'll leave halfway through." "Actually, I didn't want to watch it, but I'm Qin Baobao's diehard fan. I have to support her movie." Qin Baobao just needs to focus on singing. What's the point of filming? She's already been stuck in a few successful movies and can't pull herself out. She's putting the cart before the horse. Qin Zhe too. Can't he just focus on writing his songs? Or if you want to be an actor but insist on becoming a scriptwriter, you won't even be able to recoup your investment of hundreds of millions. He's too arrogant. But the box office of Journey to the West will probably give him a heavy slap in the face. Only us fans can support him. Look, the attendance is so low. A few gays in the front row were chatting away. The movie started. The movie started in a beautiful village. Outside the village, there was an inn. Qin Baobao played Wuxia. She appeared in an ancient costume, looking beautiful. Leading a small donkey, she walked to the entrance of the inn and raised her charming oval face. "Happy Inn." Immediately, a waiter took the reins of the donkey and led it away. Qin Baobao entered the inn and saw the old innkeeper lighting an oil lamp. The oil lamp had no wick, but the old innkeeper was enlightened. Wuxia raised the corner of her mouth and smiled brightly. "Innkeeper, you can't light it like this. There's only oil and no wick." The innkeeper sighed. "That makes sense, but the wick of the lamp in front of the Buddha's seat is gone. Where can we buy it?" As soon as he finished speaking, a few streams of light shot from all sides of the inn and went straight for Wuxia. Wuxia dodged, and the place where she was originally standing exploded into sawdust. In the shot, the dust and sawdust were particularly realistic. The special effects of this shot alone were very well done. Several people in the inn showed their true selves. Wuxia pointed her sword at them and teased, "Oh, it's Erlang Shun and the 4 heavenly kings. Wuxia, you and your sister were originally 2 intertwined wicks in front of the Buddha's seat. Not only did you secretly descend to the mortal world, but you also went around telling people that you would marry anyone who could pull out your purple and green sword. You're simply ignoring the laws of heaven and treason." This sentence pointed out the background and true identity of the female lead. The audience watched with relish. Suddenly, they found that the second movie was quite good. The opening was good, the special effects were good, the story was good, the lines were not awkward, and the acting was good. You wrote the script? Forget about the wicks turning into monsters. I saw the movie review yesterday. This Wuxia and the Monkey King fell in love? The old man was a little confused. He usually watched movies that were more rigorous or speculative or literary or humanistic. As for those special effects films, he didn't watch Vagabond, Spider-Man, or Avengers. It was a script written by his son, so he subconsciously looked at it with a critical gaze. What logic does a mythical drama need? Qin complained. Whether it's mythical or sci-fi, it can't be separated from logic, the old man said. Qin muttered, like a tracks like, it's the truth of heaven and earth. Different species falling in love is more exciting. What did you say? Nothing. I'm just reciting a poem. What poem? Qin muttered. Young people don't know the taste of sorrow. Love to go upstairs. Love to go upstairs. My sister's name is Floor, wanna say but stop, wanna say but stop. Where the iron pestle props up the flowers, the spring silently flows. The old man frowned. What are you muttering about? The movie continued. Wuxia Fairy met Joker in the 5 Elements Mountain and accidentally burned the soles of his feet, giving him 3 moles. It was also at this time that Joker looked at the demon-revealing mirror, and he no longer saw himself but a monkey demon. He knows that he is Sun Wukong. In the dark cinema, a girl shouted loudly. As the plot progressed, Joker unintentionally pulled out the purple and green sword, and he and Wuxia began a 500-year love and hate entanglement. But at this time, in Joker's heart, he always felt that Bai Jingjing was his true love, and ignored Wuxia's affection. Wuxia was disappointed and left alone. Later, Joker, who was alone, met the reincarnated Tang Sanzang, and then met the Bull Demon King. At this time, the Bull Demon King didn't turn against Sun Wukong, and because of the Moonlight Cash Box, Joker traveled to 500 years ago. In terms of logic, Qin's journey to the west was clearer than the original. The Bull Demon King was very happy to catch Tang Sanzang, and he prepared to eat Tang Sanzang's meat at the wedding. He not only invited Sun Wukong to eat Tang Sanzang's meat, but also married his sister to Sun Wukong. So beautiful, which star is she? Damn! A super beauty. I haven't seen her before, is she a newcomer? The audience exclaimed. Is it Suyu? The old man said with a smile. In the face of the funny part of the movie, the old man, who didn't smile at all, showed a rare smile. Well, this wedding dress is very beautiful, and it suits you very well. The old man laughed. Maybe in the old man's heart, Suyu was already his daughter-in-law. Wang Zijin looked at the old man bitterly. Qin Bao stared at her father and retorted, I don't think it suits, like a fox spirit. On the big screen, Wuxia, the Bull Demon King, and Xiang stood together. I object to this marriage, a monster said. What are you saying? Joker said angrily. They are a match made in heaven, and you have no right to object. The old man suddenly looked at his daughter. Although he didn't want to admit it, in comparison, Suyu was cold and beautiful, and his daughter was charming and enchanting. His daughter was obviously the fox spirit. At this time, Princess Ironfan rushed over from afar. At the same time, Joker and Wuxia reunited in the small courtyard. If you take half a step forward, I will kill you. You should do that and I should die. There was once a sincere love in front of me, but I didn't cherish it. When I lost it, it was too late for regrets. The most painful thing in the world is this. If God gives me a chance to do it again, I will say 3 words to that girl. I love you. If I have to add a time limit to this love, I hope it will be 10,000 years. In this way, Joker won Xixia's heart and tricked her to help him get the Moonlight treasure box. Xixia Fairy, who was deeply in love, was betrayed and even sold for money. This part was a little exaggerated, so the theater was full of laughter. Qinzhe said in his heart, "Laugh. I laughed too at that time. I hope that by the end you will still be able to laugh." "It really doesn't make sense," Qin Ma said sullenly. This part of the plot made her very uncomfortable. In other people's eyes, Joker and Xixia were her son and daughter, but in her eyes it was her son and daughter. Seeing her son coaxing her daughter with a few words, she was very tired. "How is it not logical? Mom, you can't say what others say." Qin Baobao shook her mother's arm and said pitifully. While talking, the theater was full of low laughter again. It was Joker and Princess Iron Fan whispering. "I remember, in the first movie, Bull Demon King said Sun Wukong seduced his sister-in-law. Ha ha ha. That's too much of an imagination. I was caught off guard." At midnight, Joker wanted to meet Princess Iron Fan secretly, but he was caught by San Monk and Zhu Beiji to save Tang Sanzang. This part was different from the original. It had a thrilling theme and gorgeous special effects. San Monk and Zhu Beiji finally took Joker and Joker through many difficulties and met Tang Sanzang. At this point, the plot finally reached a small climax. The master and disciples failed to escape and were intercepted by the Bull Demon King and his sister. The whole process was full of high-energy special effects, and the fighting was intense and gorgeous. The audience watched with relish. Because of Xiangxiang's soul transfer technique, Qingxia and Joker's souls were exchanged. "You won't dislike me, right?" Zhu Beiji said affectionately. "Course not." "Ugh. You obviously dislike me. Okay, we're done here. Give me some time. I'll get used to it after vomiting." The theater was full of laughter. Chapter 489. In the following plot, Joker fell off the cliff and accidentally saved 3 bandits. Xixia, Tang Sanzang, and the others were captured by the Bull Demon King. This time, the Bull Demon King, who had broken up with Princess Iron Fan, showed his ferocious fangs. He was no longer hypocritical and gentle. He forced Xixia to get married 7 days later, or he would kill Tang Sanzang and her sister. Xixia agreed immediately. When Qingxia asked her why, Xixia sat by the table and rested her chin on her hand. Her expression was full of anticipation and happiness. "The person I love is a peerless hero. One day, he will ride on the 7-colored auspicious clouds and marry me." Her acting was explosive. Under the candlelight, her sister's face was gentle like jade. Her sparkling eyes were full of expectation and tenderness. On the internet, Xixia's acting was called a liar. "Qin Baobao is really beautiful. I'm looking forward to seeing you continue acting." Yes, I like her more and more." Murmurs of the audience came from everywhere. The voices were very soft, relying on Qinzhe's sharp ears and eyes. This was one of the reasons why he deliberately chose to sit in the corner. He was afraid that the audience would see his sister's beauty and blurt out, "Cute, I want," or something like that. Qin Baobao pushed half a cup of coffee to Qinzhe. "Sister can't drink anymore." Wang Zijin glanced at her and pushed a Coke over. "Sister can't drink anymore either." Qinzhe nodded. He took a sip of coffee and then a sip of Coke, indicating that he was happy to serve his sisters. "Look, sister is here." Qin Ma. As a mother, she suddenly felt very tired. On the other side, Joker brought 3 bandits to the Water Curtain Cave. The bandits were grateful for his kindness and became friends with him. "I must miss Jingjing too much." "Yes, you called Jingjing 98 times when you fainted." "Oh, Jingjing is my wife." "There's another one called Xixia. You called her 784 times." "Huh?" They knew that Xixia was the female lead, but seeing this, the audience was still a little surprised. Before this, Xixia had always been in love with Joker, and Joker had only used her without any feelings. Therefore, the audience thought that Xixia was a love-struck fool. They didn't see Joker showing any interest in Xixia at all. After that, Joker met Bai Jingjing in the Water Curtain Cave, who had become his disciple. After 500 years, they met again. Joker successfully moved Bai Jingjing, and the two of them held their wedding in the Water Curtain Cave. In the distant Demon Ox Palace, a wedding was also being held. On the eve of the wedding, Joker sat in the Water Curtain Cave in a daze, recalling the past with Wuxia. He confessed that he had been deceiving Wuxia, but Wuxia had told him to let it be. He was like a moth that knew it would get hurt, but he would still pounce on it. A moth is so stupid, Wuxia thought so. I transmigrated from 500 years in order to save Bai Jingjing, find her, marry her, and make up for the debt and regret of 500 years later. That was what Joker thought. Therefore, he denied that he liked Wuxia. He had to like Bai Jingjing. That way, everything he had done would be meaningful. Loving someone required a reason. He had done so much for Bai Jingjing, so he loved Bai Jingjing. That was the reason. Wuxia was just someone he knew. He had deceived her and used her before. Now he felt a little guilty. After all, she was going to marry the Demon Ox King. She was marrying someone she didn't like. That was all. The theater was very quiet. Everyone looked at the big screen in silence. Through the plot, dialogue, and memories, Joker's inner conflict and confusion were vividly expressed in front of the audience. Of course, the wedding didn't take place. The bride ran away on the day of the wedding and left a letter for Joker. Bai Jingjing said, "Your conscience tells me that the person you love the most is not me, but another daughter." Joker could deceive himself, but he couldn't deceive his conscience. But when the truth was revealed, he couldn't deceive himself anymore. The letter left by Bai Jingjing made Joker see his conscience. And the moment when Lady Chun was killed, he had an epiphany. Yes, he loved Wuxia. That woman left a drop of terror in his heart. The cave lit up, and the dignified and beautiful Guanyin Bodhisattva appeared. "This is Zijin." Qin Ma smiled. "Yes, Auntie, I'm just an extra," Wang Zijin said. She secretly pinched Qin Zhe. This was the role that Wang Zijin forced herself to play. Sister Ziwei got 2 extra roles for herself through a dirty deal with Qin Zhe in private. 5 minutes of extra roles. So satisfying. I want to remind you again. After putting on the collar, you are no longer an ordinary person. You can't touch the lust of the mortal world. Otherwise, the collar will tighten. Understood. Finally, what do you want to say? There was once a sincere love in front of me, but I didn't cherish it. When I lost it, it was too late to regret. The most painful thing in the mortal world is this. If God gives me another chance, I will say to that girl, I love you. If I have to add a time limit to this love, I hope it will be 10,000 years. Putting on the collar didn't mean that he had cut off the mortal world, but that he couldn't save her if he didn't put on the collar. The same line, the laughter from before. But now the audience didn't find it funny. This was a love drama in the guise of a myth. Similarly, it was a tragedy in the guise of a comedy. In the wedding in the Bull Demon Palace, the Bull Demon King forced Wuxia to marry him and drink wine. When the beauty was in trouble, she was waiting for the hero to save her. Look at this old trick. Hey, they have already gone through the wedding ceremony. Wuxia is now the Bull Demon King's woman. Qin Zhe heard a girl whisper behind him. Many people would inadvertently overlook some key lines when watching movies. They paid more attention to the plot. When the female lead was in trouble, the male lead appeared on colorful clouds and swept away the demons with the golden cudgel. How touching. In the end, the lovers would definitely get married. In this era where the audience was increasingly unable to accept tragic endings and where commercialization was so serious that it only catered to the audience's tastes, there would definitely be a reversal in the later stages. Sun Wukong would definitely not abandon Wuxia. But soon, the audience with such thoughts were disappointed. Not only did Sun Wukong not save Wuxia, he even humiliated Wuxia with all kinds of words. Looking at Wuxia's aggrieved and disappointed expression on the big screen, Qin Bao Bao's fans felt their hearts ache. The battle between Sun Wukong and the Bull Demon King could be said to be the most expensive part of the whole movie. It was full of high-energy special effects and spectacular fighting scenes. Through the production of 3D special effects, every scene cost Qin Zhe a lot of money. If no one led the rhythm, the special effects alone would be enough to earn a lot of praise. Not bad, the old man praised. Qin Ma, who had no interest in fighting and killing mythological dramas, watched with great interest. The audience in the screening hall exclaimed from time to time. It was too much for the eyes to take in. The 15 minutes of high-energy special effects were coming to an end. The Bull Demon King was no match for the great sage. In desperation, he took out the banana fan and fanned the entire Bull Demon Palace into the sun. Qin Zhe once thought of fanning the entire city into the sun. Later, he learned that if he did that, the cost of a city and a palace would be several times more expensive. The moment the Bull Demon King's fork pierced Zixia's body, the screening hall was filled with low cries. It was as if they couldn't believe that the heroine was dead. Is the heroine dead? That's too ridiculous. How can the heroine die? Sun Wukong is so heartless. She will definitely be resurrected later. Sun Wukong will cause havoc in the underworld. On the big screen, the great sage, Heaven's Equal, hugged Zixia and felt her life rapidly fading away. As she said, she was no longer an immortal, so it was difficult for her to escape the pain of reincarnation. His face was blank, and the camera zoomed in on him. His face was clearly expressionless, but the audience looked at his dead eyes and felt a sense of grief. The person of my dreams is an unparalleled hero. One day, he will step on the 7-colored clouds to pick me up. I guessed the beginning correctly, but I couldn't have guessed the ending. The great sage, Heaven's Equal, held her hand tightly, but the band on his head became tighter and tighter. Their hands gradually separated. The woman in the phoenix coronet and robe drifted away with the wind and fell into the mortal world. On the screen, the great sage, Heaven's Equal, held his head and cried to the sky in pain. This close-up lasted half a minute. Sun Wukong's expression changed from blank to crying. The change of expression was very exciting. Unlike other movies, where he roared to the sky to express his sadness and madness, he was really crying, wailing in despair. In the end, due to his emotional loss, the band tightened and Sun Wukong completely collapsed, turning into an ugly ape with ferocious fangs. This was the most explosive part of Qin Zhe's acting in the entire movie. At this moment, the huge theater was silent. There was no laughter or ridicule. Everyone looked at the screen in silence. Soon, Qin Zhe heard the sobbing of the girl who was watching the movie with her boyfriend behind him. Not hearing her boyfriend's comforting words, Qin Zhe turned his head and found that the man's eyes were also red. Afraid of being seen by others, he stiffened his body and tried to pretend to be expressionless. He sensed Qin Zhe's gaze. It seemed that Qin Zhe had already turned his head. In the theater, a sorrowful atmosphere filled the air. The movie wasn't over yet. Let's continue watching. After escaping through the moonlight cache, Sun Wukong woke up and found himself in an inn. The four of them were passing by and wanted to stay there. Why did he appear here? Sun Wukong himself didn't know. When he woke up, he was already on the way to the Buddhist scriptures. When he asked Zhu Beiji about the Demon Ox Palace, Zhu Beiji was at a loss. He opened the door of the inn. The sun was shining brightly outside, and people were weaving in and out. Everything that happened 500 years ago, everything about Zixia, seemed to be just a dream. The four of them left the inn, went out of the city, and set foot on the road to the west. As they approached the city gate, they saw a crowd in front of them, looking up at the city tower. Wukong, go take a look. Yes. On the city tower, a man and a woman were confronting each other. The woman was extremely seductive, her skirt fluttering in the wind. The man was handsome and tall, holding a sword in his hand. Seems like I shouldn't have come. It's too late to realize that now. I already have a lover. We won't end up together. Let me go. Okay, you can go, but you have to kiss me. The people below the city tower were jeering. If you reject me, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. I won't kiss you even if I regret it. I can only blame fate for not meeting you sooner. The camera gave the woman a close-up, her stubborn expression and sad eyes. Below the city tower, the great sage equaling heaven stared at her in a daze. Just then, music started playing. Past, present, past, never to return. Red, red, fallen leaves, buried in the dust. As soon as the music started playing, everyone got goosebumps. Their emotions were stirred up by the music. They shuddered uncontrollably. The beginning and the end are always the same. You wander on the horizon, beyond the clouds. The great sage, heaven's equal, stirred up a demonic wind and leaned over the man. He walked toward the purple clouds, as if he had walked through 500 years. Love and hate rise in the sea of bitterness. In this world, it's hard to escape fate. The two of them kissed on the city tower. The man and woman embraced each other in the applause of the people below. The great sage, heaven's equal, turned around resolutely and set foot on his journey to the west. The past and the past, love and hate, were left behind. Blind dates are unapproachable. Or should I believe that it's fate? Love and hate rise in the sea of bitterness. In this world, it's hard to escape fate. Many people's hair stood on end as they stared at the man and woman kissing in the movie. That person looks so strange. I saw it too. TSK, he looks like a dog. He looked like a dog. The audience looked at the back of the great sage, heaven's equal. They felt like their hearts had been stabbed. A very complicated emotion welled up. Sadness, confusion, melancholy. Qin Zhe turned around and saw his sister crying again. The movie ended. The lights in the theater lit up. The dozens of audience members were immersed in the ending and couldn't pull themselves out for a long time. Chapter 490. On the way out of the theater, Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao put on caps and masks. They lowered their heads slightly and did not look at the passers-by. It was the right thing to do not look at the passers-by. If you looked at them, you might be recognized. After all, the people who came to support the premiere were all fans. In the 1990s, this was also very dangerous. When Qin Zhe was in junior high school, the gangsters in the school were more arrogant. If you looked at them a few more times, they would ask you fiercely, "What are you looking at?" At this time, it was best to lower your head and not speak. If you replied, "I'm looking at you," at that time it would be a declaration of war. Qin Zhe encountered such a situation when he was in junior high school. Later, it stopped because he often fought for his sister and made a name for himself. The gangsters did not dare to shout at him like that. "Why are you crying again? You have a fragile heart." Qin Zhe lowered his voice and whispered in his sister's ear. She cried once at the premiere. At that time, she had put on makeup. Fortunately, his sister usually did not put on makeup. "It's none of your business." Qin Baobao pinched the back of his hand. Along the way, the audience who had left the theater were talking about Journey to the West. "It was very good," I cried. "This is the most moving movie I've seen this year." Before this, it was If I Become Memories by Qin Baobao. "You mean the man in the ending is Joker, right?" "No, they just look alike." "I think the ending is perfect. Joker and Zixia are together, and Sun Wukong goes to find the scriptures. It's best to look at his back. It makes me a little sad." A group of internet trolls said that Journey to the West is a bad movie. I feel that it will be popular. Journey to the West can be filmed like this? What's the song at the end called? It could be foreseen that, in a few days, Journey to the West's reputation would skyrocket. At that time, the whole internet would be talking about this movie. It would not be the doubts and defamations of the past few days, but praise and flattery. Yes, flattery. Qin Zhe had already prepared 3,000 Navy soldiers. When they went downstairs, Wang Zijin dragged Qin Zhe to buy egg tarts. Qin Baobao and her parents got into the car. "Give me 10 egg tarts," Wang Zijin said to the waiter. Qin Zhe paid the bill and took the paper bag from the waiter. Wang Zijin poked her head into the bag and took out an egg tart. Biting it in her mouth, she held Qin Zhe's arm with her other hand and went out. The night breeze was cool, and it lifted her hair. Wang Zijin was 165 meters tall, reaching Qin Zhe's shoulders. This height ratio was perfect. With the golden height ratio of a couple and the fact that she was holding onto Qin Zhe's shoulder, they looked like a couple no matter how one looked at them. Hungry? Yes. Wang Zijin removed the egg tart from her mouth and frowned. It's too sweet. It doesn't taste good. A's. Ah. She handed the half-bitten egg tart to Qin Zhe's mouth. Qin Zhe opened his mouth helplessly. In addition to the juice, he was occasionally responsible for solving the food that his sisters couldn't eat. This scene was seen by the old man and Qin Ma in the car on the side of the road. Qin Ma smiled. I told you that A's and Zijin are a good match. Look what a match. They saw it, and Qin Baobao naturally saw it too. She frowned and felt suffocated in her heart. It was very uncomfortable. What match? Mom, you can only lie through your teeth. Qin Baobao said loudly. How can you talk to your mom like that? The old man glared at his daughter, then turned his head and argued with his wife. I think Suyu is more suitable. You're not suitable, Qin Baobao said again. The old man looked at his daughter in amazement. He couldn't believe that his beloved daughter dared to say such a thing to him. Dad, I don't have a good relationship with Suyu. Qin Baobao realized that she had lost her temper and explained awkwardly. I've heard from Aze that you can become popular just by playing games. You're already a big star. Can't you be more magnanimous? Look at Aze. How much has changed during this time? And Suyu, talented and capable, can support a company by herself. Look at you. You're still the same. You don't look like an elder sister all day long. The old man reprimanded his daughter. Well, Suyu, who was not even a dozen years old, was more important than her daughter. Looking at her mother again, she was looking at Wang Zijin with appreciation. Qin Baobao felt that she had been abandoned. Her parents' hearts were not with her, and her brother was going to be taken away by the wolf. After watching the movie, she was already in a panic. The ending of Joker and Zixia made her particularly uncomfortable, because in the movie, the two roles were played by her and Qin Zhe. Now hearing her parents' words, she was even more uncomfortable. Qin Baobao's eyes were red, her nose was sour, and her tears rolled down. She quickly glanced at the car window. Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin came over. When they were close to the car, Wang Zijin quietly let go of her hand. You've watched the movie 2 or 3 times. Why are you still crying? Qin Zhe saw his sister's red eyes and complained. It's none of your business. Qin Baobao roared like an angry female leopard. Qin Zhe was stunned. His sister rarely got angry with him like this. Even if she was angry, she would wipe her tears and cry to accuse him, instead of yelling like this. Qin Zhe said weakly, I won't talk about it. Let's go home. Qin Ma looked at her daughter and then at her son. She frowned. After sending his parents home, Qin Zhe drove his sisters back. Surprisingly, Qin Baobao didn't sit in the front passenger seat. She sat in the back seat in a fit of pique. On the way back, the atmosphere in the car was a little bit solemn. Wang Zijin didn't know why her best friend was angry, but she could feel her frustration and irritation. Wang Zijin was a smart person, so she didn't take the initiative to start a conversation. Qin Zhe was even more dumbfounded, but he knew in his heart that he must have been too intimate with Sister Xian at the entrance of the store, which made her unhappy. But this time, his sister's reaction was a little bit too big. When they got home, Qin Zhe entered the password, took out the key, and opened the door. Behind him, his sister, who was carrying a bag, was playing with her phone. Wang Zijin was also playing with her phone. The atmosphere was not right for the three of them. They went into the house to take a shower and wash up. Qin Zhe waited in the room for half an hour, but his sister didn't knock on the door. If the mountain doesn't come, then I'll go to the mountain. So he sneaked into his sister's room. Qin Baobao wasn't asleep. She was leaning on the bed, reading a book under the bedside lamp. Why did you come in? Of course, she didn't give him a good look. Qin Zhe lifted the quilt and got on the bed. She kicked him down. If my sister doesn't let me get on the bed, then I'll force myself on her. After a few more kicks, Qin Zhe finally got on his sister's bed. What's wrong? You've been pulling a long face since we came back from the movie. Qin Zhe and his sister sat on the bed together. Nothing. Qin Baobao was reading a book out of boredom. The book she was reading didn't look like a romance or literature. The cover had a background of cherry blossoms and a string of sandalwood prayer beads. This kind of book was probably Wang Zijin's. His sister would occasionally borrow it to read. Nothing? Why are you pulling a long face in front of me and Sister Ziwei? Qin Zhe said softly. What did I do to make you angry? No, you're so nice. Why would I be angry? Qin Baobao said sarcastically. Everyone says that I became famous because of my younger brother. I'm a leech attached to my younger brother, sucking his marrow dry. I'm completely useless. Qin Zhe scratched his head. Isn't that the truth? Qin Baobao lost her cool in a second. She grabbed the book and smashed Qin Zhe's head. She shouted, Qin Zhe, why don't you die? It would be fine if she vented it out. She was afraid that if she kept it in, it would cause internal injuries. Anyway, I'm a black-hearted maggot. Why should I die? Qin Zhe fought back. Get lost, get lost. Qin Baobao kicked him under the quilt. Qin Zhe lay on the bed and rolled a few times. Is that enough? If it's not enough, I'll roll again. The bed was big enough for 3 or 4 people to sleep on. There was plenty of space for him to roll in various positions. The corners of Qin Baobao's mouth curled up, but she quickly suppressed it and rolled her eyes. What happened next was easy. Qin Zhe had been coaxing his sister for more than 10 years. It wasn't difficult. After a series of sugar-coated bombs, his sister was no longer angry. Although her mouth was full of disbelief and exaggeration, her eyes were rippling with happiness. Move aside. I'm going to sleep, Qin Baobao said. Qin Zhe and his sister were very close. Oh, good night. Qin Zhe lifted the quilt and left. Hey, what are you doing? Qin Baobao frowned. I'm going back to sleep. Qin Zhe looked at her blankly. I told you to move aside. Qin Baobao puffed up her cheeks and glared at him. Oh, Qin Zhe was even more confused. Didn't I just leave? What's the meaning of this? I told you to move aside, Qin Baobao emphasized. She was gritting her teeth. Qin Zhe thought for a while. I didn't learn Flash. Why don't I use Sprint? Qin Baobao grabbed a book and threw it at him. She screamed, Get lost! Qin Zhe quickly left. After leaving his sister's room, he didn't go back to his own room. He tiptoed into Wang Zijin's room. Wang Zijin's hair was tied up. She leaned against the headboard and put her phone on her stomach. She was watching a movie with her head lowered. She was so cute. Sister Ziwei patted the spot beside her happily. Qin Zhe was like a hungry tiger pouncing on a sheep, hugging her and gnawing on her. Wang Zijin pushed him away. She panted. What's wrong with your sister? She's throwing a tantrum. Qin Zhe said, She's not targeting you. Don't mind her. Then why? Qin Zhe was stunned. Yeah, why? I forgot to ask. Wang Zijin. For the first time, she felt that Qin Zhe was unreliable. In fact, his sister didn't need a reason to be angry. Or rather, Qin Zhe never cared about reasons. Usually, when his sister was angry, Qin Zhe would coax her without a word. As for why she was angry, it didn't matter. What's the use of having you? Wang Zijin hit his arm with her small hands. Qin Zhe, I'm not sandwiched between my sisters. I'm sandwiched between my mother and my daughter-in-law. If it weren't for his sister's inexplicable sulk, he would be sleeping soundly in bed right now. But his sister suddenly got angry. She didn't give Wang Zijin any face along the way. And he, Hei's king, was his sister's lubricant. He had to coax her from both sides. This way, the family atmosphere was harmonious and friendly. Sister Ziwei, stop looking. Let's go to sleep. Qin Zhe hugged Wang Zijin in his arms. Okay. Wang Zijin turned off the phone screen. Can you quit the software? Qin Zhe said. Wang Zijin, I have OCD. Seeing you turn off the screen but not the software, I feel so uncomfortable. Qin Zhe looked constipated. Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin turned on the phone screen again and exited all the software. Qin Zhe realized that she never exited the software. She had exited more than a dozen of them. When Wang Zijin turned off the app, Qin Zhe felt refreshed. Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin hadn't been intimate for a long time. smelling the faint fragrance of her body. He kissed Wang Zijin carefully, from her forehead to the corner of her eyes, from her cheek to her soft lips. Slowly moving down, his hot lips explored her snow-white neck. After more than 10 minutes, Wang Zijin's panting became louder and louder. Gradually, she became aroused. Her fair skin was dyed with a layer of intoxicating red. Hei's king wouldn't do such a thing. He turned over and pressed Wang Zijin on top of him. Sister Ziwei, do you have abalone when eels are hungry? Wang Zijin's eyes were like silk. She shook her head. We've all met your parents, Qin Zhe said. Wang Zijin wanted to fall in love but was afraid of being f***ed by Zijin. She said shyly, I'm not ready yet. Qin Zhe said, You've taken a long time to prepare. Wang Zijin bit her lip and pushed his chest with both hands. She was unusually firm. Qin Zhe said, How about this? You can change your mind. It's not me sleeping with you, but you sleeping with me. Would that be better? He suspected that Sister Zine had some sort of mental illness. Wang Zijin threw him a coquettish look, her eyelashes trembling slightly. Let's talk about it after we get engaged. Okay? Hei's king wouldn't do such a thing, but salted fish Zhe would. Sleep, sleep. Qin Zhe got down from her and held her soft body in his arms. Although he enjoyed the campus romance with Wang Zijin, it was always limited to cuddling. Occasionally, he wanted to promote the plot. The engagement felt so far away, but Qin Zhe had a hunch that it wouldn't be too long. Even if they didn't get engaged, he felt that the current balance couldn't be maintained for long. This was a man's sixth sense. Chapter 491. On the second day after Journey to the West was released, there were many comments praising the movie on the internet. The most touching movie of the year, unexpected ending, the great sage, heaven's equal, and so on. All kinds of apps and computer websites were crazily pushing articles and news. On a well-known movie review website, Journey to the West 2's rating was as high as 9.0. Even Journey to the West 1's rating rose from 5.8 to 7.5. Whether it was long reviews or short reviews, they were all praising the movie and complaining that the movie made people cry and cheated them of a few pounds of tears. The popularity of the movie suddenly rose. Some of them were paid by the Internet Water Army and some were fans of Journey to the West. Many people were stunned. Wasn't it a bad movie? Wasn't it said that there were no highlights except for special effects? Overnight, after the release of Journey to the West 2, everything changed. Is it the Internet Water Army? It must be the Internet Water Army. F***ck. I see people praising Journey to the West everywhere. How much did Qin Zhe spend to hire Internet Water Army? He's too rich. Tisk, what's the use of hiring Internet Water Army? The quality is poor. No matter how many Internet Water Army there are, it's only for a period of time. It's just like when the first movie was released, it's just to build momentum. Just wait and see, the trend will change again in a few days. Unable to accept the sudden change in reputation, it was definitely the subconscious reaction of some netizens. They felt that Journey to the West was hiring Internet Water Army to improve its reputation again. Not long after, the Internet Water Army that was criticizing Journey to the West jumped up and down on the internet. They posted on Weibo and forums that Journey to the West 2 was terrible, not good, and was a bad movie just like the first one. They also shamelessly and maliciously lowered the rating of the movie review website. Dynasty Film and Television is determined not to let us have an easy time. Qin Baobao was furious. Her pretty face was as cold as ice. Beside her, Qin Zhe was brewing tea. His expression was calm and his tea brewing technique was not fast. Why are you pretending to be a wolf? Qin Baobao chopped her brother's head with a knife, destroying the image of an expert that he had created. The ordinary-looking assistant's lips curled up and he tried not to laugh. Sister Ziwei said that making tea can train one's temperament. It can also be used in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. But I don't know any of them, so I can only make tea. Think about it, when we summon our subordinates or discuss business with our clients, we put an incense stick in the office and boil tea with the smoke. How cool would that be? Qin Zhe said, Do you think we should let the Water Army fight back? The elder sister rolled her eyes. There's no need for that. The last time the fake reviewers attacked us, the comments online were all over the place. But it's different now. You've seen it for yourself. There are countless netizens who support our movie, and the number will slowly increase. Quality determines everything. For a truly good movie, it's useless to discredit it. The market is the best tool to test the quality of the product. Qin Zhe poured the red tea into the bone porcelain cup, causing steam to rise. Try it. Taste your ass. I've already drunk 2 cups. Qin Bao Bao gave him another chop. Qin Bao Bao, who lost her temper yesterday, was already dead. Today, it was the elder sister who was flirting with her younger brother. Qin Zhe raised his head, glanced at the ordinary-looking assistant, and said in a flat tone, "Tell the marketing department to release the new song, Love of a Lifetime." The ordinary-looking assistant nodded and left the office. As Qin Zhe said, the market was the best tool to test the quality of the product, and it couldn't be covered up by the low-level water army. After a few days of fermentation, Journey to the West gradually had an irresistible trend. The box office skyrocketed, and its reputation skyrocketed. First, they constantly saw various clips, articles, and posts on the internet. Then, they suddenly found that a new song had reached the top of the top music charts. The name was Love of a Lifetime, the theme song of Journey to the West. The theme song was an important reference for the popularity of a movie. Regardless of the movie, in the field of music, Qin Zhe's productions were the best. This was the consensus of everyone. There were hundreds of new music reviews every day. I've been playing this song on repeat for several days. Every time I listen to it, it makes me cry. It's too exaggerated. It's good, but it's not that exaggerated. Why are there so many tears in the comments? I don't feel it. You haven't seen Journey to the West, right? Go and watch it. I cried directly in the cinema. The clicks were getting higher and higher, and the box office was getting higher and higher. In just a week, the box office of Journey to the West was firmly in first place. The real explosion of reputation and box office was a week later, when a video went viral on the internet. The video was shot with a mobile phone. In a certain screening room, the camera first froze on the big screen. Joker and Fairy Wuxia were hugging on the city gate tower, and then the great sage, Heaven's Equal, was leaving alone. The background music was Love of a Lifetime. The camera turned, and in the auditorium, a woman was lying on the seat and crying. Her crying was heart-wrenching and extremely mournful. A few minutes later, she really couldn't control it. The security guard of the cinema came in and helped her out. This video went viral on the internet, and the popularity of Journey to the West was pushed to the peak. What the F***CK? She's crying. 666, this ending is tear-jerking. The last time I cried was when Qin Zhe played the piano in If I Become Memories. Journey to the West is mighty, Qin Zhe is mighty. I feel much better. Turns out that I'm not the only one crying. There are even more crying. Ha ha ha. Is it that exaggerated? I'll go and see. I've already bought tickets. I'll go with my boyfriend tonight. If only there was a MV version of this plot. I'll definitely watch it every day. I'll never get tired of the theme song. The video went viral on the internet, and there were countless comments. In the office, Qin Bao watched the video on his mobile phone and was stunned. It's too exaggerated. Qin Bao himself played Wuxia Fairy. He was completely immersed in the role and didn't cry out loud. Did this touch the soft wound in the girl's heart? If it's not exaggerated, how can it be popular? Qin Zhe picked up his teacup and sipped. Today was the day he worked in Tianfang again. In a week, he worked in Baozi for 3 days, 1 day in Tianfang, and 1 day in Amethyst. He had a lot of harem and he couldn't split himself. Qin Bao and Wang Zijin had no objection to this, because Qin Zhe's profession was in Baozi after all. If they knew about the dirty sex deal between Qin Zhe and Suyu, they would definitely sharpen their knives. What do you mean? Qin Bao Bao was stunned. That's a shill, Qin Zhe said. Qin Bao Bao suddenly realized. How could anyone lose control of their emotions like this? It's not like their parents died. What an unlucky child to cry in public. What's the point of the water army? The internet war will always stop on the internet. This kind of low-level marketing model has no novelty at all. Qin Zhe said proudly. Qin Baobao cooperated and kissed him on the face. 2 weeks after Journey to the West 2 was released, the box office had exceeded 2 billion. Under the chain effect, the box office of Journey to the West 1 also began to rise from a sluggish state and reached 1 billion. The two movies' showtimes were more than 50%. Before the second movie was released, the showtimes for Journey to the West were only 15%. This meant that for every 100 movies in the cinema, more than half of them were Journey to the West, and this proportion was still rising. Not only were the domestic movies of the same period unable to lift their heads, but even Hollywood blockbusters were unable to resist. As for The Exorcist, which was ranked first in the domestic box office, it had dropped to 5%. Maybe 1 or 2 showtimes a day or even lower. Journey to the West was completely popular, and even the actors in the movie were also popular. Qin Baobao's current fame and value, even those big names who had won the Best Actress and Best Actor awards several times, were lower than her. With solid acting skills, Li Wei's value skyrocketed, and there was a faint trend of her becoming an A-list movie star. This was only a matter of time. Perhaps before Journey to the West was taken off the shelves, she could become a real A-list movie star. This made the young woman, whose acting career had stagnated for many years and had even begun to decline, so excited that she almost burst into tears. In this entertainment industry where the new disliked the old, one's value and age were inversely proportional. The older one was, the faster one's value fell. She originally thought that being a B-list movie star was the limit, but she didn't expect that she could go further. Li Wei increasingly felt that jumping ship to Tianfeng was the wisest choice in her life. Now, she was probably willing to recommend herself to Qin Zhe as long as he hooked his finger. In addition, the newcomer Feng Rui gained the most. She became a hot new star in one leap. She had her own tieba, her own fans, and her Weibo followers skyrocketed. She became a model of overnight fame, once again telling the newcomers in the entertainment industry that as long as they produced a good film, it was not difficult to become famous. How could one get a good film? It was very simple. Just hook up with Qin Zhe. It didn't matter if you wanted to go the film and television route or the singer route, as long as you hook up with Qin Zhe. It was that simple. Among the newcomers in Tianfeng's backup artists group, there was a rumor that Feng Rui hooked up with Qin Zhe and slept with him. That was why she was able to make a name for herself. Otherwise, there was no other explanation. How could a newcomer like her get such an important role? Wasn't it to sleep with him? Yes, sleep with him. What a dirty deal. The blockbuster The Exorcist, which claimed to have a 500 million investment, was in an awkward situation after 2 weeks of glory at Royal Entertainment. Should we spend more money to hire the internet water army? The director of The Exorcist found the head of the marketing department, his face full of unwillingness. This momentum can't be stopped. The head of the marketing department shook his head and sighed. Then let's use our connections to increase the screening rate. The director gritted his teeth and said, "Our current screening rate is already compromised by the cinema. If we want to increase it, we have to reduce the screening rate of Journey to the West. If Journey to the West can make money, why should they reduce the screening rate? No matter how good our connections are, can it be more important than making money? Moreover, our connections are okay in Shanghai, but outside of Shanghai, who cares about us? Just the screening rate in Shanghai, it's almost the same whether we raise it or not." The head of the marketing department shook his head. Of course, the director knew this. The screening rate was based on market demand, but he couldn't accept it. He wasn't the kind of director who set up his own company and made a name for himself in the entertainment industry. Relying on Royal Entertainment, the resources he received were on par with his own performance. The investment for this film was not small. Although it was nicknamed 500 million, it was actually 300 million. The investment was not small. But half a month after it was released, the box office of The Exorcist had reached 500 million. All of this was because of the impact of Journey to the West. This time, they really suffered a loss. As the director, he couldn't absolve himself from the blame. In the future, when the company planned to film new films, it would be difficult for them to choose him first. The company's funds are no longer supporting the use of Internet Water Army. Another film we invested in will be released next month. Also, the company has 2 singers. One is holding a concert, and the other is releasing an album. They have to start preparing in advance. I can't chat with you anymore. I'm busy here. The head of the marketing department ordered him to leave. Chapter 492. The box office of Journey to the West 2 broke 2 billion, and the total box office of the 2 movies broke 3 billion. Finally, the hard times were over and the good times were coming. This movie would become one of the most successful investments in Qin Zhe's life. The last time was when he exchanged for antivirus software from the system. Until now, he had made a total of 12 billion. The last time was when the stock market crashed. He led Bowser and made 20 billion. But in terms of a sense of achievement, Qin Zhe felt that the stock market crash was the peak of his life. No matter how much money he made in the future, the joy and sense of achievement could not be replaced. Because the script and antivirus software of Journey to the West were exchanged from the store. In modern words, we don't produce water, we are just nature's porters. It felt good to make money from other people's things, but it was nonsense to say that there was a sense of achievement. The stock market was different. The stock market was built by him step by step. He only slept for 5 hours a day to achieve his goal of making 100 million a month. Then, when the stock market crashed, he successfully pulled himself out of the soul-stirring storm and made money. Everything that he experienced had little to do with the system. Even though his financial and stock trading skills and knowledge were said to be at the peak, they came from the system. It was also because of this that Qin Zhe rarely thought highly of himself. Those who had interacted with him all thought, "Boss Qin is too gentle." Because he knew that the songs were copied, the knowledge was exchanged, the script was exchanged, and the antivirus software was exchanged. How could there be a sense of accomplishment from copying things? The box office of Journey to the West was already shocking enough. The shock of the industry was definitely not just for show. Yesterday, the boss of Star Art, Huang Yizong, even called Qin Zhe to extract essence. Cross it out. He also asked to borrow the director MOU. The screenwriters and directors in the industry were all studying Journey to the West and analyzing its success. Based on the widespread copycat phenomenon in China, it was believed that there would be a movie imitating Journey to the West soon. Now, not only did singers see Qin Zhe as a delicious piece of cake, but also stars in the film industry saw Qin Zhe as the god of fortune. During this period, the celebrities' managers who wanted to work with him had been ringing Tianfeng. Even so, Tianfeng did not stop the promotion and advertising of Journey to the West. In the advertisement, Qin Zhe only admired the playful Lan Yu. The audience only felt that Journey to the West was interesting and formed teams to check the box office. Some people watched it 2 or 3 times. As for the news about the box office of Journey to the West online, they just wanted to watch it for fun. It was different in the industry. In their eyes, a story of Journey to the West was about to become a phenomenal movie. This year's box office champion would definitely be a story of Journey to the West. In the post-production team's office, sounds of surprise rang out in the office. The employees whispered to each other with smiles on their faces. The reason was that the bonuses for the Journey to the West business had been issued in advance. The bonuses for the crew and post-production team were linked to the movie, but not to the box office. If they participated in the filming and post-production of the movie, the department would give them bonuses. Originally, there was a fixed standard for bonuses. Not everyone was qualified to receive bonuses according to the box office percentage. Company announcement in the group chat. The Journey to the West production team and production team's bonus has been distributed. All participating employees will receive double the bonus. The assistant who made the announcement said, "Boss Qin is mighty. Chairman Qin is mighty." The screen was flooded. All the employees in the office were in an uproar, and cheers could be heard everywhere. It was like a pie falling from the sky. If the bonus was doubled, it would mean an income of tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. Looks like Chairman Qin is in a good mood. He's too generous. That's right. A Story of Journey to the West is doing so well. The box office is beating Hollywood. Who knows, it might even be in the top 100 of the global box office. Ha ha ha. Chairman Qin is too awesome. Quickly hide the doubled bonus. You don't have to give this money to your wife anymore. Idiot. How can there be such a lowly person who leaves all his money in his wife's hands? After all, there aren't many men as mighty as Chairman Qin. The employees who could not participate in the production of the movie were in the other office. They looked at their colleagues with jealousy and joy. The bonus for a freaking movie might be comparable to their entire year's salary. The current average salary in Shanghai was 8,000 per month. This was the data given by the government. For an entertainment company like Tianfeng, the monthly salary of an ordinary employee was about 10,000 yuan. Wasn't that equivalent to a year's salary? You came back from the front desk. The employees said happily, "Boss, the bonus has been doubled. You had been promoted. In the past, he was only a director and managed the crew. Now, he was also in charge of the post-production team." It was such a joyous occasion, but Mou was not happy at all. His face was dark and he did not speak. "Boss, let's go out for dinner tonight. How much did our department get?" "Boss, how much is your bonus?" Someone winked. "It must be 7 figures, right?" The few who spoke were Mou's confidants. Ordinary employees did not dare to ask their boss like this. Mou did not feel happy at all. He said in a deep voice, "Actually, before A Story of Journey to the West was released, Chairman Qin asked me if the bonus should be calculated according to a certain percentage of the box office." As soon as he said this, the whole room was in an uproar. The employees were so excited that their faces and necks turned red. The total box office of A Story of Journey to the West was now more than 3 billion yuan. The box office was increasing by 100 million yuan every day. By the end of the month, it would be 4 to 5 billion yuan. What kind of concept was this? Even if it was a 1,000th ratio, it would be 5 million yuan. Moreover, it was said that A Story of Journey to the West was going to delay its release for 2 months. The box office would hit 6 billion yuan. How high would the box office rise on the day it was taken off the shelves? "We're rich, boss. Don't forget me when you're rich, boss." So exciting, so exciting. There were all kinds of exclamations. They were so excited that they were shaking all over. Mou's face was pale as if he had suffered a blow. He held his heart that was full of holes and said softly, "But..." Everyone looked at him. There was despair in Mou's smile. "But I refused." The hubbub in the room stopped abruptly. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. His colleagues in the office next door looked over curiously. Mou gave everyone a hollow smile. "He asked me twice." After that, he could not bear this blow. He turned around and returned to his office. Everyone looked at each other. They did not know how to comfort their boss. "If it were me, I would probably jump off the building. I would hang myself. My heart hurts so much. There's no fluctuation in my heart because my heart is already dead." Boss can come to work. His mental fortitude is really good, as expected of boss. This was really a sad story. At the same time, in Purple Crystal Network Technology Company, Limited, Qin Zhe sat on a brown leather sofa and made tea. The office door was wide open. Assistants came in and out. Wang Zijin looked at documents and signed them. She was very busy. To be honest, he did not like to come to Purple Crystal Network Technology. He did not understand the internet industry. He did not understand software development. He could not help at all. Also, during work, Wang Zijin would not be intimate with him. At most, they would kiss. That was the limit. In Tianfeng, he and his sister flirted and occasionally fought. If his sister was in a good mood, she would let him take advantage of her. As for Suyu, the little teddy boy could not wait for Qin Zhe to have sex with his secretary. Wang Zijin was different. She separated work and family very clearly. To put it bluntly, her values were too high. If Qin Zhe were to hug and do something intimate, she would not be able to accept it. Perhaps it was related to her upbringing. In her mind, the institution was a very sacred place. Things like the principal and the English teacher fighting were definitely not allowed. How did you locate Purple Crystal Network technology? Wang Zijin asked. What are you planning to do? Qin Zhe lowered his head and made tea. Wang Zijin rolled her eyes. Of course. She understood the meaning behind Qin Zhe's words. My grandpa and dad want me to go back to Beijing and enter the system. Wang Zijin looked at the document. As for me, I have not thought about it yet. Let's talk about it later. Wang Zijin was a very smart girl. Before her relationship with Qin Zhe went further, she would not return to Beijing. Many lovers died in the hands of long-distance relationships. Moreover, Qin Zhe's roots and Qin Zhe's home were in Shanghai. If she went back to Beijing, what would Qin Zhe do? Go back with her? Obviously, that was impossible. Staying in Shanghai to develop was a good choice, whether it was entering the system or continuing to stay in Purple Crystal. Let's take one step at a time. When we reach a bottleneck in the antivirus software, we will see where to develop, Qin Zhe said. Wang Zijin was a little tired. How did this kid with no plans get to where he was today? In the eyes of others, Qin Zhe was a miracle in the business world and a big shot in the entertainment industry. This kind of person should be shining from head to toe. However, those who were familiar with him would realize that he was indeed talented, but it would be nonsense to say that he was ambitious. What kind of ambition could a salted fish have to become the saltiest fish? Therefore, Wang Zijin could not understand Qin Zhe's current achievements. Wang Zijin could not see that in front of Qin Zhe. There was a blue 3D projection interface. That was the system's point store. Qin Zhe searched the store for technology-related items. F*CK, they all started at 10,000 points. He could not afford them at all. The cheapest was a beginner VR technology that cost 7,000 points. Those who had experienced VR technology knew what it was. It was a type of virtual reality technology, also known as simulation technology. It had a wide range of uses and was a trend in future computer development. But to ordinary people, it represented simulation games. In the future, when VR matured, things like gaming pods might be possible. It was like the novels that Qin Zhe used to read. The protagonist lay in the gaming pod, and when he opened his eyes, he entered the game world. The current VR technology had not reached that level yet, but it was possible to wear a helmet and play a 3D shooting game. The current technology was too immature and had only reached the level of visual perception. According to the theoretical direction of VR technology, a truly mature VR technology should have all the sensory functions that humans had: auditory perception, tactile perception, motion perception, and even taste and smell perception. The beginner VR technology in the store was definitely not the same as in reality. And 7,000 points was something that Qin Zhe could definitely afford. He was a little excited. Perhaps his dream of a game world would come true in his hands. Oh no, hold it in, I can't have such thoughts anymore. Otherwise, the system will definitely give me a mission. I haven't completed my mission as a big shot in the entertainment industry yet. Just as he was thinking about that, the system's voice sounded in his mind. Forget it, salted fish host. Can you earn tens of thousands of points in your lifetime? How long has it been since you had a desire? I haven't given you a mission in months. Qin Zhe was speechless. Life is hard. Don't expose me. The system is always so merciless. Qin Zhe retorted. If you could just give me a VR device, I would definitely do my best to complete the mission. But can you do it? Aren't you just giving me a blueprint and letting me make my own food and clothing? But what if I can't make it with my current level? Then wouldn't my tens of thousands of points be wasted? You're so low. The system was speechless. Life is hard. Don't expose me. The host is always so merciless. The system said angrily, my existence is in accordance with scientific theory. I don't have a physical body. How do you want me to conjure one for you? If I had the ability, I wouldn't be hanging out with a salted fish like you. He had accidentally revealed the truth. Qin Zhe sighed. You're not even as good as a gourmet system. It refurbished your store without saying a word. You're not even as good as the little star system. It even has a storage space with it. Who made you? I've never seen someone as low as you. Chapter 493. I'll give you 3 seconds to apologize, the system said. Ever since it leveled up, it began to have emotions. Not emotions, the system had no emotions. Even if a woman stripped naked in front of it, it would not feel anything. In other words, it was self-awareness. In the past, the system spoke in a cold and electronic voice. Naturally, it had self-awareness. If it did not have self-awareness, it would not be worthy of being called a system. However, because it was a bottom-feeder system, its self-awareness was not strong enough. Other than answering questions and being able to communicate, it would not get angry. Now that the system was angry, it became more humane. Even a salted fish has dignity. Qinze refused to apologize. Very good, the system said. Ding. Mission hint. Create a beginner VR device within a year. Success will reward 9,999 points. Failure will deduct the corresponding points. The system's voice rang in his mind. Qinze was speechless. You're abusing your power to avenge your personal grudge. I can't accept this. I can't accept this mission, Qinze said angrily. Normally, when the system gave him a mission, he would be able to earn points again. However, Qinze was a little afraid. Because of the system's low level, it brought a lot of uncertainty to the mission. He had failed many missions before. Moreover, his points were always in an awkward situation where he would be done for after 2 deductions. No, you did have a similar psychological desire just now, didn't you? Moreover, you have enough points and the conditions allow it. So the mission is triggered normally, the system said calmly. That's right. He had earned 5,000 points from the preparation of If I Become Memories, and 8,000 points from the antivirus software incident. Qinze did have enough points to pay for the VR device manufacturing blueprint. However, these points were saved by Qinze to deal with the failure of the entertainment mogul mission. You're not going to exchange for the blueprint? The system asked. No rush, Qinze sighed. There's still a long way to go. I still have to do some preparation work. Alright, are you sure that the current technology can create that kind of device? Some things could not be created with just a blueprint. The system said, let me give you a friendly reminder. The antivirus software can be used as a VR system. No one can copy it. That cool? Nonsense, don't think that it's just an antivirus software. It's far ahead of the current electronic technology level. You can even call it black technology. I was wrong. You're not a lowlife. It has nothing to do with me. I just copied the source code from a parallel world. System, you're just too straightforward, you lowlife. Qinze took a sip of tea and pondered. First of all, I need to have a processing factory. This kind of confidential blueprint can't be casually entrusted to others. I guess I'll have to buy another factory. Money was not a problem. Although Heiai's king lacked everything, he did not lack money. In addition, Qinze had another concern. The concept of VR sprouted half a century ago. It had been decades, and after several breakthroughs, its development was still very slow. Furthermore, there was no way for it to be popularized. Despite all the flattery saying that it had a bright future and was the trend of the future, but this concept is too advanced. If Qinze announces that he can create a virtual reality world, will the world be shocked? I accidentally did what the shocking big boss couldn't do before he died. Would it attract spies or something? Or would it be plundered by the river crab mythical beast? A man's wealth is his own ruin. Take Yunnan Baiyao from the Republic of China as an example. The system said, don't think too much. This is just a beginner level. It's indeed ahead of the current VR technology. But to create a virtual world and realize a system with all human senses, you need points to exchange for advanced VR. That requires 1 million points. 1 million points. That's a scary amount. Qinze estimated that he could never reach it in his lifetime. Well, it's just one step ahead of the current VR technology. Then I can announce to the public that I've made a breakthrough in VR technology. I won't get into trouble because it's too black technology. Qinze breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced at his watch. It was almost time to get off work. He got up and said, Sister Ziwei, I'll go to Tianfang first. Wang Zijin nodded. What about your dinner? I'll go to Uncle and Auntie's place for a meal. Okay. The movie Journey to the West was selling very well. Qin Baobao felt that she should treat the crew to a meal. Qin Zhe wanted to bring Wang Zijin along, but she didn't want to go. Ever since she knew that her relationship with Qin Zhe was no longer a secret to her uncle and aunt, Wang Zijin let go of herself. She interacted with her uncle and aunt in private and regarded herself as their daughter-in-law. She had no pressure to get a free meal. Wang Zijin rarely ate takeout because of her poor stomach. Qin Zhe had also spoiled her appetite. Every time she ate takeout at the company, she would take a few bites and stop eating. Qin Zhe walked to the door and suddenly stopped. He turned around and said, Sister Ziwei, get the finance department to prepare a report and send it to me. Wang Zijin asked, Do you need money? Yes. Qin Zhe said, I'm going to buy an electronic product processing factory. Remember to collect the funds. Wang Zijin was speechless. Didn't you say that you didn't have a goal yet? You patted your head and immediately had an idea? After Qin Zhe left, Wang Zijin leaned back in the office chair and rubbed her swollen temples. She found a piece of fructose from the Louis Vuitton bag and threw it into her mouth. The fructose collided with her teeth and made a crunching sound. There were still 40 minutes before work ended. She was a little hungry and wanted to eat a piece of candy to replenish her energy. Wang Zijin's mobile phone on the table rang. The caller ID was Su Teddy. Since she heard Su Yu's nickname from Qin Baobao, she put Su Yu in her phone as Su Teddy, full of malice. Qin Baobao was Baobao in her phone. If they had a conflict, Wang Zijin would change it to Crying Monster or Big Cow. This was one of Wang Zijin's ways to vent her resentment. Qin Zhe heard about Crying Monster from somewhere, and Big Cow was the nickname she gave to Qin Baobao in private. What's the matter? Wang Zijin answered the phone. Return the money. Su Yu was straightforward. Return what money? Wang Zijin didn't react. Baoza lent you purple crystal money, 6 million. Seeing that we're like fire and water, I'll waive the interest for you, Su Yu said. Wang Zijin remembered that when Purple Crystal was first established, they took 6 million from Baoza. When they bought the company, they took 12 million from Tianfang. At that time, Purple Crystal technology was short of money. The money from selling the antivirus software couldn't be transferred in real time. Return what money? Wang Zijin rolled her eyes. That money was transferred to Purple Crystal by Qin Zhe. It wasn't borrowed. Purple Crystal and Baoza are both his. It's just a transfer from one hand to the other. I won't return it. A company is a company, and a person is a person. Since it's in the company's account, it's public and not private. If you don't return the money, then I'll lose 6 million in my account for nothing. How do you want me to explain it to the shareholders? Baoza doesn't belong to Qin Zhe alone. You said that Qin Zhe gave Purple Crystal for free. Well, you can ask him for it yourself. Take the money from his private bank card and return the 6 million to me first. I still have to let the finance department do the accounts. Su Yu said clearly and logically, making Wang Zijin speechless. No money. If Qin Zhe asked for the money, Wang Zijin didn't care. But Su Yu was aggressive, which made her very uncomfortable. I'll kill you with a brick. Return the money quickly, Su Yu said loudly. I'll kill you with a mouthful of menstrual juice, but I don't have money. Wang Zijin scolded back. The two quarreled for a long time. No one was willing to hang up the phone. Hanging up the phone was a sign of weakness. Wang Zijin was more aggrieved. She found that she couldn't scold Su Yu. This little bitch. How did she practice her talking skills? I really don't have money. Ace said that he would buy some electronic product processing factory after a while. He asked me to collect funds, so don't think about 6 million. Wang Zijin hummed. Ha! Su Yu reacted greatly, and her jealousy was monstrous. What's so good about your broken company? Isn't it enough to make so much money? Baoza hasn't expanded its business for a long time. Industry harms the country, finance thrives. Wang Zijin proudly said, The current profitability of purple crystal is not much worse than that of Baoza and Tianfang, and our potential is greater. When Ace buys the processing factory, we may be able to become an industrial tycoon. These words were nonsense. She didn't know what Qin Zhe wanted to buy the processing factory, but it didn't prevent her from attacking Suyu. She was no match for Suyu, but there was a hidden knife in her words. When it came to intrigue, Wang Zijin was a king. Suyu gritted her teeth and said, "Then I'll ask him for money. If he doesn't give it to me, I'll burn both jade and common stone with him." Wang Zijin's smart eyes flashed and said, "How do you burn both jade and common stone?" Suyu, "It's none of your business." Wang Zijin sneered, "If you can get 6 million, I'll call you sister." Suyu, "You said it." Wang Zijin, "Yes, go ahead and try. It'll be strange if he has the money to give you." "What do you mean? All the income of purple crystal is in my hands, and A's doesn't have a penny. And Tianfang's income is in Bao Bao's account, and A's doesn't have it either. Humph, our Baoza earns more money than you. He doesn't have 6 million? I'm afraid you don't know about such a thing as a wife." Wang Zijin disdainfully hummed twice. "What do you mean? The money he earns is all used to recharge his wife's money. A few bank cards add up to less than 5 million. He has a fart of money." Wang Zijin, you're F***king crazy. Who cares about his money like you do? Suyu was furious. Who said I care about his wife's money? His wife's money is with his sister. Wang Zijin killed 1,000 enemies but lost 800 of her own. Ah! Suyu was stunned for a few seconds. Qin Zhe's wife's money is with Qin Bao Bao. You mean that, right? Wang Zijin nodded tiredly. Yes. Suyu? It's not surprising that parents help their son save his wife's money. It's rare for an elder sister to help her younger brother save his wife's money. But there are some. What do you mean by the elder sister hogging her younger brother's wife's money? Is it that the elder sister who is almost 28 years old, can't keep up with the times and can't understand the thoughts of you young people? I have a very bad feeling. Wang Zijin, I, the 26-year-old little sister, have always been unable to understand their thoughts. Suyu frowned. I know she is a brother Khan, but I didn't expect her to be a pervert. She is so perverted that she even wants to hoard her younger brother's wife's money. What does she want to do? Wang Zijin, yes, she is a pervert. Suyu, then you should grab the money back. You are the real girlfriend. How can you be worse than me? If it were me, I would slap her. Wang Zijin sighed. It's not that the comrade doesn't work hard. It's that the enemy is too strong. Suyu, it's hard work. I'll help you fight her later. Wang Zijin, thank you. After hanging up the phone, Wang Zijin was stunned. Shouldn't she and Suyu be arguing? How could they be inexplicably united against a common enemy? On the other side, Suyu hung up the phone and frowned. It seems that maybe I ignored something. Chapter 494. At 10 o'clock at night, Qin Zhe and his sister went home hand in hand. He unlocked the electronic password and opened the door. The living room was dark, and Wang Zijin was not in the living room. They were not around, and she did not watch TV. If she wanted to watch dramas, she could do it with her phone or iPad. His sister's face was red and tempting. She was so beautiful that he wanted to take a bite. Qin Zhe did not drink because he had to drive. Qin Bao Bao went back to her room to wash her face and brush her teeth, but she did not take a shower. She sneakily opened the door to Wang Zijin's room and poked her head in. Zijin, are you asleep? The lights in the room were not turned on. Wang Zijin responded from under the blanket. Her voice was sweet and innocent, and she was half asleep. Then you sleep. I won't disturb you. Qin Bao Bao retracted her head and closed the door softly. She did not return to her room. Instead, she pushed open the door to Qin Zhe's room. Qin Zhe was playing with his balls. He awkwardly retracted his hand from his crotch. Qin Bao Bao blushed and pretended not to see it. She swayed her waist and walked to the bed. What's wrong? Qin Zhe asked calmly. His sister sat cross-legged on the bed and said, Can the box office of Journey to the West reach 5 billion at the end of the month? I mean 2 movies. If it's 2 movies, it's definitely not a problem. Qin Zhe said, 6 billion is hard to say. Fortunately, I boasted that the domestic box office would be 6 billion. If the overseas box office was included, 6 billion was definitely not a problem. The overseas box office of domestic movies had never been ideal. This was related to the artificiality of the film industry. With cheap special effects and a plot full of loopholes, it would be strange if the overseas box office was good. Those little fresh meats and goddesses might be gimmicks and box office guarantees overseas. But overseas, no one would recognize them. Therefore, domestic movies had never been able to make a name for themselves overseas. Finally, there was another reason that could not be ignored and had to be faced. Chinese discrimination. Actually, the word China had never had a good reputation internationally in the eyes and hearts of the people of other countries. Putting aside the quality of the people, it was mainly because China had risen too quickly. What kind of place is China? In the eyes of foreigners, it represented poverty and backwardness. Back then, when the group of people who were beaten by their ancestors called them father, the foreigners felt that they were superior and looked down on their countrymen. Then, without paying attention, the foreigners realized that they were not as rich as the Chinese. Their economy was surpassed, and so was their military. They felt that their pride had been trampled on. For example, your neighbor who used to live in poverty suddenly wore branded watches and drove a sports car. You would definitely feel jealous and envious. You would not be able to adapt to such a change. Naturally, he wouldn't give him a good look. Don't worry about the overseas box office. Qin Zhe grabbed the cigarette on the bedside table, looked at his sister, and put it back. His sister picked it up for him. It's okay. You can smoke. Forget it. Qin Zhe shook his head. 5 billion, I'm talking about this month. Let's delay the release of the movie for 2 months. Let's see if we can hit 6 billion, or even 7 billion. But I actually want to take it off the shelves. I need some funds in the near future. What are you doing? His sister asked. I might have to buy an electronic product processing factory, Qin Zhe said. He had browsed through the blueprint in the afternoon. It was too big. It included everything from large to small parts. Although he couldn't understand it, it didn't stop him from feeling excited. Virtual reality was generally regarded as the future of video games. If one day he could really enter the game world while lying in a gaming pod, just thinking about it made him happy. Mature virtual reality technology should have all the senses of a human. What did that mean? It meant that he could create all kinds of 3D beauties and then... But the system told him that even if he had the blueprint, he couldn't make that kind of equipment because the technology was not up to par. The basic VR equipment blueprint that he had exchanged for could only be made with current technology. He couldn't think of anything more advanced. Qin Baobao obviously didn't care about that. She hesitated for a long time. That? His sister bit her lip and said, Our bet. What bet? The ticket, the box office bet. With his sister's reminder, Qin Zhe suddenly remembered. He and his sister had a verbal bet. If the box office of A Journey to the West exceeded If I Become Memories, then his sister would let him do whatever he wanted. If not, Qin Zhe would let his sister do whatever she wanted. It's just a casual remark. Don't mind it, Qin Zhe said. Having a beautiful sister to let you do whatever you want doesn't sound too bad. Qin Baobao said, It's not a casual remark. Since it's a bet, no matter what form it takes, it can't be treated casually. Qin Zhe was in a dilemma. This kind of good thing, if it were another girl, Qin Zhe's cock would move. But the person betting was his sister. There were too many restrictions. The river crabs were shining in the sky, the flowers were smiling at me, and my parents said, Little red guy, I'll send you to Germany today. Although he couldn't go in and out, up and down, Qin Zhe suddenly became playful. Are you sure you can let me do whatever I want? He chuckled. Don't smile so lewdly at your sister. Qin Baobao blushed and chopped at his head with her hand. Qin Zhe said, Can I really do whatever I want? He stretched out his right hand with his palm facing up. His middle finger and ring finger seemed to be teasing something, accompanied by a burst of strange laughter. Oh ho ho ho, sister. Do you know there's a unique skill called the cat-to-eagle hand? I'm afraid I have to test your limits today. True detective. Qin Zhe. Acupoint striking hand. Hai Zhe King. Of course, Qin Bao Bao didn't know what a cat-to-eagle was, but she understood Qin Zhe's naughty smile. Her face was full of shyness. Do whatever you want, she said. Qin Zhe. Sister, are you expecting something? According to his idea, his sister should blush, then chop him with her hand and say, "Annoying!" Then she would cover her face and leave. However, his sister didn't know the legendary unique skill, the cat-to-eagle hand, so she didn't cover her face and left. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became awkward, and at the same time there was something strange about it. They were different from ordinary siblings, and they knew this very well. Qin Bao Bao gritted her teeth and straddled Qin Zhe's waist, her hands on his chest. You can do a lot of things you couldn't do before. Her face was red, and her eyes were flickering. She didn't dare to look Qin Zhe in the eye. At this time, Qin Zhe felt that his sister had forced him into a corner. Under the light, his sister's face was charming and seductive. Her eyelashes trembled violently, and her eyes were charming. His resistance to his sister's beauty was already very strong, but it was limited to his normal state. He couldn't resist coquettishness, let alone seduction. But you can't do too many things. Perhaps the elder sister saw the dangerous look in his eyes, so she squeezed her legs together and added weakly, "Qin Zhe, why are you closing your legs? As your brother, I'm so embarrassed." Hearing her words, Qin Zhe was disappointed but also relieved. Anyway, you don't have a girlfriend. There are some things that you have to learn in advance. Qin Bao Bao's voice became softer and softer. I can't take your money for marriage for free. Qin Zhe was stunned. Isn't my money with you temporarily? When did it become yours? Qin Zhe pretended not to understand. It would happen sooner or later, so he tried it in advance. That was what his sister meant. That's not the point. Qin Bao Bao chopped his head with a knife. She put away her fierce expression and became shy again. Hey, what do you want? Qin Zhe said. I want to take a bath and sleep. Qin Bao Bao's expression changed. No, you can either take a bath or sleep. Qin Zhe. No, sister. Do you have some misunderstanding about taking a bath and sleeping? I just want to take a bath and sleep. 10 minutes later, in the bathroom, Qin Zhe, who was wearing big shorts, was lying on the edge of the bathtub. Behind him, Qin Bao Bao, who was in a white swimsuit, was helping him scrub his back. Qin Zhe closed his eyes comfortably, enjoying his sister's service. In the end, he chose to take a bath. At the same time, he could see his sister in a swimsuit. What a deal! Qin Zhe would never admit that sleeping was more profitable. Qin Bao Bao pouted and wiped his back mechanically. Her face was full of displeasure. Is this all you've got? His sister's voice was full of indignance and grievance. It's a waste to not wear your swimsuit. Qin Zhe moaned. Comfortable. Comfortable your head. His sister said angrily. This was completely different from what she had expected. Qin Zhe said warily, Don't expect me to scrub your back. You lost to me. Qin Bao Bao. Her brother was doing it on purpose, right? Was his EQ selectively lowered? I'm tired. I'll take a break. Qin Bao Bao angrily threw the loofah into the water and flopped in it. Qin Zhe tilted his head and watched her perky but rise and fall in the blue water. It was pleasing to the eye. He had accidentally seen his sister's naked body once. Although it was blocked by the holy light, his sister in a swimsuit was even more attractive than naked. At this time, Sister Ziwei was also in the bathtub. Ba, ba, ba. Don't set flags. Qin Zhe turned back and continued to lie on his stomach, enjoying the comfortable feeling of soaking in a hot spring. He would soak for another 10 minutes and leave after that, in case Sister Ziwei woke up to go to the bathroom or something and bumped into him and his sister bathing together. For things like bathing together, it was a disadvantage to do it at home. If they did it outside, they could do it openly. For example, in a hot spring or swimming in a pool. But at home, the nature was different. In anger, Sister Ziwei might grab her mobile phone and call Qin Ma. Auntie, your son and daughter are bathing together. The river and the crab are shining in the sky. The flower is smiling at me, and the bird is saying, "Little pervert, why are you sitting in a wheelchair?" Qin Bao Bao was like an elegant and agile mermaid. She swam to Qin Zai's side, dived into the water, and pulled his feet under the water. "I'll kick you." When his sister floated up, he rolled his eyes. Qin Bao Bao stood up straight and suddenly hugged him from behind. The intimate contact made Qin Zai's body stiffen. She smiled slyly. "Little pervert, are my breasts big?" Qin Zai didn't say anything. The volume of her breasts was simply a killer weapon. Qin Bao Bao said in a sneaky tone, "Do you want to rub them?" She just wanted to tease him. Last time in Hangzhou, she also wore a swimsuit like this. At that time, she shyly went to learn the kissing scene, but was rejected. Qin Bao Bao wanted to learn it again. Qin Zai turned around and stared at her. "Call me daddy." Qin Bao Bao. Qin Zai. Qin Ali, call me daddy. Chapter 495. Early morning. Qin Zai and Wang Zijin went for their daily morning jog. It was already early summer and the sun was bright red at 7 o'clock. After running for more than half an hour, they were sweating all over. Summer was the best season to lose weight and exercise, but it was also the easiest season to get tired. Just the scorching sun alone was enough to make most people feel intimidated. The two of them sat on a public bench and wiped their sweat with the towel hanging around their necks. Wang Zijin unscrewed the thermos, took a sip and handed it to Qin Zai. Qin Zai was sweating all over, but his face was not red and he was not out of breath. He took the thermos and took a small sip. The sweetness of his sister's lips seemed to still linger on his lips. Qin Zai stared at the lush bushes in a daze. Yesterday, his sister did not call him father and did not react shyly to Qin Ali's address. Instead, she was very angry and said, "Call you a big-headed ghost," and slashed him repeatedly with her two soft hands. When young couples played with each other, they would at most call each other brother. Who would call each other father? Brother was not allowed either. Who would call their younger brother brother? Where was her sister's dignity? Was she the kind of sister who only knew how to cry? But before the anger in her heart could be vented, Qin Zai wrapped his arms around his sister's waist and sucked on her light-colored lips. Qin Bao Bao immediately moaned and collapsed in her brother's arms. The siblings stood in the warm water that reached their waists and practiced their kissing techniques for more than 10 minutes. After several breaks, both of them were extremely excited. They had many real kissing scenes when they were filming, but it was not as exciting as secretly practicing their kissing techniques at home. After that, Qin Zai shrank in the water and refused to come out. A gentleman hid his weapon and a big underwear could not block its peerless edge. Fortunately, his sister was very shy. Her cheeks were red and her eyes were like silk. She lowered her head and looked at the rippling water without saying a word. She did not notice his embarrassment. "Your sister is probably heady. I saw her mouth swollen this morning." Wang Zijin said, "You should stew some soup or tea for her later." It was rare for Qin Bao Bao to wake up early in the morning. She had dark circles under her eyes and her lips were swollen. Last night must have been very difficult. "She's not suffering from excessive internal heat. It's from friction," Qin Zai said. "Ha!" Wang Zijin was confused. "I'm just saying. Sister Ziwei, let's go back. From now on, we'll start at 5 a.m. and finish our morning exercises at 7 a.m. Qin Zai ended the topic. Wang Zijin nodded obediently. "I'll go to bed before 10 o'clock in the future." Women who knew how to take care of themselves would have a regular schedule. Wang Zijin and her sister usually went to bed before 11 o'clock. During breakfast, her sister kept her head down, not daring to look at Qin Zai. Occasionally, their eyes would meet, and she would immediately look away, her pink face slightly red. Wang Zijin was such a smart person, and they had been together day and night. She frowned and found that things were not simple. "Bao Bao, why aren't you saying anything?" she asked. "Why should I say anything?" Qin Bao Bao rolled her eyes charmingly. Under the table, her white and tender feet moved restlessly. Crazy. So angry early in the morning. Wang Zijin said unhappily. It's none of your business. Qin Baobao curled her lips. At this time, Qin Zhe, who should have stood out to smooth things over, lowered his head and drank his soy milk. He did not say anything. Wang Zijin looked at him and then looked at Qin Baobao. Qin Baobao was so guilty that she wanted to die. Not only was she kissed to death yesterday, but she was also touched all over the place. At that time, in the warm pool, her legs were hooked around Qin Zhe's waist. A pair of slender snow-white arms wrapped around his neck, and she was kissed until she was panting. Qin Zhe's left hand was holding her buttocks, and his right hand was even more powerful. He was holding the ball with one hand, as steady as Mount Tai. Neither of them had much psychological burden, and it was just like the throbbing of first love. At this moment, seeing Wang Zijin's puzzled gaze, Qin Baobao felt guilty and said a very imposing sentence. Wang Ali, call me daddy. Qin Zhe spat out a mouthful of soy milk. Wang Zijin, did you choke? What's wrong? The two sisters looked over in confusion. Qin Zhe, Qin Duxiu, don't be naughty. Damn it. Last night's uncontrollable words would definitely become his dark history. Wang Zijin frowned. What Wang Ali? Qin Baobao immediately looked at Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe was panicking. Sister should mean love you, right? Qin Zhe had an idea. My sister is so pretentious. Qin Baobao snorted and thought of something, and a happy smile appeared on her face. Wang Zijin said, oh, and reached out to touch Qin Baobao's head. I love you too. Qin Baobao was in a good mood at this time and was too lazy to care about the taboo of touching a dog's head with a smile, and snorted softly. Seeing this, Qin Zhe secretly heaved a sigh of relief. I'm 2F** King Witty. He was afraid that Sister Ziwei or his sister would search for the word Ali. The consequences would be unimaginable. It's estimated that it would be over. According to the agreement, Qin Zhe worked in Baobao today. I worked hard day and night. Tonight I worked in the Teddy Palace, tomorrow night in the Purple Gold Palace, and the next night in the Baobao Palace. So you usually worked in her own office. Only when Qin Zhe came over, she would move here and stay in his office. People in the company may not know their relationship, but Su Yu's assistant knows. Can a normal colleague relationship be like this? Therefore, whenever Qin Zhe is here, the assistant will leave. If there are documents to be signed, she will call the president's office first. The president has no assistant or secretary, or the president's assistant is the vice president. If the president has nothing to do with the secretary's private affairs, wouldn't her great future be ruined? The assistant has beautiful facial features, but she is almost 40 years old. Because of her quick work and strong sense of responsibility, she was selected by Su Yu and her income has increased several times. Sometimes she can't figure out why Vice President Su likes her when there are many capable employees in the company. They are all elites in the workplace, and they are young and beautiful. In the office, Su Yu sat sideways on Qin Zhe's lap. Because she was wearing a skirt, she couldn't walk and could only sit sideways. Your sister Ziwei refused to pay back the money. You tell me what to do. Anyway, I must get back the 6 million yuan. Su Yu held his face and rubbed it hard. Sister Ziwei didn't pay back the money? Qin Zhe was stunned. He suddenly understood that the two of them should be competing. Although Bao Zhe and Amethyst were both founded by him, one was Su Yu's, and the other was Wang Zijin's. Wang Zijin didn't recognize Bao Zhe, and Su Yu didn't recognize Amethyst. One side felt that there was no way to deny it after taking 6 million yuan from him. The other side felt that if they wanted to take money from him, they couldn't even think about it. It's just 6 million yuan. Our daily income is more than that. Qin Zhe was depressed. Oh, 6 million yuan is not money. Su Yu rolled her eyes, and her jade-like cheeks with rosy cheeks were full of resentment. 6 million yuan can buy a luxury car. 6 million yuan can buy a medium-sized house in Shanghai. 6 million yuan can buy a man's sword. How many times can you go there? Qin Zhe thought about it. It makes sense. How many times can he go there? He immediately nodded. That has to be taken back. Yes. Su Yu said happily. It's your head, Qin Zhe said. Take back the 6 million yuan, and I'll take it. Okay? Su Yu felt wronged. I'll die for you to see. In the end, it was Su Yu. If it was her sister, she would chop him with a hand knife. Even if she knew that she couldn't beat him, she had to go up and fight with him. Why is your wife's money on Qin Bao Bao? That little bitch? Su Yu finished and her butt was slapped by Qin Zhe. Don't talk about my sister. Qin Zhe was unhappy. Then, how can an elder sister rob her younger brother's wife's money? These should be mine. Su Yu argued. Qin Zhe, psycho, that money is just a name. Although it's called wife's money, it's not the real wife's money. Qin Zhe thought that his wife's money had actually been given to them, such as Baozi, such as Amethyst, such as Tianfeng. This was crossed out. God Xie bless him. 1 or 2 of them were thinking about the money, and so was Sister Ziwei. It should be called wife's money. Would it be upgraded? They were all grandpas, and they should be treated equally. When Su Yu saw his unhappy face, she held his face and said softly, Okay. Don't talk about her. Don't be angry. Wang Zijin said, What are your plans recently? In the field of business, Su Yu was a good discussion partner. Her vision and ability were not comparable to Wang Zijin and Qin Bao Bao. Qin Zhe naturally chose to talk to her. I want to do electronic products and plan to buy a processing plant. What electronic products? VR equipment. Su Yu frowned. This industry is not good. The technology is not mature. If you want to achieve profitability, you don't have to start from scratch. It's too time-consuming and expensive. I'd rather you choose to make a smartphone. At least it has mature technology and a complete system. Qin Zhe said, But if there is a breakthrough in this thing, it will push me to the top 20 of the national rich list, and even squeeze into the top 100 of Forbes. It was definitely not a casual remark. The application of VR equipment was not only in the entertainment field, but also in medicine and military. This was his conservative estimate. Su Yu sighed. You want to develop VR equipment? Up to you, but you have to control the amount of funds in the early stage so as not to hurt yourself. If you want to develop VR equipment, it is necessary to have your own company and processing plant. Things like processing plants are not confidential. Although there is a confidentiality agreement, it is not absolutely safe. For example, the Pair mobile phone that everyone is using, it is in China's processing plant. The core technology is produced by the Americans and then brought over. They will not let you touch it at all. Finally, Qin Zhe always has to have a shell to do research and development. Otherwise, how can he explain taking out the drawings inexplicably and producing a new type of VR equipment? Everyone is not a fool. That's why it is said that industry harms the country and entertainment prospers the country. Qin Zhe refused to engage in industry in his heart. No one doubted that he wrote 10 songs a day. Others would only crazily cheer for him and shout 666. But for industry, there are many stages to go through, and the time is not short. It pays attention to the gradual cycle. It's incredible that he suddenly came up with a VR equipment. There is no way to explain it to the party, to the country, and to society. After talking about business, Su Yu licked her red lips and whispered, I'm angry. Qin Zhe? ? She lifted her bangs and showed Qin Zhe a small pimple on her forehead. Look, I'm angry. Help me put it out. Qin Zhe. Understood. This is Su Yu's new trick. Okay, I'll give you a shot to extinguish the fire from the inside out. Chapter 496. A month after Journey to the West was released, it should have been taken off the shelves and then released online. But it didn't happen. Because of the box office, Journey to the West was delayed. This made those who couldn't bear to spend money to buy tickets frustrated. At the same time, the crew of Journey to the West posted on Weibo that Journey to the West would be delayed for 2 months. Ordinary people would at most curse a few times and have no choice but to buy movie tickets or wait bitterly for the online premiere 2 months later. Actually, there were many shootout versions online. It was the kind of shootout that was shot in the cinema with a VCR. But the quality was very bad. Journey to the West was a 3D movie. Normal cameras would produce double images. So basically, no one watched it. Even if they downloaded it online, once they saw the terrible quality, they would lose interest. For the crew and celebrities who had movies released in the next 2 months, this news was like a bolt from the blue. After a month of release, the popularity of the movie had decreased a lot. But it was still better than most domestic movies. To them, it was a huge hit to the box office. The director and marketing manager of Dynasty Entertainment had a headache because of this. Director Zhang, let's delay the release. A director sighed. That's the only way. Let's delay it for a month. Journey to the West's popularity should decrease next month. Let's minimize the losses. I'll report this to the general manager. The marketing manager nodded. The marketing manager called the general manager's secretary first. After getting a reply, he knocked on the door of the general manager's office. The general manager's name was Wei Tong. He was 40 years old and a major shareholder of Dynasty Entertainment. He was also one of the earliest employees of Dynasty Entertainment. He had slowly climbed up the ladder for more than 10 years to reach his current position. After manager Zhang told him about it, he nodded. Let's do it this way. The losses are unavoidable. Try to minimize it. Then, Wei Tong threw a cigarette to manager Zhang and lit it himself. Tisk. Tianfeng's development is a little scary. A year ago, Tianfeng and Dynasty were insignificant. But now, the gap between the two companies was shrinking. Whether it was the top artists or the ordinary artists who could be seen as the foundation, the gap between the two companies was shrinking. This Qin Zhe was really strange. He could do whatever he wanted. From the bloody battle at Shanghai Beach to If I Became a Memory to Journey to the West, the box office sales had reached new highs. There were many people in the industry who were envious and jealous. Because it was released at the same time, Dynasty took the opportunity to criticize Journey to the West. The results were obvious. But after the second movie, their company's movie almost couldn't survive. In the market competition, they were no match at all. In China, the bigger entertainment companies were mostly based in Shanghai and Beijing. Dynasty and Star Art were the leaders of Shanghai's entertainment industry. However, recently, many of the backup artists who graduated from professional schools wanted to enter Tianfeng. The two golden signboards of Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao were shining brightly. Actually, the conflict between Tianfeng and Dynasty had been going on for quite some time. Let's not talk about the box office first. In terms of advertising in Shanghai, Dynasty couldn't compete with Tianfeng. This was because Qin Baobao was a hateful woman. She usually only accepted advertisements and endorsements in Shanghai. Occasionally, she would fly to Beijing for business. As a result, the artists under Royal Entertainment Company went on business trips more frequently. There were many such business conflicts, and Star Art and Tianfeng had a good relationship. Both companies were bullying Royal Entertainment both openly and secretly. Dynasty Entertainment was Li Wei's original company, but she was poached by Tianfeng. At that time, no one in the small circle of artists in the company thought highly of Li Wei. Without a big platform like Dynasty, what could she do? Who knew that not only would she do it, but she would also do it well? Manager Zhang said, Su Jiao's new album will be released in a few days. President Wei, I'll take my leave first. Wei Tong nodded. Go ahead. Su Jiao was one of the pillars of Royal Entertainment Company. She was a big singer. Because of her sweet looks and pleasant voice, she was very popular. Her fame wasn't any worse than those A-list female stars in the film industry. Su Jiao's promotion for her new album was released a long time ago. The digital album would be released first, followed by the CD. In this day and age, unless it was a very popular fresh meat, it was hard to sell CDs. Digital albums were the trend. Even the popular Qin Baobao didn't release CDs. Manager Zhang turned to leave when he received a call. He walked to the office door while answering. What's the matter? A moment later, his body stiffened. Seeing him come back to his senses with a strange expression, Wei Tong frowned and asked, What's the matter? Manager Zhang stammered. Qin Baobao is releasing an album. Wei Tong was stunned. And, Manager Zhang, the timing is exactly the same as Su Jiao's. The office instantly fell silent. Wei Tong, Manager Zhang. At the same time, at Tianfeng Entertainment Company, Qin Zhe sat beside the sound recordist and looked at his sister through the soundproof glass. Behind him, a few composers, singers, and a few company executives were all watching the show. The sound came through the equipment. While everyone was slightly intoxicated, they took the time to glance at the man who was deep in thought with his chin propped up. Xiao Qin was really a strange man. He wrote 5 new songs that were enough for Qin Baobao to release a single album. Including Love of a Lifetime, there were 6 songs in total. Without any warning, he suddenly contacted the marketing department this morning to publicize Qin Baobao's single on a large scale. They had originally planned to prepare for the concert first, but it was later postponed. No one knew the reason except for Qin Baobao and Qin Zhe. It was just a small revenge against Royal Entertainment Company. Qin Baobao was going to release an album, and it just so happened that the pillar of Royal Entertainment Company was also going to release an album, so they might as well bring it forward and compete with everyone. Qin Baobao came out after singing and humbly accepted Qin Zhe's criticism and opinions. The weather was getting hotter, so his sister only wore a long-sleeved shirt and a pair of dark-colored pencil pants. Her breasts were perky and her waist was slender, making her look spirited. The long-sleeved shirt was a little too big, but it couldn't hide her perky twin peaks. For many girls, they could wear shorts and miniskirts in summer to show off their long legs. But there was also a problem. The traces of their underwear would be exposed and attract obscure gazes. Hence, Qin Baobao would wear a loose long-sleeved or short-sleeved shirt when she went out. It wasn't midsummer yet, so Qin Zhe couldn't appreciate his sister's elegance in a pleated miniskirt for the time being. At this speed, it should be ready in a few days. Remember to nourish your throat and eat a light diet, Qin Zhe said as he handed over a bottle of water. And, can the album break the record this time? Qin Baobao drank a mouthful of water and was a little expectant. She was referring to the record of her previous digital album. It's hard to say, Qin Zhe said. If it can't break the record, it's also the result of your lack of careful preparation. You started too hastily. His sister snorted. Qin Zhe thought, it's really like that. It's not that I started too hastily. It's that I didn't choose the right song. There's not much time left for us. If we're slow, we won't be able to catch up with Su Jiao's album release, and we won't be able to take revenge, Qin Zhe said. Qin Zhe had written down the matter of paying the Internet Water Army to discredit A Journey to the West in his notebook. There were many similar methods of competition. It wasn't that righteous, but it was more justifiable to compete with the album. Later, we still have to poach their company's artists with potential, Qin Zhe said. And his sister nodded vigorously. She lowered her head to play with her phone and suddenly smiled. Look at Su Jiao's Weibo. Qin Zhe leaned over to take a look. She delayed the album's release date. Qin Baobao was shaking with laughter. Let's also delay it. We won't let them have an easy time, Qin Zhe said narrow-mindedly. Chapter 497. Not long after, Tianfeng's official Weibo also announced a new notice. Qin Baobao's new album was delayed and scheduled to be released on the day of Su Jiao's new album. The fans who saw the news didn't react at first, but through the overlapping comments and posts of the fans, they immediately understood. Qin Baobao and Su Jiao were going to fight? Thinking back carefully, they didn't seem to have any interactions, right? Although they were both singers, they had never worked together in terms of songs. All of Qin Baobao's songs were written by her younger brother, and they had never worked together in commercials or movies. Su Jiao was purely a singer. The fans were confused by the sudden fight between the two celebrities. At the same time, fans who supported both sides went to their Weibo to ask what was going on. I didn't find it strange when they released their new album at the same time and thought it was a coincidence. Su Jiao changed the date and Qin Baobao followed suit. They're clearly going against her. They don't have any interactions, right? I didn't hear about any grudges. Why are they fighting like this? Just fight. I'll definitely support Su Jiao. Who's afraid of Qin Baobao? Come on, upstairs. You're not afraid, but Su Jiao is. Didn't you see that she was so scared that she changed the date? To be honest, Su Jiao definitely can't beat Qin Bao Bao. The gossip between celebrities was the best way to attract the attention of onlookers. While the online comments were abuzz, the higher-ups of Royal Entertainment held a meeting under the chairmanship of General Manager Wei Tong. Tianfang is openly provoking us. What does Qin Zhe want to do? Arm wrestling with us? He's too much. He's developing too quickly, so he's being arrogant. There's no grudge between them. What's he after? Wei Tong glanced at that guy. Someone was shocked. Does he know that we're defaming Journey to the West? This is just a normal competition method. Just because of this? Although they said that many people knew that Qin Zhe's method was also a normal competition method, and it was more correct than theirs. It was just a bit of bullying, which made the management of Royal Entertainment very angry. He was clearly bullying them and wanted to release his album at the same time as your company's singer. The main content of the meeting was to discuss how to deal with this matter. Should they confront the Tianfang head-on or should they keep the peace? As for Su Jiao's new album, it didn't matter. No matter how famous an artist was, they would always be under the control of the entertainment company. Because of this, many artists went out to set up their own companies. Those who did better would invest in entertainment companies and become capitalists of the entertainment industry. However, such artists were only a minority. Most artists still had to rely on entertainment companies. Royal Entertainment was such a big company. Naturally, they couldn't swallow their anger. Moreover, they had long been unhappy with Tianfang's rapid expansion and snatching of resources. Several department managers expressed their indignation. Wei Tong said, "Then get the public relations department to get started immediately. Didn't Qin Bao Bao want to challenge us? Who didn't know Qin Zhe's name in the music industry? Since they are so arrogant, let's cooperate." His intention was very clear. He would pretend to be a bullied weakling and post a condemnation, arousing the sympathy of netizens for the weak and arousing the indignation of fans. Wei Tong added, "Also, get in touch with their artists and try to poach them. Look for those with potential. Isn't there Feng Rui who's in the limelight among the newcomers? Get in touch with the other B-listers too. We'll pay for the breach of contract." Poaching wasn't as simple as waving a hoe. There was no point in poaching some mediocre artists. After that, he said, "Oh right, get Su Jiao to post a tearful complaint on Weibo and fan the flames." The meeting ended quickly. On the other side, Su Jiao herself was panicking. She racked her brains for a long time. She didn't offend Qin Bao or Qin Zhe. She didn't have any interactions with the siblings. She did ask her manager to ask her for a song, but unfortunately, she didn't get a reply. There were too many singers who asked Qin Zhe for a song. She couldn't offend him just like that. But if she didn't offend him, why did he have to attack her? "Why am I so unlucky?" Su Jiao said gloomily when she came out of the recording studio. Her manager wanted to say something but stopped. "I didn't offend them, right? Why do they have to be in the same batch as me? Fine, fine, fine. Qin Bao Bao is a heavenly queen. Okay? Why must she trample on me to show off her prestige?" Su Jiao stomped her high heels twice. It wasn't easy to release a single album. Didn't singers rely on their reputation to earn money and fame? Then, advertising fees and commercial performance fees would also soar. Great. If she went on the shelves with Qin Bao Bao, she would be squeezed into a corner by her. It was certain that the album wouldn't sell well, but the key was the topic, reputation, and popularity. It would definitely be on Qin Bao Bao's side. It was already good enough for a singer to release 2 albums a year. Not everyone was Qin Zhe who could write premium songs whenever he wanted. The manager whispered, "I'm guessing it's because of Journey to the West." Su Jiao was taken aback. "What do you mean?" The manager said, "I heard the crew of Demon Subduing Records talking a while ago. When the first Journey to the West was released, wasn't there a sea of criticism online?" Her voice lowered even more. "Our company hired a water army to lead the momentum." The corner of Su Jiao's mouth twitched. The manager nodded. "Our circle isn't that big. The higher up you go, the smaller the circle. There are only that few people and that few companies. If Tianfang's side really wants to ask, they'll definitely be able to get an answer. Otherwise, Why would they go on the shelves at the same time as you when you don't have any interactions or grudges with them? Su Jiao was speechless for a while. There's such a thing? Fine, they're taking revenge on me? As she spoke, the manager received a call from Su Jiao's assistant. After putting down the phone, her expression was a little ugly. Su Jiao asked, "What's the matter?" The manager said, "The company wants you to post on Weibo to complain." Su Jiao, "Are they asking me to have a public catfight with Qin Baobao?" The manager was experienced and said, "Think on the bright side. This isn't a bad thing. It's a good opportunity to stir up popularity. Who knows, there might even be an unexpected surprise." Su Jiao's face darkened. "What's there to be happy about? If others compare me to Qin Baobao's album, wouldn't I lose all my face?" No matter how unwilling she was, there was nothing she could do. Thus, a few minutes later, she posted on Weibo. The general meaning was to ask Qin Baobao to be magnanimous and that it wasn't easy for her to release an album. Qin Baobao ignored her and didn't reply. But the matter had clearly escalated, and the online media smelled the scent of gossip. Articles after articles came out in a frenzy. Hard to find a rival in the music industry, Qin Baobao's ego swelled. Unexpected disaster? Su Jiao and Qin Zhe's unspeakable secret. The entertainment industry enters the era of Qin Zhe's rule? Arrogant and conceited. Qin Baobao addicted to trampling on people. The goddess turns out to not be a goddess. Su Jiao's fans rushed to Qin Baobao's Weibo and hurled all kinds of abuse. Naturally, there were signs of the water army among them. But Qin Baobao and Qin Zhe had too many fans, and both sides were busy arguing. Neutral netizens generally sympathized with Su Jiao. There were many catfights in the entertainment industry, but this time, Qin Baobao seemed to be arguing without reason. To show off her power? Like to trample on people? Do you think you're invincible? Ridiculous, no matter how powerful you are, it's still the fans who buy it. If no one cares about you, can you be popular? Be careful, don't be arrogant. It's hard to build up a good reputation. Qin Baobao indeed likes to trample on people. She was like this in her last album. Yes, during I Am a Singer. Wasn't Su Lu trampled on by her? She's just like that. Many such Weibo comments were screenshotted and then compiled into articles that were pushed and spread by major apps. And the two protagonists of this incident, Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao, were practicing in the dance studio at this time. The one practicing was his sister, and Qin Zhe was playing the role of a spectator. He sat by the floor-to-ceiling window, and the sunlight sprinkled on him and the warm-colored elm floor. He was as beautiful as a silent sculpture. Qin Zhe looked at his sister's dancing posture in a daze. At first, he came to admire his sister's figure. He saw her wearing a tight-fitting dance costume and dancing in the spacious room. Occasionally, she would squat down to show off her round buttocks. Occasionally, she would cross her legs to show off her long, slender, and smooth legs. Her hair was tied into a bun, revealing her delicate face and white forehead. Qin Ali, stop dancing. Come and drink some water. Qin Zhe called his sister. Qin Baobao swayed her small waist, took the water, and drank it. The sunlight through the mineral water bottle refracted a wave-like halo, flashing on her sharp chin and slender neck. There were no chairs around, and the other chairs were a little far away. Qin Baobao sat sideways on her brother's lap, put one hand around his neck, and said with an aggrieved expression, "Whoa, people on the internet are scolding me. I'll punch them one by one." Qin Zhe said with disgust, "You're sweating. Don't sit on me." Qin Baobao twisted her waist provocatively. "Half of the people scolding you online are the ghostwriters." Qin Zhe said, "You're pretending to be pitiful. You're different now from when you were in Singer. Those who scolded you back then were really scolding you. Now, you don't have to post on Weibo, your fans can block those ghostwriters. But it doesn't feel good to be scolded. We should buy ghostwriters to fight back." Qin Baobao said coquettishly. Qin Zhe noticed a phenomenon. Since the day his sister rubbed his back, she became more and more like an older sister. In the past, she could at least pretend, but now she couldn't even be bothered to pretend. She liked to speak in a coquettish voice. Qin Zhe was about to say something when the plain-looking assistant pushed the door open and came in. When he saw the scene in the dance room, he was stunned. Under the bright sunlight, the two people's faces were blurry due to the backlight. The man with a tall and straight figure and the curvy young woman. Such an intimate posture should have been very beautiful. Chapter 498. For a moment, the ordinary-looking assistant thought that they were a couple. With their calm and meaningful smiles, harmonious and peaceful atmosphere, and casual yet warm expressions, they should be a perfect couple. But in fact, they were a pair of siblings. Saying that they were a couple wasn't correct. They should be a pair of 20-year-old bone therapy patients. The ordinary-looking assistant thought that there was nothing wrong with them even if they were a couple. But as soon as this thought appeared, he spat on himself in his heart. My 3 views are too wrong. I need to reflect and criticize. Qin Baobao stood up without batting an eyelid and said indifferently, "What's the matter?" This was a dance studio, not an office, so she couldn't reprimand the assistant for entering without knocking. The last one who came in without knocking had already been taught by Qin Zhe to be very obedient. Her manager, Li Yanhong. The assistant was used to their daily bickering, so he didn't dare to think too much and walked over quickly. "I've already contacted Su Jiao. She didn't agree." Qin Zhe smiled and said, "All right, you can leave now." The assistant immediately excused himself. Qin Baobao sat back on her brother's lap with peace of mind and frowned. "Forget it. It's up to you whether you want to come or not." Qin Zhe said, "It's normal to have concerns. She's probably a bit unconvinced and wants to fight it out with you. Let's talk about this another day." Qin Baobao snorted. "When Sister's album comes out, she'll definitely be crushed." Qin Zhe had an idea. "I have a song here. Listen to it. If you like it, we can record it in the album." Qin Baobao was in high spirits. "Okay." Qin Zhe took a deep breath. "Brother, your hometown has 400 caddies of duck for sale. Are you taking it for free?" "Yes, yes, 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 yes. I'm going to do it. Sister, 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 sister. I'm going to pay the bill." Qin Baobao. Qin Zhe said, "How about it?" Qin Baobao. "What the hell, are you kidding me?" Qin Baobao sat down hard and rolled her eyes. "You're crazy." He frowned and pushed his sisters but a few times. "Don't always sit on me. It's not good for others to see." Qin Baobao pursed her lips and said, "Hasn't it always been like this?" That was true. Many people saw him and his sister messing around in the company, so no one found it strange. Or rather, they were already used to it. However, he felt that something was amiss. Qin Zhe immediately reacted. "Stop fooling around. It's not like that. Don't always sit on me in the future." Those intimate actions in the past were based on the premise that they were fooling around. For example, Qin Baobao sat on him, pinched his face, chopped his head, and so on. If outsiders saw them, they would only think that they were childish and playful. But now that they were sitting quietly on his lap, it was very ambiguous. He couldn't do this. He had to control himself in the future. Once or twice was fine, but if it happened too many times, it would be bad for his sister's reputation. Qin Zhe straightened his sister's body and pointed at his face. "Look at my serious expression." Qin Baobao blinked. Qin Zhe said, "We have to keep a distance in the future. Don't hang on me for no reason, at least not in the company." Qin Baobao's face darkened for a moment. Then, she pretended to be teary and said sadly, "Guzzi, is my sister's body no longer attractive to you?" Qin Zhe thought about it seriously and nodded. "Yes, it's no longer attractive to me." Qin Baobao. The little sister was so angry that her chest heaved up and down. She bumped her head against Qin Zhe's head. She killed 800 enemies but lost 1,000 of her own. She covered her forehead and complained tearfully, "You weren't like this that day. You kissed, hugged, and touched me. Are you going to deny it after eating?" Qin Zhe. "Sister, your lines are terrible." Qin Baobao leaned over and pressed her forehead against his. The two faces were so close that they could see the light fluff on each other's faces. She narrowed her eyes and gritted her teeth. Is it Wang Zijin's body that makes you more excited? Qin Zhe said, if you say I'm excited, then no. If you're talking about cock movement, then yes. Qin Bao, what's the difference? Qin Zhe, there's no difference. The only difference is that I regard Xinhua Dictionary as a forbidden book, and you just regard Xinhua Dictionary as a dictionary. This is the gap between us, sister. Qin Bao thought about it, but her clever brain was not enough. Don't change the subject. Tell me, is it Wang Zijin's body that makes you more excited? Actually, I've touched Sister Xine's body all over. I'm just short of rubbing myself against her. Qin Zhe sighed and shook his head. Qin Bao did not give up. Then, Suyu's body makes you more excited? It was not that he was excited, but he was indulging in it. Qin Zhe sighed and shook his head again. Qin Bao said, what about Li Wei? Qin Zhe said angrily, what does it have to do with her? I'm not familiar with her. Don't suspect that I'm having an affair with her because of a beautiful woman. Am I that kind of person? Qin Bao was instantly alert. Qin what? Qin Zhe wanted to say that if a delicate and cute little girl like Chen Qingyuan pursued him, he would not care. But he did not want to say it. If he said it, his sister would have another imaginary enemy. Moreover, his sister was needed, and girls were dispensable. Siscon people were all immoral. Well, immoral. Let's not talk about such trivial matters, Qin Zhe said. Oh, you also know it's immoral. You still remember it so clearly. Qin Bao said. His sister said angrily, don't think I don't know. During the bloody battle at Shanghai Beach, you filmed a kissing scene with her, and you didn't use a stunt double. Qin Zhe was shocked. How did you know? She said it herself. She said it several times. Oh, I filmed a kissing scene with CEO Qin. CEO Qin usually doesn't do kissing scenes with actresses. Qin Bao rolled her eyes and said, he always tells those actresses and models these things. Qin Zhe was speechless. Qin Bao sighed and said, Ah Zhe, I know your heart is in turmoil, but it must be hard. There are so many girls in the company, and so many of them are willing to roll in the sheets with you. But it's not enough for me to be your sister, and I want to be your mother. I have to control you over everything. Even your assistant is an average-looking one. Aze, do you have a problem with me? Her acting skills were really off the charts. Her seductive face forced her to act like a loving mother. Qin Zhe shook his head. No problem, no problem. Was the assistant's name average-looking? His sister said seriously, in the past, I was afraid that you would be pestered by your girlfriend and not be in the mood to work hard. But who knew that you would suddenly become rich and have a net worth of billions? You have to be more careful. Those flirtatious B***cheese outside only know how to covet our A's. They want your money, not your person. So you have to be careful. Don't marry a bad woman and take half of your assets. I'm doing this for your own good. Are you touched? Qin Zhe said, I don't dare to move. Qin Bao raised her eyebrows. Not touched? Qin Zhe said, I'm touched, I'm touched. He thought for a while and felt unconvinced. Sister, it's not like you have to marry a wife. You can date first. Try the model. Qin Bao sneered. You little B***starred, you still haven't given up. If this was in ancient times, would you want to have 3 wives and 4 concubines? 3 palaces and 6 courtyards and 72 concubines? Living in a monogamous society, it's really hard on you. Qin Zhe said, it's not hard. Monogamy, one wife, there's nothing wrong with it. In response, his sister gave him a strong hand. I'm too lazy to talk to you. I'm going out to inform the public relations department to do something. Qin Zhe had long been used to his sister's inexplicable jealousy. He was not a veteran in the field of flowers, nor had he eaten a wildflower young woman's wife. He had only eaten Suyu, this good woman. He felt that he usually kept a good distance from the company's female artists. His sister was completely unreasonable. That night, Tianfeng's water army finally entered the scene. First, There was a big shot on Weibo who exposed that Royal Entertainment's little tricks during the screening of A Journey to the West attracted Tian Feng's revenge. Some people who pretend to be weak should save it. They know what they're doing. Previously, I heard someone in the industry say that Royal Entertainment frantically hired water armies to smear A Journey to the West one during its screening. The effect was also very obvious. During that time, The Exorcist's box office was the #1 domestically and the overall box office was #3. Now, Qin Baobao has made it clear that she wants to fight with Su Jiao. Why is she finding trouble with you for no reason? Because Su Jiao is an artist under Royal Entertainment. Then, similar articles emerged endlessly from all the major apps and online news portals. The same online media had just criticized Qin Baobao for being arrogant and suppressing the seniors in the music industry. Then, they criticized Royal Entertainment for being evil and attracting revenge. Behind Qin Baobao's angry attack on Su Jiao, A Journey to the West's box office smeared by Water Army in the early stages. From box office to albums, the war between two companies, just like that. The heat rose again. Public opinion started to support Qin Baobao and Qin Zhe. The two's fans were even more abusive. No wonder when A Journey to the West was released, there was an overwhelming amount of criticism. I found it strange. Even if the plot wasn't very good, the special effects were undeniable, right? Completely crushed the domestic market, so why were there so many criticisms? So it was Royal Entertainment who hired water armies to smear their reputation. That's true. There was indeed a lot of criticism during that time. Inexplicably, even I followed the trend and scolded for several days. Facepalm. An eye for an eye, huh? Support Qin Baobao. Attack her. I've been waiting for the album to hit the shelves, and Qin Baobao's second album is finally here. The people who have been scolding Qin Baobao on Weibo these past few days are all water armies. I've always disliked water armies. Go, go, go. Let's go scold people on Su Jiao's Weibo. Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao's fans added together were several times that of Su Jiao's. In addition, they liked to watch a lively scene and instantly occupied Su Jiao's Weibo. Qin Baobao's fans. Yo, you're so aggrieved. Continue to pretend to be pitiful. Qin Zhe's fans. Get lost. You were shameless first, yet you're still putting on an act. Onlookers. We'll just watch and not say anything. Su Jiao's fans. Then our Jiao Jiao is also an innocent bystander. Royal Entertainment Recording Studio. Su Jiao, who had just come out, took a break and drank some water. She opened Weibo and took a look. It was still a sea of scolding, and her temples suddenly throbbed. She gritted her teeth and said, "There's no end to the scolding." She was different from female celebrities who didn't have any acting skills. After becoming famous for a few years, she had experienced small storms but not big storms. She hadn't suffered much online violence. She wasn't as big-hearted as those female celebrities who were used to being scolded. The assistant beside her said, "Why don't you turn off the Weibo reply function?" Her manager agreed. Practice your songs well and compete with Qin Baobao. Chapter 499. The assistant said, "Sister Su, why don't you turn off the comments section on Weibo?" The manager agreed. Ignore the trolls online, there's no need for that. Just turn it off and practice your songs for the next few days. I don't believe that Qin Baobao can continue to be the king. Su Jiao looked hesitant. Will it work? The manager encouraged her. Why not? Where's your usual confidence? You're very talented in music, and you've won a championship before. After singing for so many years, don't tell me you don't even have this bit of confidence? Yes, Qin Zhe is good at writing songs and Qin Baobao has a good voice, but in terms of singing, you don't lose to her. Oh, only Qin Zhe can write songs in this world. No matter how good he is, he's still human. It's impossible for him to write all the best songs in the capital. 2 of the songs you've prepared are very good, so it won't be a problem for you to compete with Qin Baobao. The assistant said, but Qin Zhe's songs are indeed all the best in the capital. The manager said angrily, Are you called asterisk 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 asterisk? The assistant said weakly, I'm not. The manager said, If you're not talking nonsense, Change your name and come again. The assistant had the lowest status, so she didn't say anything. Su Jiao had the pride of being a popular singer. Although Qin Zhe's legend was widely spread, the more it was like this, the more she wanted to experience it. These few days, she was infuriated by their fans. Although she was a little worried, she wanted to compete with Qin Baobao even more. What if Qin Zhe ran out of inspiration? What if her two excellent songs became popular? What if I accidentally killed a god to prove my Tao? Su Jiao said, "All right, we'll compete with Qin Baobao. Let's see who's afraid of who." Every year, there was a major event in the entertainment industry, and it always revolved around the word cheating. A celebrity's cheating was probably the biggest entertainment event, and it was also the topic that the public loved to talk about the most. Thinking about it carefully, every major event that shocked the entertainment industry was basically cheating. Every celebrity who cheated would fall from heaven to hell, and it would be difficult for them to make a comeback. July was the same as the previous 6 months. There was no such major event. The hottest topic in July was not the rumored girlfriend of some heavenly king or the release of some movie, but Qin Baobao's new album. Related topics: Journey to the West's box office discredited, Qin Baobao and Su Jiao's album competition. Not long after, the two of them released their respective MVs for the title songs. After discussing with his sister, Qin Zhe chose Love of a Lifetime as the title song. This song is very popular and has an excellent reputation, but the songs on the online charts are all cut from the movie. That is to say, the version circulating on the internet is not the complete version. Regarding this, the fans were full of complaints. Originally, they wanted to sell the online copyright of this song after the movie ended, but after encountering Su Jiao's matter, the siblings discussed it and put Love of a Lifetime on their single album. Another point was to save trouble. The MV for Love of a Lifetime was too easy to make. After editing the touching scene of Journey to the West, it was definitely one of the best MVs of the year. This was not bragging. Once the MV for the title song was released, it received great praise and reached more than 30 million views on the same day. The complete version is finally out. This song must be paired with the MV. I feel sad every time I listen to it. This song is poisonous. After watching the MV, I want to watch the movie again. I love this song so much. Just for this song, I want to buy Qin Baobao's single album. After Qin Baobao watched the MV again, her eyes were red and she looked like she was about to cry again. Qin Zhe knew from a young age that the women around him all had different personalities. Sister Ziwei was more rational and would definitely not cry because of a movie or a novel. Teddy Sue was more stubborn. Other than a few times when she couldn't hold back her tears because of their parents' matter, Qin Zhe had never seen her cry. Journey to the West was actually not too bad as she wasn't too immersed in the movie. The one that was truly immersed in the movie was If I Become Memories. His sister cried every time she watched that movie. It was normal for Love of a Lifetime to receive great praise. What was surprising was that Su Jiao's MV for the title song also received a good response. Its popularity was only slightly inferior to Love of a Lifetime. This shocked Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao. Qin Zhe immediately felt relieved. He wasn't the only one who could write songs in this world. There were still many amazing people, but good songs required time. It was impossible to write songs as frequently as he did, and every song was of the highest quality or above. In that case, it was normal to come across a few good quality songs. It was all the system's fault for being so low. It didn't know the system's compulsory monkey's wisdom subtraction method, nor did it know how to reduce dimensions. If he could reduce this world's entertainment industry to the level of 10 or 20 years ago, then he, Qin Zhe, wouldn't have the humiliating title of fast shooter. He would at least be the fast shooter god. Wouldn't it be easy to become a big shot in the entertainment industry? Ha ha! The system's disdainful laughter seemed to echo in his mind, but it quickly disappeared. System? System, is that you? Qin Zhe asked. The system doesn't want to talk to you and threw a Qin Baobao at you, the system said. The office door was pushed open. His sister, who usually practiced dance and fitness, had just come back. She had just finished showering, so her hair was damp and her face was flushed. So fast, Qin Zhe said. His sister had only practiced for half an hour. Normally, she would exercise for 1.5 hours a day. The newcomer needs training, so I gave up the dance studio, Qin Bao said. Tianfang only had one dance studio. It was originally an office area. Since Nanman Pei's era, Tianfang had transformed it into a dance studio. Now, Tianfang had bought the entire floor of offices. But compared to the old seniors in the Xingyi dynasty who had their own office buildings, it was still lacking. Qin Zhe had thought of buying an office building. Based on the location here, a 50-story office building would cost less than 10 billion. Tianfang definitely had the funds. A few years ago, Big Boss Li of Hong Kong withdrew his investment and sold the 2 office buildings in Lujiazui to the China Bank for about 20 billion. The problem was that Tianfang didn't have many employees. 2 floors were enough. It wasn't worth it to spend a huge sum of money on an office building. Go to the recording studio? Qin Zhe asked. His sister nodded. The recording studio. Can't help but become a stubborn fish, swimming against the current alone to the end. The vow I made when I was young. The silence of the deep sea. How do you feel? Qin Zhe tossed a cigarette to the sound recordist. Because it was still in the practice stage, he treated it more casually. The sound recordist was flattered and caught the cigarette. He couldn't bear to smoke it. Qin Zhe tossed a very ordinary cigarette to him. It wasn't enough. 20 yuan for a pack. Qin Zhe's lifestyle was more simple. He didn't chase after luxury goods. After he became rich, he only wore more exquisite clothes. He didn't play with cars, antiques, yachts, or cigars. He didn't play golf or climb mountains like those rich people who flaunted their wealth. He didn't touch alcohol. When he smoked in university, he felt that smoking would make a man feel older. He really got addicted to smoking when he was in the stock market. That was definitely the time in his life when he posted pictures of feces on the wall. He couldn't wait to post pictures of feces on the wall and then shout, "I quit. I want to be a salted fish." He slept for 4 hours every night. Other than that, he did mathematical modeling, studied stocks, and crammed his knowledge. Only cigarettes were his companions during the long nights. Now, under his sister's restraint, he gradually quit smoking. He kept a pack of cheap cigarettes in his pocket. When the addiction kicked in, he would smoke one. The more you listen to it, the better it sounds, the sound engineer said. It's really good. It's like tea. If you can slowly taste it, then it's good tea. Some songs that are amazing at first listen are actually mostly songs that people drool over. After a long time, it's easy to forget, Qin Zhe said. The sound engineer didn't understand, but it was awesome. Boss Qin, I'm just a sound engineer with a salary of a few 100,000 yuan. You don't have to tell me this. The singing in the studio stopped. After a few minutes of rest, they entered the next song. I once loved such a man. He said I was the most beautiful woman in the world. I kept my innocence for him. I closed the door to love others. Even though it wasn't the first time he heard this song, he was still stunned by the ethereal and gentle voice at the beginning. The sound engineer couldn't help but sit up straight. Qin Baobao's voice was really King good. Could stir people's hearts. Qin Zhe was slightly dazed. This song was actually quite good. It brought a little imagination into the song. Coupled with the gentle and slightly sad voice, it was very chewy. But this wasn't the reason why he chose this song. It was purely because he heard the first few lyrics that touched him a lot. I kept my innocence for him. I closed the door to love others. Qin Zhe prepared a total of 4 songs for his sister this time. Silence. Perfume is poisonous. In my voice. When you're old. Plus Love of a Lifetime. There were 5 songs. Qin Baobao's musical talent was good. She learned songs relatively quickly. When she saw the song list, she was relieved. She was afraid that her brother would give her a few Cantonese songs. These songs weren't particularly amazing, but they were all long-lasting and wouldn't be easily eliminated by the market. Plus, Love of a Lifetime was the finale. There was absolutely no problem with the quality. After the 4 songs, Qin Baobao came out of the recording studio. Do you want to try? His sister suddenly asked. Try what? Qin Zhe sat and looked up at her. I just suddenly thought of it. Do you want to add a song for me to sing? His sister asked with a smile. It's your album. Is it appropriate for me to sneak in? Qin Zhe hesitated. Anyway, we have a chorus, and we're one, so it's not a problem. It's more appropriate to change 1, 2 on the same boat, Qin Zhe said. He pondered for a moment and was itching to try. He nodded. Okay. Then I'll sing one. Qin Zhe opened the point store and searched for a song he liked, Dusk. At this time, Su Jiao was also working hard in the recording studio at Royal Entertainment. Unlike her previous worries, she was now full of fighting spirit. The response of the title song was very good online. In fact, she had some confidence in her heart because there was a high-quality song in this single album. The other songs were also of good quality. They were definitely not popular songs. The songs for her were written by 2 well-known songwriters. She started preparing for this album in the second half of last year. It had been almost a year. See, the popularity of your title song doesn't lose to Love of a Lifetime at all. This is your strength. Qin Baobao and the others don't have a new title song, which means that they don't have a better song than Love of a Lifetime. In other words, the quality of this album isn't as good as we thought. Maybe we can win. That was what her manager and assistant said. Su Jiao was also smug. Maybe I can kill a god and prove my Dao. Even if I can't beat Qin Baobao, the difference won't be too big. That's still a gain. The industry had exaggerated Qin Baobao and his brother, but it wasn't difficult to contend with them. Su Jiao couldn't help but look forward to the album's release. In the recording studio, her singing inexplicably became lighter. Chapter 500. Near the end of work, Wang Zijin raised her head from a pile of documents and rubbed her swollen temples. Her eyes were tired. Managing a company was not easy. Although Wang Zijin boasted that she was smarter than Qin Baobao and Su Yu, there was no business option in her life plan. She chose the Chinese department of Peking University. Her grandfather trained her as a writer since she was a child. She couldn't be like Qin Zhe. She didn't even have the opportunity to learn step by step. Purple crystal fell from the sky, directly became the CEO, married a little red guy. This was not there for the time being. Cross it out. But tired, Wang Zijin enjoyed it. She regarded Purple Crystal as her and Qin Zhe's future, and worked hard to manage it. The greater the influence of Amethyst, the higher her status would be. Yingying Guai's entertainment company was just like that. She was taking the internet technology route. This road was definitely a brilliant road. Wang Zijin's strategic vision was better than Su Yu's. Su Yu's vision was limited to the business world, while her vision was focused on the direction of policy. One day, she could punch Yingying Guai and step on Su Teddy. If Nan Manpei's big-breasted wife also wanted to interfere, Wang Liangchen Zijin didn't mind accompanying her to the end. Wang Zijin's secretary walked into the office with a package in her arms. President Wang, your express delivery. Express delivery? Wang Zijin didn't remember when she had bought things online. She took the express delivery blankly. She looked at the address and the recipient. Yes, it was indeed sent to her. Wang Zijin took out a pen from the pen holder, poked a hole in the tape, and then cut it open. She opened it and looked at it. She quickly closed it and said lightly, "You go out first." The secretary nodded and turned away. After the secretary left, Wang Zijin got up and closed the office door. She returned to the table and looked at the express delivery package with a strange expression. She took a deep breath and opened it again. Wang Zijin looked at the things in the package, and the corner of her mouth couldn't help but twitch. On the surface was a pair of handcuffs. They were made of aluminum and not steel. At first glance, they looked exactly the same as real handcuffs. Wang Zijin was speechless. "Utensil, don't think I don't know what this is." If he said it out loud, it would scare him to death. Wang Zijin sat at the table, resting her chin on one hand and tapping the table with the other. Who sent these things? An acquaintance? Strangers? If it was an acquaintance, the first person who would do this was Su Teddy. Wang Zijin had always judged Su Yu with the worst malice because they were competitors. The other competitor, Maggot Bao Bao, was eliminated. It wasn't that Wang Zijin looked down on her. That's right, she looked down on her. Maggot Bao Bao probably didn't even know the names of these things. If it was a stranger, what was his intention? Harass me? The appearance of all the employees in the company flashed through Wang Zijin's mind. She heard that the programming ape was the same kind of animal as the greasy otaku. Could it be their prank? Or even more sinister, using this kind of thing to molest me in disguise? As a clean and honest virgin, the daughter of a rich family, even if the little pervert tried his best, he still couldn't open the door for a long time. She was naturally furious to be sent such a disgusting thing out of the blue. She couldn't figure it out. Wang Zijin grabbed the landline on the table and called the property management. Express delivery was handled by the property management of the office building. If you contacted the express delivery yourself, the courier couldn't come in. After Wang Zijin asked and waited for a few minutes, the other side quickly replied that the express was sent from Beijing. This result made her stunned. If it was from Beijing, the number one suspect, there were a lot of unruly young masters in her circle of friends, but no one dared to send her this kind of thing. Zhao Taizhu. Wang Zijin dialed the phone. Sister Ziwei, it's rare to call your little henchman. I miss you so much. Zhao Taizhu said with a cheeky voice. Hee hee. Wang Zijin said gloomily. Damn Zhao Taizhu, how do you want to die? Huh? I don't want to die. Zhao Taizhu was at a loss. Wang Zijin went straight to the point. Did you send me a express delivery? Zhao Tiezhu's voice suddenly became obscene. You received it? Are you satisfied? Wang Zijin gritted her teeth. Yes, very satisfied. Don't worry. When I get the 40-meter broadsword back to Beijing, I promise to let you run 39 meters first. Zhao Taizhu, this son of a bitch, the older he got, the more flirtatious he became. He even dared to flirt with his sister. No, Sister Ziwei. What do you mean? Zhao Taizhu said in an aggrieved and confused tone. Those things are all good and of good quality. I'll spit a mouthful of menstrual juice at you. Who gave you the courage to send me such things? Is it because I didn't kill you last time and you're itching for a beating? Do you want to taste the taste of despair? Qin Zhe gave me the courage. Ah! Wang Zijin's anger was instantly extinguished. She frowned and said, Tell me clearly. It's a long story. Sister Ziwei, don't panic. Listen to me. Zhao Taizhu said, Last time, I was discussing the academic aspects of men with him. After we reached a happy consensus in the field of uniforms, we talked about the field of happiness buffs. Qin Zhe doesn't know anything about this field. After listening to my teachings, he yearned for it and said that he wanted to see a wider sky. So I sent it to him. Wang Zijin looked at the happiness buff and gritted her teeth. Then why did you send it to me? Zhao Taizhu laughed and said, This thing, trust me, is a magical tool to strengthen your relationship. Qin Zhe is now a big shot. There are many women who want to throw themselves at him. Don't you feel any pressure at all from those flirtatious sluts outside? Run, Zijin. Take the happiness buff with you. Wang Zijin scolded. Get lost. Qin Zhe and I haven't done that yet. What? Zhao Taizhu said in an incredulous tone. You two have met each other's parents, and you haven't done that yet? Are you kidding me? Is it strange? Zhao Taizhu didn't say anything. Of course it's strange. We live in the same era, not in the Republic of China, right? Moreover, Zhao Taizhu felt that with his intuition as a man, Qin Zhe didn't seem like an inexperienced virgin. Either Wang Zijin was shy and lying, or she. Zhao Taizhu said carefully, Sister Ziwei, why don't you look in the mirror? Wang Zijin, what do you mean? Zhao Taizhu, look at the color of your hair? Wang Zijin, get lost. Zhao Taizhu said, I'm not trying to drive a wedge between you two, but Qin Zhe really doesn't seem like a virgin who hasn't slept with a woman. You should be more careful. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Wang Zijin tilted her head, clamped the phone between her neck, and freed her hands to hurriedly tidy up the happiness buff on the table. She threw it on the ground and kicked it under the table. I have something to do here. I'm hanging up. She hung up the phone and said without changing her expression, Come in. The secretary opened the door and came in. President Wang, it's time to get off work. Are you working overtime today? What's wrong? Wang Zijin looked at the secretary. Wasn't it normal to work overtime in the IT industry? If you didn't want to work overtime, why would you be a programmer? The difference between a programmer and a greasy otaku was that one was in the company and the other was at home. However, a programmer's salary was very high, while a greasy otaku was living off his parents. Wang Zijin thought that if she had a son in the future and he became a programmer in the future, she would definitely beat him to death. The secretary said with a wry expression, "Just now, several team leaders contacted me and asked if they could not work overtime today. They wanted to go home and wait for Qin Baobao's album to be released." Wang Zijin said angrily, "Can't it be the same in the company?" The secretary felt a chill in her heart for the programmers. Listening to President Wang's words, she wanted the programmers to work overtime until 12 o'clock? Maybe they feel too tired to work overtime and are not in the mood to stay up late to watch the album. The secretary argued. Wang Zijin's heart moved. "Okay, then we won't work overtime. Let's go when it's time." The secretary got the approval and went out to inform her. Wang Zijin looked down at the box of express delivery. It was not good to carry it out. Although others could not see it, she always felt strange. After work, she stayed in the office for half an hour to make sure that all the employees had left. Then she packed up and got off work. She put the box of happiness buffs in her travel bag and carried it out. After leaving the company, she went to the underground parking lot to pick up the car, Qin Baobao's little red pony. Qin Baobao rarely drove this little red pony. She threw the car key to Wang Zijin. It was now Wang Zijin's car. Chapter 501. The little red horse moved slowly with the traffic flow, driving and stopping, and finally got on the overpass. Even on the overpass, the speed was not fast, and it kept between 30 and 40 yards. The car drove into the an overpass, and stopped completely. Wang Zijin opened the navigation and looked at it. There was a traffic jam ahead, about 3 or 4 miles away, and the route on the navigation was bright red. She was not in a hurry. There was a daily traffic jam. Anyway, she was used to it. In places like Shanghai and Beijing, it would be strange if there was no traffic jam in the evening rush hour. Wang Zijin held the steering wheel. Her fingers tapped gently, and Zhao Tieju's words appeared in her mind. Qin Zhe is not like a virgin who has never slept with a woman. It's terrible to think about it. Wang Zijin has always been a smart woman. She can see through the abnormal feelings of Ying Monster and the little red guy, which is enough to explain it. Roll in the sheets? With whom? Ying Guai had said that Qin Zhe had never had a serious girlfriend since he was a child. The only time was when he was in his 2nd year of university. He had hooked up with a little cabbage, but she had ruined it. That day, the sun was shining, and the white clouds were leisurely. Ying Monster dressed up carefully. She rarely put on makeup. Her eyebrows were light, and her lips were red. When the pretty little girl appeared, she hugged Qin Zhe's arm and said sweetly, "Husband, this is the coquettish bitch you hooked up with outside. She is not so good." At that time, Wang Zijin had just come to Shanghai, and they slept on the same bed. Ying Monster did not notice it. When she said this, her face was full of pride. The pride of the wife who defeated the mistress. At that time, Wang Zijin's heart was a little strange. This should not be the expression that everyone should have. Moreover, thinking about it, this matter was actually very outrageous. As long as Qin Zhe caught up with her to explain a few words, he could say that the pretty girl covered her ears and said that she did not want to listen to the tortoises chanting. If he explained strongly, it could still be explained. But the little red guy did not explain. It was terrible, right? It was terrible to think about it. The little cabbage that he just hooked up with, pass. Wang Zijin's mind inexplicably flashed Su Yu's beautiful and refined face. Could it be her? She didn't suspect Nan Man Pei. Although Nan Man Pei's temperament and appearance were impeccable, Qin Zhe and Nan Man Pei hadn't spent much time together. Su Yu was different. Su Yu shamelessly came to the Qin family for dinner. He even wanted to freeload on the New Year's Eve dinner. Everyone knew Sima Zhao's intention. Yu herself did not hide her covetousness for Qinze. She was Wang Zijin's most annoying competitor at present. It used to be a crying monster, but between the crying monster and the little red guy, it belonged to the sibling mutual control, and it was destined to have no result. Yu is different. Maybe if she doesn't pay attention, the little red guy will be robbed by her. The little red guy's attitude towards Teddy Sue was also very strange. If he didn't like her, why did he let her pester him? It was worth pondering whether the little pervert was a man who liked to flirt with women. Could it be that they had already done it long ago? It didn't feel right. With Suyu's character, if this was the case, she would have run in front of her to show off. Qinze is my man. Get out of here. Suyu would definitely do it. Wang Zijin actually didn't know that Suyu's appearance was a goddess. But in this love, she loved very humbly and carefully. It's not that she didn't want to, but she was afraid to force Qinze to make a choice. The person who was abandoned was her. She had always been the one who was abandoned, whether it was her father or her mother. Could also be a big treasure. Wang Zijin thought. The little red guy was 24 years old. It was the age when men's needs were the strongest. In the words of the internet, the cock was hard. In the absence of a girlfriend, it seemed reasonable to go to a big treasure once. The crying monster vowed that A's would not go to such a place. However, Wang Zijin felt that Ying was a stupid woman. She had never seen a woman who was so easy to coax. She was all smiles with just a few words. Even if the little red guy sent a big treasure once a week, the crying monster probably didn't know. But would the little red guy really go to such a place? Wang Zijin didn't quite believe it. But in fact, going to that kind of place was the best situation. If her boyfriend went to a big treasure, she would definitely be annoyed. Compared with him cheating with other women, the big treasure was simply negligible. With a woman's sixth sense, she felt that it might be Suyu, but it didn't make sense. The big treasure, with her understanding of Qinze, she couldn't be sure. There was another possibility that Zhao Taizhu thought too much. She definitely wouldn't sow discord. She trusted the man she trained herself. What was Zhao Tieju's judgment standard? Was it flowery? If that was the case, the little red guy was innocent. He had always been the king of all mouths. Not only did he flowery to her, but he also often flowery to his sister. According to this logic, he couldn't have sex with the crying monster. What a joke. Wang Zijin couldn't figure it out no matter how much she thought about it. DDD. The harsh sound of the flute interrupted Wang Zijin's scattered thoughts and startled her. The road was clear, and the car in front had gone a long way. Damn your noise. No honking is allowed in the city. Wang Zijin lowered the window and scolded. She stepped on the accelerator and the car started. It was already 7:40 when they got home. They left the company at 6:30. The road was more than 10 kilometers, and they drove for more than an hour. Wang Zijin grew up in the capital. She couldn't get used to the fast pace of life and the big city life where traffic jams made her upset. Her biggest dream was to wander around the world with her beloved one day. The four seas were her home, and she could step on the great rivers and mountains of the motherland with her legs, or find a quiet place to live, facing the sea and the spring flowers. Well, she knew that she was a hipster. Wang Zijin returned home. In the magnificent living room, the crystal chandelier was on, but there was no one in the living room. There was a strong fragrance in the air. She changed into slippers and entered the house. She looked around and saw Qinze standing outside the balcony, holding a blue bra in his hand and staring at it. Qinze looked upset and depressed. He was holding half a cigarette between his fingers. When he was collecting the clothes, he was holding the cigarette in his mouth and accidentally burned a hole in his sister's bra. He remembered that he bought this bra with his sister. It seemed to cost a few thousand yuan, but he couldn't remember the brand. He burned it and a few thousand yuan went down the drain. He didn't know if his sister would scold him. What are you doing? Wang Zijin walked to the balcony, expressionless. Ah? What are you holding in your hand? This is a big bra. Wang Zijin threw her bag at him. Qinze dodged and looked at her face for a moment. He said in annoyance, I was careless and burned a hole. Anyway, it's inside. It's not a problem. but I don't know if sister is still willing to wear it. Wang Zijin snatched the bra and said in annoyance, "Go away. We will collect the clothes ourselves." Qinzhe, sister, when did you collect the clothes? When Qinzhe came out of the kitchen with dinner, Wang Zijin was holding 2 piles of folded clothes and walking to the room. The tight dress wrapped around her not so plump, but it was very charming. "Where's your sister?" Wang Zijin stood at the table. There were 2 dishes and a soup. There was no chicken stewed with mushrooms. She went to shoot a commercial. She won't be back for dinner tonight. Qinzhe held 2 bowls of rice and pushed 1 bowl to Wang Zijin. After dinner, they sat on the sofa and watched TV. Qinzhe reached out and put his arm around Wang Zijin's waist. Wang Zijin looked at him and let him hug her. The TV was showing the anti-Japanese war film. It told the story of the Japanese's tragic escape. Yan Huang and Wuxia were all heroes. Every one of them was a hero who tore the Japanese apart with their bare hands. They blocked bullets with darts, blew up planes with grenades, and bombed bunkers with mortars. The Japanese finally escaped from Wuxia and returned to their homeland after 14 years with their tenacious spirit and unyielding will. Qinzhe was touched by the spirit of the Japanese. "Sister Ziwei, didn't your grandfather fight in the anti-Japanese war? Is your grandpa really that awesome?" Qinzhe laughed. "The one who fought in the anti-Japanese war was my great-grandfather, not my grandfather." Wang Zijin rolled her eyes. "Your great-grandfather must be a martial arts master." Qinzhe gave her a thumbs up. "No, I often heard my grandfather talk about the past when I was young. The Japanese army was very powerful. Whether it was strategy, military training, or combat ability, they were not something the National Army could compare with. They were not something our party could compete with. Victory was won by piling up human lives. Later on, Old Eagle's bombing was the only thing that made Japan surrender." "I see." In fact, Qinzhe knew all about it. He just wanted to use this as an excuse to start a conversation. "Sister Ziwei, do you have something on your mind?" After laying the groundwork, Qinzhe went straight to the point. Wang Zijin's bright eyes gazed at him for a long time. "Nothing." She did not want to ask him directly. "Are you still a virgin? Have you slept with a woman?" "Really?" "Yes." "Please go ahead." "A's. Do you have a problem with your sister?" "Sister Ziwei, why do you say that? Do you think I'm pretentious?" "No." "Oh." Wang Zijin replied, "Then I think I have no problem. Now let me ask you, have you done anything wrong to me?" "It depends on what aspect," Qinzhe said calmly. "In all aspects, no." Wang Zijin stared at him for a long time and nodded again. "Oh." She tried to see guilt and panic in Qinzhe's eyes, but there was none. His eyes were too open. Wang Zijin dispelled her doubts for the time being. The silent confrontation between the couple ended with Qinzhe, who was proficient in acting, winning. Qinzhe hugged her and continued to watch TV. Just now, did I just walk through the gates of hell? He was lost in thought. Chapter 502. Did he do anything wrong to her? In all aspects, what other aspects could there be between couples? There must be. His and Suyu's matter was that he did something wrong to Sister Ziwei. Even though the first time was a mistake caused by alcohol, it seemed like all the messy plots started from alcohol. But this wasn't an excuse. Alcohol could make people excited, but if the man and woman really didn't like each other, they could choose not to make a mistake. Qinzhe did do something wrong to Wang Zijin because he had feelings for Suyu. Did the witty sister Ziwei finally realize something? This matter, sooner or later, he would have a showdown. After that, Qinzhe was not sure what the situation would be, but it would definitely not be peaceful. Then his sister would definitely know. So it was like a domino effect. How would his sister react after knowing this? Could be expected that he would have to show another bigger card. He had not thought of how to show it yet. Long Outyin could easily solve it, but for Salted Fish Zay it might be a disaster. The most unforgivable thing in the world. Lu Bu. My penis? Where is it? Diao-chan, brother Zilong. I feel sad just thinking about it. Sister Ziwei. What about you? Qin Zhe asked. Wang Zijin was stunned and looked at him. Did you do anything wrong to me? Wang Zijin, who was supposed to have a clear conscience, suddenly panicked, which made Qin Zhe's heart cold. No. Wang Zijin said. What do you mean? Don't you believe me? Qin Zhe smiled and shook his head. I believe you. Wang Zijin did not pursue the matter. She looked at the TV. Wang Zijin did have a guilty conscience about her relationship with Qin Zhe. Can you believe it? The main reason I agreed to be Qin Zhe's girlfriend was for Qin Bao. A long time ago, Wang Zijin noticed that her best friend's dependence and love for her brother seemed to have exceeded the category of an elder sister. It was not a big deal to have a brother complex. It would be fine as long as it was reversed. How to break it? A heart-to-heart talk was definitely out of the question. It would be very awkward to talk about this matter. It was not suitable to talk about it directly. If Qin Zhe had a girlfriend, that would probably solve the problem. Wang Zijin really thought so at that time. Of course, she liked Qin Zhe. That was for sure. Otherwise, she wouldn't have agreed to be Qin Zhe's girlfriend. To what extent did he like her? She liked him so much that if Qin Zhe didn't like her, she would be very sad. But no matter what, Wang Zijin felt that this love was mixed with something else and was not pure enough. That was why she felt guilty. Slowly, her feelings were fermenting and heating up. She liked him more and more and couldn't bear to leave him. It was 9:30. Wang Zijin got up and rubbed her sore buttocks. I'm going to sleep. What about you? I'll help my sister browse the album tonight and then watch the results. Qin Zhe said. Wang Zijin was slightly disappointed. Qin Baobao hadn't come back yet. He called home and said that the shooting of the advertisement didn't go well. It might be late. It was a heaven-sent opportunity. They could be intimate with each other and there was no third wheel in the way. But the little red guy's selective idiocy was really annoying. At 10 o'clock, after washing up, Wang Zijin sat cross-legged on the bed. In front of her was the happiness buff, sent by Zhao Taizhu. Was it really okay to use this banana? Wouldn't the pimple hurt? Wang Zijin picked it up and pressed the switch. The head of the banana turned into an eel, twisting and turning. She picked up the egg and pressed the switch. It buzzed. It looked so powerful. I've been looking forward to it for a long time. Wang Zijin had seen the things in the box on the internet, but she had never had the chance to see the real thing. Now that she saw it, she felt it was quite interesting. She didn't feel shy. It was not the era before the reform and opening up. It was too fake to blush so easily. She was seriously thinking about the possibility that she would use these things. According to Taizhu, A's seemed to like these things very much. Then in the future, he would definitely use them, right? After fantasizing for a while, Wang Zijin's white face finally blushed. Sure enough, she still couldn't accept these things. She felt that they would be broken. It was too shameful. The most normal thing in the box should be the simulated handcuffs. If it was this, Wang Zijin could sacrifice it for love. She picked up the handcuffs, put the box back, and played with the simulated handcuffs curiously. Although she was born in an official family, it was the first time she saw handcuffs. With a click on the TV, the criminal could be locked. She twisted her hands behind her back. Then the handcuffs hit her wrists, and it would be automatically cuffed. Wang Zijin tried it once and handcuffed herself easily. She got out of bed barefoot and ran to the wardrobe to look in the mirror. In the mirror, she put her hands behind her back and wore a loose pajama. If she pulled down the pajama to show her shoulders and messed up her hair, it would be more tempting. The little red guy would definitely not be able to resist his sister's charm. Ha ha ha. Wang Zijin's footsteps were light and cheerful. She returned to the bed, turned around, and opened the lid with difficulty. Then she turned around to see where the key was. This kind of restraint was very inconvenient, but it was not a problem at all to find the key. Wang Zijin searched and searched, more serious than a little tadpole looking for its mother. But she couldn't find the key even though she was sweating. Where's the key? Where's the key? The lightness and joy just now disappeared in an instant. Wang Zijin was so anxious that she was sweating. There's really no key. Did the seller forget to put it in? Where did Zhao Taizhu buy it? I must give him a bad review. Wang Zijin was anxious. She threw herself on the bed and used her chin to light up the phone. It took her a few times to succeed. She hated that she didn't have Qin Baobao's chin that could poke people to death. Then she used the tip of her nose to enter the password. The whole process took her nearly 10 minutes. Ouch, my waist is about to break. She dialed Zhao Tieju's number. When he picked up, Wang Zijin growled, Zhao Taiju, F***CKU. Sister Ziwei, are you really cuckolded? Zhao Taiju said in a low voice. Wang Zijin rarely cursed like this. She must have suffered a blow. Key. Wang Zijin asked repeatedly, Where's the key? What key? The key to the handcuffs. Isn't it in the box? Damn it, there's nothing in the box. Okay? Zhao Taiju was silent for a few seconds. Wait a minute, I'll look for it. About 5 minutes later, Zhao Taiju said awkwardly, That, I left the key at home. It's just a small thing, I didn't pay attention. Wang Zijin. The key was really with Zhao Taiju. Wang Zijin's last hope was completely destroyed. It was a very desperate thing. It was like not bringing the key when you went out. Moreover, you lived alone. Zhao Taiju said guiltily, Why don't I mail it to you? Wang Zijin said angrily, How? It'll take 2 or 3 days to go from Beijing to Shanghai. Why don't you fold a paper airplane and put the key inside and let it fly? Zhao Taiju **King tricked me again. Revenge is a dish best served cold. This is 20 years of hatred. Good taste. Wang Zijin was smart all her life, but she was stupid this time. She actually fell for Zhao Tieju's trick. If she hadn't been distracted by these evil things, she would have searched for the key first with her astuteness. Zhao Taiju said, Don't worry. Why don't you ask the property manager to break it for you? Wang Zijin. I can't afford to lose face like that. Zhao Taiju. Then you can ask Qin Zhe to break it for you. Wang Zijin. You've watched too many movies. Zhao Taiju. No, he can even break a porcelain cup. Try it. Wang Zijin. How should I explain these things? Zhao Taiju. This question is the same as when my teacher asked me what kind of thoughts and feelings a poet had. Just answer it. Wang Zijin. Make it clear. Zhao Taiju. Just make it up. Wang Zijin ended the call. Considering her dignified and elegant image, she couldn't make up her mind to look for Qin Zhe. If Qin Zhe asked her what these things were, how would the dignified and elegant Sister Ziwei answer? Qin Zhe. Sister Ziwei. What is this? Sister Ziwei. Rolling pin. Qin Zhe. Then why is there a small bump? Oh, it can move. Sister Ziwei. Electric rolling pin. Wang Zijin imagined the scene and shuddered. She wanted to pee. Chapter 503. Qin Zhe wasn't too nervous when his sister's album hit the shelves tonight. Ever since Qin Baobao appeared on the stage of Singer, she had experienced a lot of ups and downs in just 1 year. When had she ever been defeated? In the field of pop music, he wasn't Salted Fish Zhe. He was Hei's king. He didn't care about a mere Su Jiao. Although the Water Army was crazily flattering Su Jiao and the fans were encouraging her, creating the illusion that the two sides were equally matched. Everyone began to look forward to Su Jiao's and Qin Baobao's albums. Qin lonely seeking defeat Zhe. A real man was confident. The reason why he was waiting for the album to hit the shelves and see the results was mainly because he also participated in this album. He didn't participate as a composer, but he sang a song in it. There was no such thing as showing one's divinity in front of people. Although the system said that he was a salted fish and didn't have the desire to show off, Qin Zhe actually had it. It was just that it wasn't obvious. He wanted to see the fans' evaluation of this album. He liked to see a group of salted fish shouting 666. As a salted fish, he would feel very happy and feel that he was the saltiest among the salted fish, the king of salted fish. Wait, Qin Zhe remembered Wang Zijin's tone and expression just now. He seemed to have missed something? Forget it, the album is important. Sister should be back by now. It's almost 10:30. On the other side, Wang Zijin sat in front of the toilet. She wrung her hands behind her back and struggled to take off her pants, but her hands were restrained by the handcuffs. She could only pull her pants down halfway and couldn't go any further. She couldn't pee either. Even going to the toilet had become an extravagant hope. Wang Zijin was like a fish thrown ashore, struggling in vain. Even if she succeeded in taking off her pants, it would only treat the symptoms and not the root cause. She had to unlock the handcuffs. She gritted her teeth and left the toilet as fast as she could. She returned to the room and put away the box of happiness buffs and hid it well. Poor sister Ziwei's legs trembled slightly. She walked out of the room and walked to the living room with her back against the wall. She stuck her head out and shouted at Qin Zhe, who was playing with his phone. "A's. Ah, Sister Ziwei. Your face is so pale. What's wrong?" Qin Zhe walked over with concern. Holding his bladder, Wang Zijin thought to herself. I might have run into some trouble," Wang Zijin stammered. "With me around, no trouble will be a problem," Qin Zhe said. Wang Zijin bit her lip. With a hesitant and awkward expression, she silently turned around. Qin Zhe was slightly stunned and subconsciously asked, "What's going on? Where did you get the handcuffs?" If he was not mistaken, the thing on Wang Zijin's hands were handcuffs, right? It was shiny and looked like the real thing, but when Qin Zhe took a closer look, it turned out to be a simulation. Its surface was painted bright, making it look like a bit of steel, but when he looked closer, he could see that it was fuel. Wang Zijin's face reddened to the roots of her neck. She said in a flustered tone, "This was given to me when I was shopping at the mall last time. Which store would be so smart as to give such things?" Qin Zhe was puzzled. So your ass. Hurry up and find a way to undo it." Wang Zijin's body trembled uncontrollably as she spoke. To use a common saying in the national football team, Wang Zijin did not have much time left. "Oh, give me the key." "No key." "Huh? No key." Wang Zijin's voice trembled. To Qin Zhe's ears, her voice was trembling shyly. At this moment, thinking that he had missed Wang Zijin's hint, Qin Zhe was enlightened. Playing with this? Was Sister Ziwei so open-minded? Naughty, really naughty. Qin Zhe chuckled. I know. You don't have the key, right? Come to the room. Big brother will teach you how to unlock it." Wang Zijin felt that his tone was a little off. She did not think much about it and allowed him to pull her into the room. After entering the room, Qin Zhe suddenly picked her up and threw her onto the bed without any pity. Wang Zijin almost cried. This was definitely an internal injury. She could not hold it in any longer. What was worse was that Qin Zhe pounced on her like a hungry tiger pouncing on a sheep. You, do you want to die?" Wang Zijin sobbed. "Where does it hurt? Let me rub it for you." Qin Zhe smirked. "I asked you to come here because I can't find the key." Wang Zijin panted. I know. What do you know? I need to go to the toilet. Do you understand?" Wang Zijin said angrily. Qin Zhe's hand paused and looked at her blankly. "I asked for your help because I need to go to the toilet." Wang Zijin buried her face in the blanket. Qin Zhe. So that was it. How awkward. Hurry, I can't hold it in any longer. Qin Zhe carried Wang Zijin out of the room and rushed to the toilet. Hold it in. 5 seconds to the battlefield. Before entering the toilet, Qin Zhe suddenly paused. There was a question in his mind. Was it really not on purpose? How could she lose the key and not be able to find it? Didn't she look at it before putting on the handcuffs? It did not make sense. Hurry up, Wang Zijin urged him in a low voice. Her face was like a red apple. Her round oval face was very cute. His hand, which was supposed to be an experienced driver, rested on the waist of her pants and trembled slightly. This felt like his first love. The first time he held a girl's hand. The first time he kissed a girl's lips. The first time. Only Wang Zijin could give him this feeling. Only she. Wang Zijin probably sensed his nervousness and saw his trembling hands. She felt that it was funny, and the corners of her lips curled up. Hurry up. Her tone was a little playful. Oh. Qin Zhe closed his eyes the whole time. Listening to the sound of water, many famous poems floated through his mind. Done, Wang Zijin said. Qin Zhe replied with an "oh" and helped her put on her pants. However, Wang Zijin did not get up. She said, "There's one more step." Qin Zhe. Where did the step come from? Wasn't the next step to put on pants? I graduated with a bachelor's degree. Don't lie to me. Wang Zijin's gaze on the tissue gave Qin Zhe the answer. So that's it. Qin Zhe immediately understood. No wonder his sister, Suyu, and sister Ziwei all had a pack of tissue in their bags. They had a long posture again. He took a few tissues. Suddenly, he heard his sister's voice from the living room. Little red guy? Zijin? Are you asleep? The TV in the living room is still on. Qin Zhe's scalp went numb. Wang Zijin's expression changed. Hurry up. Chapter 504. The timing of his sister's return was too coincidental. Did she install surveillance cameras in the house? Before he could savor the erotic moment, Qin Zhe hurriedly wiped himself and said, "I'll go out first." Wang Zijin grabbed his hand and said anxiously, "Don't let your sister know." Qin Zhe was at a loss. Wang Zijin said in a low voice, "It'll be hard to explain if she sees me like this. I don't care if she laughs at me, but don't treat her like a fool. It's best not to tell anyone about this." She was not talking about Qin Zhe helping her to the toilet, but the handcuffs which should not be exposed to the public. It was inevitable that Qin Baobao would think of something. Anyone who knew the use of the imitation handcuffs would be able to guess it in a minute. However, she still did not want to be seen like this. Not only was it embarrassing, but she could not let her competitors see her like this. Otherwise, she would feel guilty in the future. The toilet door was not closed. Fortunately, it was not closed. Otherwise, with good soundproofing, they would not be able to hear the movement in the living room. Qin Zhe dashed out in a flash. After he left, Wang Zijin suddenly realized something. She had not put on her pants. Wang Zijin. What the F***ck? Wang Zijin had cursed more tonight than in the past 10 years. She ran to the door and stuck her head out to look. There was no one in the corridor. She immediately rushed out and ran back to her room. She bumped her butt against the door. Her butt was cold. Then, she curled up on the bed. She twisted and turned under the blanket and barely managed to put her pants back on halfway. She could not go any further. Wang Zijin curled up in the quilt and gasped for breath. She had 1,000 curses in her heart. This would definitely be the most devastating night of her life. And the long night had just begun. In the living room, Qin Zhe greeted his sister who had returned home. So late? He hung his sister's bag on the clothes rack. It's all that director's fault. Qin Baobao sat cross-legged on the sofa and complained. He said that my dance was too perfunctory and not bold enough. He even asked me to wear shorts and a belly-button outfit. That's too much. Qin Zhe said, "Which company are they from? Let's see if I don't short their shares." After that, we negotiated. Anyway, I don't wear that kind of revealing clothes. Qin Baobao snorted. In fact, when it came to shorts, his sister often wore pleated short skirts and denim shorts in the summer. She didn't seem embarrassed when she went out. Perhaps it was because she wore this in front of the camera and had to do some shameful dance poses, which made her feel disgusted. After some discussion, we'll forget about the shorts and belly-button outfit. As compensation, I'll perform some hot dances. Qin Baobao said, "In the future, we won't accept any advertisements from them. We'll just blacklist them." Humph, do you think I'm the same as those celebrities who don't have the right to speak? Yes, you have such a bad conscience. Qin Zhe said. He felt that maybe the other party's request was just a little high, but it wasn't too much. If the request was too much with his sister's personality, she would just walk away. It was just compensation. Tianfang didn't lack money. Since they could talk for so long, it meant that the request was still within her tolerance range. Maybe the other party was still complaining in his heart. Blacklist Qin Baobao. I've never seen such a big-name celebrity. Many female celebrities, especially those who were beautiful and had good figures, more or less had to make some sacrifices on the screen. This was why Qin Zhe, who had always been lazy, was willing to work hard to protect his sister one day. If they were still in star art, his sister would probably have to compromise. The old driver, President Huang, could protect her from the unspoken rules, but he definitely wouldn't care about such a small matter. If she didn't cooperate, then negative news about Qin Baobao acting like a big shot would probably spread everywhere. This kind of acting like a big shot with a bottom line was actually a good thing. What a hot dance. How do you do it? Qin Zhe chuckled. Just like that, Qin Baobao shook her butt and chuckled. Since his sister was so playful, Qin Zhe followed suit. He used his fingers like a sword and poked her waist. Qin Baobao hid on the small sofa and screamed. She begged for mercy for a long time before Qin Zhe finally let her go. Where's Wang Zijin? His sister tidied her messy hair. Sleeping, Qin Zhe said. At this time, Sister Ziwei should have returned to her room. He felt like he had forgotten something. Qin Baobao was relieved. She wrapped her legs around his waist and looked at him silently. You want to learn kissing skills? She nodded. No. Qin Zhe smiled wickedly. Then get lost. Qin Baobao pushed his chest angrily. Qin Zhe obediently rolled to the other side of the sofa. His sister said angrily, Get lost, get lost, get lost further away. Qin Zhe discovered another terrible thing. Or perhaps it wasn't that terrible. After that night, his relationship with his sister had changed a lot. His sister wasn't like his sister anymore. Fine, she had never acted like a sister before. However, the whining monster, who was usually satisfied with just ordinary intimacy, now had a bigger appetite. She didn't care about hugging and hugging anymore. Woman, your name is Greed. Why did he say another bad thing? It was because there was another bad thing. Sister Ziwei seemed to have noticed something. Come here. I have something to tell you. Qin Baobao couldn't really get angry with her brother because she cared too much about him. She would miss him if she didn't talk for a while. Say it. Bai Jie contacted us again. Qin Baobao had a, expression on her face. Did Ah Bin contact us? Qin Zhe asked. Qin Baobao was confused. What does it have to do with Ah Bin? Besides, who is Ah Bin? Huang Yuting's agent. Bai Jie is Su Yunhan's agent, right? Why did she call? Does she want to ask for a song again? Yes. Tell them I'm not free. You write songs fast. It's okay to sell her a song. Qin Baobao said. No. Qin Baobao puffed up her cheeks and was a little angry. She and Su Yunhan were good friends, the kind that was better than ordinary friends. Even if they didn't work in the same company now, they often contacted each other in private. Su Yunhan was also very good at dealing with people. When she went on business trips in China, she would send some local products to Qin Baobao. When she went on business trips abroad, she would bring back some high-end cosmetics, perfume, facial masks, and so on. These were all things that couldn't be bought in China. Qin Baobao thought that it would be easy for her to get a song for Bai Jie with some pillow talk. But she didn't expect that pillow talk couldn't reach her brother's ears at all. She also didn't think that, as an elder sister, how could she have pillow talk? Writing songs is actually very brain-intensive. Qin Zhe tried to explain to his sister, Don't think that I'm fast, but my output is not less than others. Think about it. What others take a long time to compose, I can compose it in a few minutes or even shorter. In a fixed time, others only have one output, but I have 2 or 3 outputs. This means that I consume more energy than others. Men can't do whatever they want just because they're young. They have to know how to take care of themselves. Otherwise, I might go bald early or something. Is that so? Yes, you don't want me to go bald, right? Then I'll help you reject her. Qin Baobao felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't tell. Amidst the commotion, the digital album was finally released. Chapter 505. It was the second album in her life, so the anticipation was stronger than the tension of the arena battle that everyone was talking about. But unlike Qin Zhe's confidence stemmed from the transcendence of hacks. Qin Baobao wasn't a hacks, and she didn't know that her younger brother was a hacks, so she was a little nervous. Guarding the album and waiting for the results, she was a little nervous. After all, Su Jiao's momentum wasn't small. But more than that, She was looking forward to whether she could break the record. For this reason, she opened her sister's big red laptop. After they had money, they changed everything at home. Qin Zhe and her 2 cell phones were given to Su Yu and her brother, and the laptop was also given to them. The cousins were very happy. Qin Bao originally gave Su Yu clothes that weren't cheap and were 80% new, but she was an 18-year-old girl whose body hadn't fully developed yet, so she didn't want them. In fact, Qin Zhe felt that she probably wouldn't wear them in the future. With Su Yu's body, she was already 18 years old, but it seemed that she was still hovering between A and B. If she could have a C in the future, uncle and aunt would burn incense and pray to Buddha for blessing. How could she wear the clothes of a D-level big shot? Speaking of which, his uncle couldn't hold back his restless heart and wanted to go out and play. He was busy before, plus his uncle, who wasn't good at literature or martial arts, so his previous experience in the business world was probably already outdated. What could he do? Qin Zhe remembered that he wanted to buy an electronic product processing factory and handed it over to Su Yu. But Su Yu didn't know anything about the industry and had no connections, so this matter had been delayed. Why don't you let uncle try it? Regardless of whether he can find it or not, just treat it as drawing a big pie and letting him wander around aimlessly. In short, don't be idle. I'll still give him the money, and I can also give him an empty position with no real power. Qin Zhe thought evilly. As soon as the album hit the shelves, Qin Bao began to compare her and Su Jiao's sales. Qin Bao's single album, a total of 6 songs, was priced at 25 yuan, with an average of 4 yuan per song. Su Jiao's single album had a total of 5 songs and was priced at 15 yuan, with an average of 3 yuan per song. This was the gap between them. Su Jiao was naturally very famous in the music industry, but compared to Qin Bao, she was still lacking by quite a bit. There was nothing wrong with saying that Qin Bao was the most popular singer in the entertainment industry recently. Compared to those heavenly queens who had been famous for a long time, the only thing she lacked was her accumulated reputation. In layman's terms, she lacked experience. Moreover, this qualification was not the qualification of works, but the qualification of age. In terms of works, there weren't many heavenly queens who could compete with her. Qin Bao debuted a year ago and sang more than 20 songs, each of which was a hit all over the country. None of them were not popular. Which heavenly queen would have a dozen or 20 songs that were sung from north to south of the river? In the entertainment industry, she could be said to be a miracle created by Qin Zhe. Such a legendary experience was widely spread in the entertainment industry and among fans. Qin Bao refreshed the page every 10 minutes, and every time her album was refreshed, the sales volume would increase by tens to tens. According to this speed, about 1,000 copies would be sold in an hour, and 100 to 200,000 copies would be sold in a day. However, the actual sales volume definitely couldn't be calculated like this, so it was hard to say whether she could break the record of her first album. Unexpectedly, Su Jiao's album's growth in a short period of time was not the slightest bit worse than hers. Both were in the hundreds, and there was only a difference of tens of album sales. This meant that as long as there were fans who refreshed it a few times, they could immediately catch up to Qin Bao. Come on, everyone, do your best. Catching up to Qin Bao will be a matter of minutes. The quality of Jiao's album is surprisingly good. Maybe she can really beat Qin Bao. I went over to take a look, and there's only a difference of less than 100 copies. In the comments section below the album, the number of fan comments kept increasing. Some praised it for its beauty, and some encouraged fans to refresh the album to beat Qin Bao. Haha, we really surpassed her. Now we're in the lead. Amazing! Su Jiao has proven herself. This is just the beginning. Don't worry, everyone. Keep calm. Half an hour later, to most people's surprise, Su Jiao's album sales actually exploded. Not only did she not pull away from Qin Bao, but she also overtook her. Although the margin was not large, the fans were deeply encouraged, and the onlookers who were waiting for the album late at night were shocked. Ah, the enemy is coming aggressively. The situation is not good, my king. Qin Bao held a plate of grapes, frowning and spitting out the seeds. Guess how many of her album sales are refreshed? Qin Zhe picked a grape and threw it into his mouth. Anyway, it won't be less. But it'll be tonight at most. If they continue to refresh, it will be a lot of blood. I actually hope they will continue to refresh. With Qin Zhe's and Qin Baobao's popularity, their sales actually couldn't beat Su Jiao's. It was too fake. Royal Entertainment must be refreshing the album. Under normal circumstances, the entertainment company would help those little fresh meat who just debuted and had potential to promote their album. But Su Jiao had been famous for a long time, so her potential to rise was not big, unless she had the support of a royal composer like Qin Zhe. If Royal Entertainment forcefully blew up Su Jiao's album for the sake of personal feelings, how much money would they have to spend if they knew that her opponent was baby Qin? It was not worth it at all. So Qin Zhe speculated that they would only refresh the album tonight, and it was impossible to continue. If they really did continue, he would be happy to treat it as cheating Royal Entertainment of a large sum of money. However, his sister's legend of invincibility in the music industry would be shattered. At a high-end apartment, Su Jiao rarely stayed up late today. She curled up on the soft sofa, the air conditioner blowing cold air, a cup of coffee on the glass coffee table in front of her, and a notebook on her lap. She was very happy in her heart. The company revealed that they would help her, and the effect was very obvious. Now, Weibo and album reviews were very popular, and the fans were very enthusiastic. Even the onlookers felt that Su Jiao's album was very awesome and super awesome, even better than Qin Baobao. What she wanted was this momentum. One person spread to 10 to 100, and more people would come and buy her album. It was fine that the quality was not as good as Qin Baobao's. As long as her popularity increased, more people would buy her album, and the sales would naturally rise, possibly reaching a peak in her life. This was the result of Royal Entertainment's discussion. They were secretly adding fuel to the fire and taking advantage of this opportunity to hype up public opinion against Qin Baobao. If the hype this time was successful, her fame would rise to another level. Su Jiao debuted after winning the championship of a singing talent show and signed a contract with Royal Entertainment. It had been almost 10 years. After her fame reached its peak, she started to decline like most of the senior singers. It was a fate that every celebrity could not escape. Among the current singers, the most popular one should be Qin Baobao, followed by some of the little fresh meats who had risen in recent years. As the saying goes, each new generation excels the previous one. No one could remain popular forever. To Su Jiao, there was still a certain amount of room for improvement in her career, and the opportunity in front of her was right in front of her. Not long ago, Tianfeng had contacted her and wanted to poach her over. Wasn't this a joke? Why would I go over for no reason? Wasn't it quite comfortable here? She was glad that she made the choice, or else she would have missed this opportunity. It was 2 in the morning, and her album sales had already reached 30,000, while Qin Baobao's was 28,000. She had been suppressed all this time. Su Jiao yawned, closed her notebook, and prepared to sleep. She was looking forward to the surprise tomorrow when her album sales far surpassed Qin Baobao's. At home, Qin Zhe watched the data on the computer alone. His sister was sleeping on the sofa with her head resting on his lap. She slept peacefully, and her delicate facial features were like a still painting. Seeing this scene, Qin Zhe suddenly thought of a sentence. She's just lying quietly like this with a serene expression, as if she's just sleeping. Isn't there something wrong with this sentence? His sister's album was selling well, but the premise was that Su Jiao, that brush, was excluded. Qin Zhe saw the fans' praises as he wished. The comments were all saying that his Dusk was really good, and the single was looped, which was a pleasant surprise. At the same time, they also expressed concern about the album's lagging behind sales, saying that the album's quality was obviously not as good as Qin Baobao's. So why were the sales so high? Qin Zhe estimated that the album's sales wouldn't be recovered tonight. Not every fan liked to stay up late, but it didn't matter. He wasn't in a hurry at all. He explained with a proper idiom. There's still plenty of time in the future. He carried his sister back to the room to sleep and patted her face. Wake up. You don't seem to have brushed your teeth and washed your face. Qin Baobao opened her eyes and closed them again. She muttered in a coquettish tone. It's the same if I brush my teeth tomorrow morning. I didn't eat anything at night. Whatever. Qinzhe said, I'll help you put your pajamas on the bedside. You can change by yourself. His sister curled up in the quilt. And Qinzhe, who was going back to the room to sleep, suddenly realized that he seemed to have forgotten his sister Ziwei. He had to hurry over and take a look. Hopefully she didn't wet the bed. Chapter 506. At 2:30 in the morning, it started to drizzle. Cool wind blew in from the window and the curtains fluttered. Qinzhe closed the window and left the room quietly. He opened the door to Wang Zijin's room quietly. Wang Zijin was curled up with her back facing the door. She seemed to be asleep. Qinzhe closed the door and turned up the temperature of the air conditioner. He lifted the quilt and got in. He hugged her and whispered, Sister Ziwei, are you asleep? He touched Wang Zijin's butt. It was smooth and bouncy. Felt good to the touch. What happened? Did she not put on her pants properly? Wang Zijin was in a daze. She woke up when Qinzhe got into bed. Wang Zijin felt bitter. She held back her pee and forced herself to sleep. She did not sleep well. She almost burst into tears when she smelled his familiar scent and a faint smell of tobacco. Why did you come so late? Don't come. We're done. She turned over and hit Qinzhe's chest with her head. Qinzhe was caught off guard. They had not seen each other for a few hours, but she acted as if she had been wronged. I sent you so many messages and called you so many times. Didn't you see it? I typed those words word by word with my chin, you bastard. Wang Zijin's face was covered in tears. My phone. I left it in the room. She was speechless. If she was not afraid of being seen by Qin Bao, she would have rushed out and beat Qinzhe up. She would hit him with her feet and make him lick her feet. She was so angry. What's the use of having you fake boyfriend? Don't you know that I'm handcuffed? I have to pee at night. Don't you know that? You only know how to flirt with your sister. I'm not flirting. Qinzhe explained weakly. Don't talk nonsense. Help me pull up my pants and take me to the bathroom. Wang Zijin knocked her head hard against Qinzhe. Qinzhe immediately carried her out of the room. The first time it was unfamiliar, the second time it was familiar. This saying was not wrong at all. When he helped Sister Xian take off her pants again, Qinzhe was already very familiar with it and was very straightforward. Wang Zijin didn't close her eyes shyly, but her face was still a little red. In fact, couples of their age had already bid farewell to their youthful love in school. They had already done what they needed to do. They should talk about houses, cars, weddings, and supporting the elderly. If they felt that they could live on, they should get married. If they were not satisfied with the future, they should break up. The difference between a couple and a husband and wife was actually a certificate. Otherwise, why would people say that this was an era of gunfire? Back in the room, Wang Zijin breathed a sigh of relief. For the first time in her life, she felt so relieved to go to the bathroom. He could finally have a good night's sleep. I won't run tomorrow. She wrapped herself in the quilt and showed her head. Oh, it's okay. Qinzhe nodded. The point of running was to keep fit. It was too pretentious to pursue persistence. Do you want to drink water? Qinzhe saw her lips were dry and asked. Wang Zijin was a little hesitant. She didn't drink a drop of water last night, so going to the bathroom was an extravagant hope. Then, what if I want to go to the bathroom again? She felt wronged. I'll accompany you tonight. Okay, fill it up for me. Wang Zijin gulped down the whole glass of water and burped comfortably. The two lay on the bed. Wang Zijin turned her back to Qinzhe. After a while, she didn't feel sleepy. Qinzhe didn't feel sleepy either. He held her waist with one hand and lingered on her lower abdomen with the other hand. Move back a little. Wang Zijin suddenly said softly, You're pushing against me. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's. Do you feel my stalwart body? After all, we're from 100 Herb Garden to Sanwei Study. No, we're 20,000 miles under the sea. Qinzhe chuckled. It was normal to have a reaction. After all, he was a salted fish transformed from an eel. If he didn't have a reaction, his sister would panic. Wang Zijin's shyness instantly disappeared. She thought to herself, is he crazy? What kind of description is that? What about my handcuffs? Wang Zijin was worried. Ask the property management for help tomorrow. Qin Zhe said. He didn't know what the handcuffs chains were made of. It seemed to be an alloy that was harder than aluminum but not as hard as steel. No, how embarrassing would that be? Wang Zijin shook her head violently. Her hair slapped Qin Zhe's face. Qin Zhe tilted his head back. That's true. He pondered and nodded. Imitation handcuffs, everyone knew what it was for. Moreover, it was a beauty like Wang Zijin. Maybe in the future, the property management circle of Royal View Mansion would have another topic to talk about. The resident who lived in room 1802 of Building 9 lost his handcuff key while having a shameful party. Ha ha ha. He really couldn't afford to lose that person. Moreover, his face was known by all the people in the country. Wouldn't that be a scandal? Can you break it? Wang Zijin asked expectantly. I certainly can't break it. Qin Zhe said righteously. As he spoke, he did his best to bully Sister Zijin, making her arrogant little ball change into all sorts of different shapes in his palm. Mitsui really had a great awareness. Playing ball was every man's dream. Then what should we do? Wang Zijin said with a crying tone. Don't worry. Tomorrow I'll go to the property management to borrow pliers. Qin Zhe said. You can't bring anyone up. Wang Zijin said worriedly. Then tell me first, where did the handcuffs come from? You're so annoying. Go to sleep. Wang Zijin felt guilty, so she simply pretended to be unruly. Anyway, being unruly and willful was the patent of girlfriends. It was also great to learn to be a whiny monster occasionally. He knew that this little red guy was not easy to fool. In addition, the box in the cabinet, he would throw it away tomorrow morning. Wang Zijin already had a psychological shadow of this thing. The shadow was as large as the basketball court. She would never accept these things in the future. As a compromise of unruly and willful, she did not oppose Qin Zhe's naughty actions. She just twisted a few times when Qin Zhe's hand slipped into her pajama pants to protest. Or she twisted a few times to protest when he teased her until her whole body became soft. But the protest effect was minimal. She was bound and could not resist at all. She was like a virgin girl who was taken home by a bully and could only be molested by him. Different from a good girl, Wang Zijin felt quite comfortable. She didn't know how long she was tortured. When Wang Zijin woke up, the sky outside the window was dark. The bedside lamp emitted a dim light. There was still some time before dawn. She woke up because she was tired. Can you imagine sleeping with her hands twisted behind her back? She slept on her side. After a while, her arms were sore and painful from the pressure. She slept while lying down. She couldn't sleep at all. Not only did her hands hurt, but her back was also very uncomfortable. She slept while lying down. Ouch, her neck was broken. Wang Zijin slept for 2 hours in the constantly changing sleeping positions. It was now 4:30 in the morning. She wanted to wake Qin Zhe up, but she thought that it was useless for him to wake up. At most, the two of them would suffer together. It was better to let him rest more. Under the dim light of the bedside lamp, Wang Zijin listened to his breathing and stared at Qin Zhe's face in a daze. This face was actually not handsome enough to attract people. When she first saw Qin Zhe, she didn't think that Qin Zhe was handsome, but he was very pleasing to the eye. Later, she found that this guy had become more handsome. But Wang Zijin had still seen many men more handsome than Qin Zhe. Fortunately, she was not a person who cared about appearances. Otherwise, she would not have met him. Even if she met him, he might not be a virgin. Wang Zijin picked men based on her feelings. Whoever she liked and had a compatible personality would slowly ferment and ferment. Just like a jar of old wine, the longer it was, the more fragrant it would be. She was indeed like this for Qin Zhe. The longer she spent time with him, the more she loved him. Sometimes, she felt that the strange brother complex of the Yingying monster should have originated from this. Because the Yingying monster was also a person who was deeply in love over time. Wang Zijin was such a proud person, and Qin Baobao was such a heartless person. The two of them could become best friends not just because they were desk mates. It must be because their personalities and ideals were compatible. However, even if they were deeply in love over time, the person they slept with should not be the younger brother. Wang Zijin also had cousins. Wang Zijin felt that it might be because the Yingying monster was too dependent on the younger brother. But she also felt that something was wrong. She had read a book before. The book said that the happiest thing in the world was to be able to see the face of the person you loved before you went to bed and after you woke up. Wang Zijin leaned against Qin Zhe's face, resisting the increasingly sore arm. At 5:30, her cell phone alarm rang. According to the normal biological clock, she should have woken up at this time, accompanied Qin Zhe out for a run, and watched the sun rise. For Wang Zijin at this time, the sound of the alarm was like a savior. She could not help but shed tears of gratitude. Qin Zhe frowned. The alarm woke him up. The moment he opened his eyes, he found that Sister Ziwei, who was sharing the bed with him, was staring at him with dim eyes. He was startled. "You woke up so early? What do you mean early? I've never slept with you." Wang Zijin sniffled sadly. "How can I sleep? I'm in so much pain. I want to die." The number of times Wang Zijin acted coquettishly today was comparable to the total number of times she acted in a week. Qin Zhe was very pleased. So he asked with concern, "What's wrong?" "It hurts. It hurts so much." "Let me see." Qin Zhe helped her sit up. He scratched his head and touched her arm bone. Last night he slept around 2:30. Now it was 5:30. He was also very sleepy and in a daze. "Ouch, ouch, ouch." Wang Zijin gasped. Not only was it painful, but it was also numb. It was like squatting in the toilet for too long, and the blood flow in the legs was not smooth. It was a very sour feeling. With the light of the bedside lamp, Qin Zhe saw that Wang Zijin's left arm was red and swollen. Then he looked at her frowning with tears in her eyes. His heart ached. He yawned and complained, "Let's see if you will play with this kind of broken thing in the future." She even lied to him that it was a gift from the mall. Who would believe her? Didn't she know that men were very sensitive to this kind of thing? Qin Zhe held the chain with both hands. His finger bones exerted force, and the veins on the back of his hands bulged. His face also looked ferocious. Crack! With a crisp sound, the chain made of an unknown alloy broke under his monstrous strength. After doing all this, he grabbed Wang Zijin's hand and clamped the handcuffs with both hands. Once again, he gritted his teeth and exerted force silently. The aluminum handcuffs were broken by him with brute force. It was much easier than the chain. After breaking the other handcuffs, Qin Zhe let out a long sigh of relief. "It's okay. I'll help you massage your arm. After the blood circulation, it will be fine." Qin Zhe had just finished speaking when, in his mind, the system suddenly gave him a notification. Ding! From Wang Zijin's distress plus 99,999. Qin Zhe. F***CK. It's over. His mind instantly cleared up. Chapter 507. It's not good. Qin Zhe shivered. Sleepiness made his brain numb, and now he was fully awake. In fact, the handcuffs could be broken. When he saw that it was made of aluminum, he knew it in his heart. Why did he lie to Sister Ziwei that he couldn't break it? Of course, it was to take advantage of her. Last night, he had a great time. Sister Ziwei was held in his arms like a doll, and he could do whatever he wanted. Now it's all exposed. Sister Zian had suffered a lot last night, and she had nowhere to vent her anger and resentment. Now she had suddenly bumped into the muzzle of the gun. Qin Zhe panicked in his heart. "Host, you are naughty." The system's voice gloated. "No matter what, we have common interests. Can't you give me a hint?" Qin Zhe said, "Besides, what is negative emotion?" "Oh, it's the signature feature of a cheating system." "What system?" "I don't want to talk about it. It reminds me of the unbearable past. I'm too lazy to ask. Anyway, it's not strange that this low-level guy was scolded by the system every day." Wang Zijin sat on the bed, looked down at the handcuffs that were regarded as scrap, and then looked at Qin Zhe. Her eyes were full of gloominess. I definitely can't break it. I can't do anything about it. I can't do anything about it. If I remember correctly, that's what the little bumpkin replied to me last night. If I'm not mistaken, it was the little bumpkin who broke the chain and the handcuffs with his bare hands just now. Wang Zijin's smile gradually disappeared. Jif recalling the torture last night and the burning pain at the moment, she felt that there was a primitive power boiling in her dantian. I treated you as my boyfriend, but you tricked me? Wang Zijin's current state of mind could be described with a lyrics. Don't ask the person who loves me the most how deeply he hurt me. The reality is always too cruel. Qin Zhe sensed the surging power in Wang Zijin's eyes. He paraphrased a line that was very popular on the internet recently. At that time, the sword was only 0.01 centimeters away from my throat. But in the next second, the sword's mistress would chop me into salted fish and minced meat. Ayaya, I didn't know I had such great strength. I can actually break steel with my bare hands. Unbelievable, unbelievable. Sister Ziwei, are you shocked? Qin Zhe displayed his perfect acting skills. But now, even his godly acting skills couldn't save him. Wang Zijin, I feel like my intelligence has been severely insulted. Qin Zhe was speechless. What do I do? I'm done for. Qin Zhe said, this is really a misunderstanding. I didn't expect it to be like this. If I had known that I could crush this thing, I wouldn't have let Sister Ziwei suffer so much. Wang Zijin, honest people don't pretend to be bad asterisks. Qin Zhe sighed and lowered his head. Sorry, I was wrong. Wang Zijin took a deep breath. You did it on purpose, didn't you? Qin Zhe nodded. In front of Sister Ziwei, it was better not to be mischievous and admit it obediently. It would look better if he died. So, you still have a lot of opinions about me. No. If you don't have any opinions about me, is that how you set me up? Wang Zijin said faintly, A's, you will lose me like this. Qin Zhe was speechless. Fine, a real man should be brave enough to admit what he did. Sister Ziwei, I was wrong. Even if you ask me to kneel on the keyboard, I won't refuse. Qin Zhe took a step back in order to advance. Wang Zijin touched her chin and nodded slightly. That's a good idea. Qin Zhe. Wait for me. Wang Zijin lifted the quilt, got out of bed, and went out. A moment later, she returned to the room with a keyboard. Qin Zhe was dumbfounded. You really want me to kneel on the keyboard? I was just casually saying it. Wang Zijin threw the keyboard beside the bed and said lightly, You can kneel. My hands were so sore last night. You should have a taste. After you kneel, we'll move on. I'm very generous and won't fuss over such a small matter. Qin Zhe said seriously, I won't kneel. When he didn't have a girlfriend, he often saw a group of men who were more obedient than huskies after being scolded by their girlfriends and wives on the internet. They complained that their wives made them kneel on the keyboard and deducted their pocket money. Qin Zhe laughed. How could such a spineless person be a man? He was a disgrace to all the men in the world. How could a man be the head of a family if he didn't follow the rules? A man like Haizhe Wang was a man who wouldn't kneel if he said he wouldn't kneel. A man should have gold under his knees. Besides, he couldn't even be tough in front of Sister Ziwei. How could he control the 72 concubines of the imperial harem? Wang Zijin narrowed her eyes. You won't kneel? Qin Zhe said loudly, No, Sister Ziwei, I'm a man. A man's dignity is inviolable. Don't look at me like a salted fish. I'm actually Haizhe Wang. I'm not salty at all. After a silent confrontation, Wang Zijin _ Qin Zhe _ I'm not being a coward. On the contrary, it's a man's responsibility and manhood. I have to admit my mistakes and stand at attention when I'm beaten. A man should have gold under his knees. Gold isn't worth much. I can buy more than 12 tons. Okay? Wang Zijin said with satisfaction. Good boy, I'll go to sleep first. We'll finish when you wake up. He could hear the resentment in Sister Ziwei's tone. Thinking about it carefully, Sister Ziwei's temper was already very good. After getting along with her for so long, he seemed to have never seen her get angry or throw a tantrum. Last night must have been tough, and she was even tricked by her boyfriend. Another line of lyrics could be used to describe it. You're in the bright sun of the south and it's like spring all year round. I'm in the cold night of the north. Modified version. Qin Baobao woke up at 9 o'clock and stretched lazily in bed, babbling. She only covered her stomach with a thin blanket, leaving her delicate, white feet and slender calves exposed. She picked up her phone to check the time. It was 9 o'clock. Normally, she should be on her way to the company. However, she slept late last night and didn't sleep until around 1 o'clock. The little pervert actually didn't wake her up. Qin Baobao logged into the app on her phone to check her and Su Jiao's album sales. From last night until now, Su Jiao had sold nearly 130,000 copies. She also had 120,000 copies. She was a bit disappointed. Qin Zhe's words were reasonable. There was still plenty of time in the future, but she, who had always been far ahead in the music industry, felt uncomfortable. Fortunately, Qin Baobao had a big heart and had always been carefree, so she threw this matter aside in the blink of an eye. She took a deep breath on the bed and yawned. She crossed her two long legs and exerted force from her flexible waist, planning to do a beautiful carp flip to get up. But she didn't succeed. After yawing a few times, she realized that it was too difficult for her to do what the little pervert could easily do. It doesn't make sense. Why can't I get up? Is my posture wrong? Qin Baobao scratched her head and stomped out of the room in her small sandals. She opened the door to Qin Zhe's room and didn't see the little pervert. The bed was neatly made. The sound of running water came from the toilet. Qin Baobao closed the door and entered the large bathroom to take a look. Wang Zijin was brushing her teeth. Did you just get up? She glanced at Wang Zijin. She was wearing pajamas and her hair was messy, looking like she had just woken up. You didn't go jogging. Look at your dark circles. I couldn't sleep last night, Wang Zijin said calmly. Where's Ace? He went out to buy breakfast. Just as they were talking, Qin Zhe came back with breakfast for 3 people in his hands, looking like he was limping. At the dining table, Qin Baobao was chewing on a soup dumpling. Seeing her brother rubbing his knee from time to time, she wondered, What's wrong with you? Qin Zhe laughed dryly. Cramp, cramp. As he spoke, he secretly glanced at Wang Zijin. Qin Zhe knelt on the keyboard for the first time in his life. It wasn't long, but he knelt for 3F*King hours. After resting for half an hour on the way, Wang Zijin woke up at 8:30. Qin Baobao freed a hand and rubbed his knee. Does it hurt? Qin Zhe sucked in a breath of cold air. It hurts, it hurts? His sister asked curiously. Why did you have a cramp out of nowhere? Qin Zhe. Maybe it's a calcium deficiency. Wang Zijin calmly ate breakfast, feeling a little heartache. She regretted it when she saw him limping out to buy breakfast. When did this little bum become so straightforward? Didn't he know how to cut corners? He really knelt down and woke her up. A's Su Jiao's sales are better than mine. Qin Baobao said, I wonder if she can break the daily sales record. Qin Baobao's last album sold 110,000 copies from midnight to 9 o'clock the next day. This time, it was 120,000 copies. But Su Jiao's 130,000 copies set a new half-day sales record. However, half-day sales weren't counted in the record unless the daily sales record could be broken. Qin Baobao's daily sales record was 230,000 copies. Both of you can break the record. It's just a daily sales record. You can break it by spending $1 million or so, Qin Zhe analyzed. Since Dynasty wants to promote Su Jiao, they will still fork out this bit of money. However, if they want to continue, it will cost a few million. That's not very likely. After all, whether they can make money is another matter. They might even lose money. Then should we sell news to expose them? Of course, but the time isn't right yet. Maybe in a few days. Then you can go to Tianfang with me today. I have to go to Baozi today. I don't care, I don't care. Okay. Wang Zijin said faintly, You haven't come to Purple Crystal for a few days, right? Qin Zhe's scalp went numb. Chapter 508. Save it. Look at your dark circles. Don't go to work. Stay at home and sleep for a while. Qin Bao frowned. Although her tone was not good, she was actually concerned about her best friend. Wang Zijin's complexion was very bad. Not only was she sleep-deprived, but she also looked a little dispirited because of what she had suffered last night. At this moment, when she pressed her arm, it was still aching. Wang Zijin thought it made sense. Qin Bao asked curiously. I stayed up late last night to see album sales, but I didn't look as haggard as you. What did you do? Didn't you go to bed early? Wang Zijin said angrily, one false step brings everlasting sorrow. Qin Bao, wasn't it because of your brother? In order to take advantage of me, he tormented me all night. Qin Zhe coughed. Sister Ziwei, you can sleep for a while. You have nothing to do at the company at noon. Sister and I will go to work first. Wang Zijin snorted. The siblings left together. They took the elevator to the underground parking lot. There were only the two of them in the car. Sister asked suspiciously, What's wrong with Zijin? Are you not feeling well? Qin Zhe said calmly, Probably insomnia or Aunt Flo. Sister shook her head. Zijin's Aunt Flo is not today. Jejia, you really remember it well. You and Sister Zian really love each other. Ordinary friends won't remember your Aunt Flo for you at all. Even your parents might not remember it for you. If someone remembers your birthday or Aunt Flo, it is definitely true love. If the other party is of the opposite sex, marry her. If the other party is of the same sex, give them your chrysanthemum. You can't go wrong if you listen to me. Qin Zhe said perfunctorily, He promised Sister Ziwei that he would not tell anyone. After all, Sister Ziwei also wanted to save face. Qin Bao frowned slightly and found that things were not simple. I feel that you are hiding something from me. Absolutely not. Definitely. I saw through you when you sucked on your pacifier. F***CK. What did you see through me? She sucked so hard. Qin Zhe was speechless. After saying that, the elder sister held her waist and laughed out loud. You flatter me, you flatter me. I have a glib tongue. Lotus blossoming tongue was an innate talent. Elder sister's focus was really weird. Speaking of which, she used to play with my little earthworm when she was young. Every time she pinched it, my mother would slap it away because Qin Zhe would always cry. However, Qin Bao Bao never got tired of it. He would always pinch and flick all kinds of things when his mother was not paying attention. In the photos of the two of them when they were young, there were records of Qin Bao's evil deeds. Leaving the neighborhood at 9:30 in the morning, the road was still very congested. The morning rush hour usually lasted until 10 o'clock. Walking and stopping, it was already 10 o'clock when he arrived at the company. As usual, his sister went into the dance studio to practice. Qin Zhe accompanied her for half an hour before she couldn't take it anymore. She was out of breath. After staying up all night, her stamina had decreased a lot. His sister took a change of clothes to take a shower, and Qin Zhe returned to the office alone. When he passed by a certain office area, he heard a few employees chatting together. Chairman Qin's album is being suppressed by Su Jiao, and he hasn't made a comeback yet. How is Su Jiao so amazing? I bought her album, but the quality is not as good as our Chairman Qin's. It's probably just hype. Think about it, someone who has surpassed Qin Bao Bao's existence. How big of a gimmick is that? If I heard it, I would also buy it. But Chairman Qin vowed to compete with her before. Now that he has been beaten, it's so embarrassing. Yes, it's quite embarrassing. The internet is saying, cough, cough. They coughed fiercely to warn others. While gossiping, they didn't forget to keep their eyes and ears open, and they saw Qin Zhe coming over. Qin Zhe's hearing was outstanding, so he had already heard it. He pretended not to hear anything and calmly walked over. He wasn't anxious or impatient. This was Qin Zhe's attitude towards this matter. If his sister's first album was not under Star Arts but under his Tianfeng, Qin Zhe would do everything in his power to boost her sales. Now, there was no need for that, because as of now, Qin Bao Bao had already reached the peak of her entertainment industry. If she went any higher, she would be hitting Hollywood. Was it easy to make a living in Hollywood? Of course it wasn't easy. After so many years, how many celebrities from China had made a name for themselves in Hollywood? One could count them with one hand. Not to mention China, just in Asia, there weren't many celebrities who could make a name for themselves in Hollywood. Did Asian celebrities not have acting skills? Did they not know English? Did they not have money? Hollywood was more like a self-entertainment venue for Westerners. When they needed to open up the China market, they would invite some big names in the country to play supporting roles. It was a very realistic matter. Qin Zhe really didn't care about Hollywood. Facts had proven that if one could make a fortune in the domestic market without acting skills but with good looks, why bother going to Hollywood? It was so comfortable to make money in China. The pay of the little fresh meats was much higher than that of the Hollywood stars. Back in the office, he smoked a cigarette. Smoking didn't make him feel refreshed, and sleepy gradually came over. Qin Zhe went to bed at 2:30 in the morning and woke up at 5:30 in the morning. Then, he knelt on the keyboard for 3 hours. His body couldn't take it anymore. "You're smoking again." A voice of complaint sounded, and a cold little hand knocked on his head. Qin Zhe opened his eyes and stared at his sister unhappily. "Are you very sleepy?" His sister looked at him. "No, I'm not tired at all." Qin Zhe was surprised. Sister Ziwei was tired like a dead dog, but he couldn't be tired like a dead dog. Otherwise, with his sister's smart brain, she would easily think of something. "Nonsense, you're so tired that you're dozing off. Didn't I help you look at the album yesterday? After you fell asleep, I continued for a long time." There was a knock on the door, interrupting the conversation between the siblings. "Come in." Qin Baobao turned her head and yelled. Li Yanhong pushed the door open and came in with a notebook in her arms. As soon as she saw them, she was burning with impatience. "Baobao, your album still hasn't surpassed Su Jiao's. This is making me worried to death." Qin Baobao, "Oh, got it." Qin Zhe didn't pay attention to her at all. Li Yanhong complained, "Why aren't you guys worried at all?" "Only I, the emperor, am not worried." Qin Baobao wittily said, "It's Mama, Li Yanhong." She placed the notebook in front of Qin Baobao and said with a burning expression, "Look at the comments online. They're all talking about this matter. Su Jiao is going to rise. Su Jiao is really awesome. Qin Baobao's legend has been shattered. Are you angry? Tell me, are you angry?" Qin Baobao, "I'm not angry. It's not like we've made any less money." Li Yanhong, "Little ancestor, you're not angry, but I'm angry. This is a blow to your reputation. You're an invincible legend in the music industry. Now that you've been shattered, your image will be greatly affected." Qin Baobao ignored her and leaned over to look at the comments. Li Yanhong showed her the album comments. Su Jiao's fans were extremely arrogant, bragging all the way to Qin Baobao's album. The most common sentence was, "The legend has been shattered. I'm here to leave a message." There were a series of dozens and hundreds of such comments. This was still considered good. Those who stirred up trouble directly mocked and ridiculed in the comments. "I got a shock when I saw the sales volume this morning. Turns out that Qin Baobao is only like this. My Su Jiao is still the best." 666. This is the rhythm of AF * King Rise. I was blown over by the news online. You were so arrogant a while ago. Now you have nothing to say, right? There were many comments like this, and they were all fancy taunts. Qin Baobao and Qin Zhe's fans were not to be outdone. They also ran to the comments section of Su Jiao's album to flame people and engage in a war of words. It was very lively. There's also Weibo. Take a look. Li Yanhong switched to the Weibo page. She clicked on Qin Baobao's Weibo. The comments were more or less the same. There were Su Jiao's fans and onlookers. They were probably happy to see Qin Baobao get KO'd. Because this matter had blown up, Qin Baobao took the initiative to challenge herself. For this reason, she specially changed the album's release date. And Qin Baobao was very famous in the music industry. Her album was suppressed by someone else, so the gimmick was very big. Today's trending topic was Qin Baobao and Su Jiao's albums. Those who followed the entertainment news and downloaded many information and video apps on their phones received many articles at the same time this morning. There were all kinds of articles. Qin Bao Bao's album fails. Su Jiao's sudden rise. The myth of the album shatters. Qin Bao Bao's Weibo post that she wants to delete the most. Onlookers didn't mind the matter blowing up. For the sake of traffic, there were all kinds of exaggerated titles. But the topic was indeed very popular. There were many netizens' comments below these articles. Some were happy to see it, some were angry, some were just here to watch the show, and some questioned Su Jiao's album. Look at this. Li Yanhong clicked on Su Jiao's Weibo again and showed her the netizens' comments. The internet says that Su Jiao is boosting sales, right? The netizens' comments were like this. I'm a Qin Bao fan. I came here today purely because I can't stand some people's disgusting behavior of boosting sales. I bought both albums, so it's very easy to compare the quality. Other things aside, Qin Zhe's Dusk has already completely crushed Su Jiao. You dare say that you didn't boost sales? Anyone with a discerning eye knows that you did boost sales, hehe. I don't believe that you can keep boosting sales. Doesn't everyone know your level? This was an approving reply. A disapproving reply. Scram, smear. Where did these trolls come from? They were hired by Qin Bao, right? Can't afford to lose? Do you have the final say on whether an album is good or bad? The market will decide. Time will prove everything. Qin Bao smiled and said, There are many discerning eyes. Li Yanhong clapped her hands. I told you, why don't we boost sales too and suppress her? Qin Bao rolled her eyes and said, You can ask my grandpa about this. I'll listen to him. Li Yanhong immediately looked at Qin Zhe. As long as Qin Bao didn't say, You can ask my husband about this, Li Yanhong could adapt to all forms of address. There was no other reason other than the familiarity. Do you think boosting sales is worth it? Qin Zhe glanced at her. My sister just debuted. Does she need to rely on boosting sales to increase her popularity? Legends in the music industry are all empty. The more you care about these things, the easier it is to have a mental breakdown. Have you ever seen a legend in the entertainment industry? Then what do you get in exchange for spending millions on boosting sales? Is it equivalent to benefits? I don't like royal entertainment. If they're willing to continue burning money, I can't ask for anything more. It's worth it to sacrifice a bit of reputation and swindle them. In the end, we've earned quite a bit of money. Li Yanhong was unconvinced and argued. But this is a blow to Bao Bao's reputation. Celebrities rely on their reputation. Chapter 509. Qin Zhe put a cigarette in his mouth and looked at Li Yanhong disdainfully, creating the aura of a big boss looking down on a little newbie. Stop smoking. His sister took the cigarette and flicked his head. Qin Zhe coughed and sat up straight to restore the damaged aura. He said lightly, Do you think that Qin Bao's reputation will plummet because of this incident? Or face the danger of never recovering? Li Yanhong was about to speak when she met Qin Zhe's burning gaze. She said embarrassedly, The impact is still very big, but it won't be a total loss. The impact is only temporary. It's not worth spending money to buy sales. Qin Zhe said. Li Yanhong wanted to say something but stopped. Qin Zhe waved his hand. Okay, go and call the manager of the PR department. Li Yanhong left obediently. Qin Zhe took the cigarette back from his sister and said angrily, Your agent's professional level is too low, and her taste is also bad. She cares too much about fame and can't see deeper things. Find another one. Do you think everyone is like you? You're a big boss. How can her taste compare to yours? Qin Bao Bao looked at her brother and said, No, I'm used to it. Besides, I'm the boss now. An agent is not very useful. Li Yanhong recently took a group of newbies. She said that one of them has a lot of potential and wants me to meet her. If possible, she hopes that the company can put in some effort to cultivate her. She was the boss now, and the whole company was serving her. The existence of an agent was indeed not important. Qin Zhe asked, Which newbie? Feng Rue? Feng Rue, this little b****, has been very low-key recently. My movie made her famous, but she didn't even come to offer me a cup of tea. Qin Bao Bao said, No, let's talk about it another day. I'll take a look first. After a while, the manager of the PR department knocked on the door and came in. A half-bald middle-aged man, not fat, but thin and tall, respectfully greeted the two Qins. Qin Zhe was reading the comments on the internet. He didn't even raise his head. "Sister, what do you think?" Qin Baobao smiled and politely led him to his seat. "Manager Zhu, have you seen the competition for albums on the internet?" Manager Zhu nodded. Qin Zhe glanced at him. He did not remember the name of this public relations manager. Qin Zhe had 3 companies. All the managers added up to more than 10 people. He was only familiar with the manager of Baoza Investments. He did not have much contact with Tianfeng and Purple Crystal. Everyone in the circle knows that Royal Entertainment Company is trying to boost album sales. You can contact the Internet Water Army to expose this matter. You don't have to cover the whole world. Just show up occasionally. In a few days, when the time is right, you can publicize it. Qin Baobao crossed her legs and crossed her hands, looking dignified and dignified. "Understood," Manager Zhu said. Qin Baobao discussed some details with him. After he left, Qin Zhe said gloomily, "Aren't you quite capable yourself? Do you still need me to accompany you?" Qin Baobao played dumb. "How can I be capable? Sister is not capable at all. You're just talking nonsense." Qin Zhe was speechless. "Not capable? What's the use of having you? Throw you away. Anyway, there's nothing else. I still have something to do at Baoza. I'll go over first." Qin Zhe looked at his sister. His sister's face darkened. "If I don't agree, you won't go?" Qin Zhe said righteously. "If sister says no, I won't go." His sister smiled. "You're not allowed to go." Qin Zhe was speechless. "You don't see the big picture at all." She blinked her innocent eyes. "You said it yourself. If I say no, you won't go." Qin Zhe said, "No, uncle is going to Baoza this afternoon." Qin Baobao frowned. "A nominal position with plenty of money but no real power? That's good. Save him the trouble. But remember to inform the company's manager. Don't let him swindle the money away and squander it everywhere." Qin Zhe said, "Uncle really wants to do something, so I'm going to give him a position with real power." Qin Baobao asked, "What position?" Qin Zhe said, "Go out and find a factory for me. I'll let him go wherever he wants." Qin Baobao asked, "Are you sure you're not setting him up?" Qin Zhe said, No. Why would I?" Qin Baobao said, "Then go." Qin Zhe contacted his uncle this morning and asked him to wait for him at Baoza at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. However, Su Guang came an hour earlier and did not inform Qin Zhe. This guy directly told the receptionist that he was Qin Zhe's uncle. His tone was even more domineering than "My father is Li Gang." The receptionist was stunned and did not let her in. She did not have Qin Zhe's phone number, so she could only call Su Yu's assistant for instructions. While she was on the phone, she secretly peeked at the handsome uncle. If she looked closely, she would find that his facial features were somewhat similar to Qin Baobao's. For example, his lips were thin and beautiful. Of course, the most beautiful part of his facial features was his eyes. The corners of his eyes were long. Qin Baobao's eyes were like this. They were very charming, but in a man's eyes, they were very charming. The receptionist's little heart thumped twice. Soon, Su Yu came out. This morning, Su Yu did not see Qin Zhe coming over, so she called him and urged him. He said that he would flip her cards 3 times a week. Qin Zhe said that Tianfeng had something to deal with and told her that his uncle would come over at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. He would come together at that time. Su Yu walked over in high heels and was almost at the same height as Su Guang. Seeing the legendary uncle, she did not have much joy because she knew what kind of person Su Guang was from Qin Zhe. He was a little stunning. Not only would men be stunned when they saw a beautiful woman, but women would also be stunned when they saw a handsome man. Su Guang was such a handsome man that stunned women. In the past, Qin Zhe had thought about dressing up his uncle. He would wear a leather coat, comb his oily hair, grow a black beard, and wear a pair of small leather boots to walk on the tea stage. It would definitely cause the young women to scream, "Hello, uncle." So you took the initiative to shake hands. She had to be polite. After all, he was her man's uncle, so he was also her uncle. Uncle? Su Guang smiled and shook hands with Suyu. You are. This girl was not bad-looking. She was not worse than his niece. She was tall and had a cold temperament. Suyu did not answer. She led him to the office. When there was no one around, she smiled and introduced herself. I'm A's girlfriend. You're Wang Zijin? My name is Suyu. Who is Wang Zijin? I've never heard of it. Su Guang was stunned for a moment. He looked at Suyu carefully. Wasn't A's girlfriend Wang Zijin? Did she think that he was only good-looking but not smart? The reason why he knew that Qin Zhe's girlfriend was Wang Zijin was because his sister had told him. His uncle's sister was not Qin Zhe's sister. Qin Ma went home to visit her old mother some time ago. Her grandmother did not care much about her granddaughter, but she was worried sick about her grandson. She thought that her grandson would be 24 after the new year. How could he not be in a relationship at 24? In their era, at 24, children could climb trees to fish for eggs and go underwater to catch fish and shrimp. She took her daughter's hand and said earnestly and worriedly. Su Guang said that A's was now a big boss and there was no shortage of women around him. After that, he was slapped by his old mother. Do you think A's is a bad seed like you? Her grandmother scolded him like this. After all, Qin Zhe had been sensible and obedient since he was a child. Her grandparents had a psychological shadow because of their son. They were very dissatisfied with Qin Bao, who liked to play around and make trouble with her younger brother. In addition, Qin Bao looked cute and somewhat like his uncle. They hated the house and its crow. And they loved Qin Zhe, who was well-behaved, docile and sensible. Who gave birth to this bad seed? Su Guang was not convinced. His old mother gave him another slap. Qin Ma said that A's had a girlfriend called Wang Zijin. In this way, Su Guang knew about Wang Zijin. His uncle came in person and certainly couldn't let him wait in the conference room. Suyu took him into the office and made tea. Suyu, are you from the company? I'm the vice president and A's secretary. Su Guang nodded secretly. Mom, I'll take you to see another day. Your good grandson also plays the secretary game. Su Guang drank a few mouthfuls of tea and chatted with Suyu. After about 10 minutes, he couldn't sit still. He came here in advance, of course, not to drink tea and chat with Suyu. Can I look around? Okay, I'll show you around, Suyu said. Su Guang nodded and followed her out of the office. He thought that A's would definitely let him work in this company. As the uncle of the big boss, his position couldn't be low, right? How was the company's strength? How was the environment? Was there any messy intrigue? Were there any restless traitors? He had to check it out. His uncle had seen a lot of patterns in online novels where one entered a big company through connections and was looked down upon by all kinds of people, and then shocked everyone with wisdom and courage. Recently, when he was idle at home, he read all kinds of books. He also read a lot of serious marketing literature. There was a saying that was very good. I don't need money, I just need a platform. Give me a platform. Beat the pony and call it daddy. Chapter 510. If Su Guang had read more web novels, he would have understood that he lacked a chance to be reborn, or perhaps he lacked a heaven-defying system. He followed behind Suyu. His attention was not at all on the wonderful buttocks wrapped in the front skirt, but looking around. In elementary school, it was like Granny Lu entering the city. In contrast, Su Guang turned a blind eye to Suyu's increasingly plump buttocks. Over the years, he wandered around, went to Macau to seek wealth, gambled on stones, scouted antiques, fried puer and Tibetan mastiff, and also fried orchids at sky-high prices. He lost and earned, but in the end, he lost. At first, Suyao had spent close to 10 million yuan on him for the sake of their friendship in the past. Later, seeing that he couldn't support the wall, he gave up. In fact, Su Guang knew that Suyao was not only looking at the past. He wanted Su Guang to act as a lobbyist. His sister has loved him since he was a child. But no matter how Suyao hinted, Su Guang pretended to be stupid. He didn't say a word about what he should say. Su Guang didn't run in vain these years. At least his eyesight was trained. People have temperament and the company has it. In the past few days, he has been in contact with local tyrants and businessmen. Those big bosses like to visit the companies of their partners. Because they go in and walk around, they know the spirit of the company. Their eyes are sharp, and they can even see the potential of the company. Just now in the office, Su Guang looked around without leaving a trace. There were a lot of books and documents on the desk, but it was not messy. The sofa was clean and there was no smell. The tea tray was brand new. At this time, looking at the employee's office area, it was much more messy. Along the way, there was no sign of people secretly playing games or chatting. The employees were all immersed in their work. The male employees in white shirts were making phone calls and looking at the index without any distractions. The female employees in high heels were walking around with documents in their hands. The company was thriving, just like a vigorous teenager, stepping forward to meet a new future. He said in his heart, I lost to the little red guy. In those days, if I had the ability to manage and operate such a company, I wouldn't have lived like a loser dog. When Yaya graduates in the future, I will let her come to the company to gain experience. She will be a secretary for her cousin. Su Guang suddenly glanced at Su Yu. Forget it, I will not be a secretary. I will start from the bottom. Passing by Li Linfeng's office, the door was open. He was sitting inside, drinking tea and smoking, looking very relaxed. It was just lunch break, so there wasn't much to do. He could enjoy a leisurely afternoon. He had been in Baozi for more than half a year, and it was better than any other organization or company he had worked in before. President Qin was willing to give him more power, and he had approved the funds without hesitation. Li Linfeng did not disappoint Qin Zhe and Su Yu, and the profits were good. As for Li Linfeng himself, he had bought another apartment in Shanghai within half a year. It was located near the CBD and cost 68,000 yuan per square meter. It was an 80-square-meter apartment. That's right, full price. When he was in Zhuli, he did not mix well. It was Su Yu and Qin Zhe who poached him. Li Linfeng had always been touched by the sentiment of a gentleman would die for his bosom friend. President Su, come in and have a cup of tea. Li Linfeng quickly put out the cigarette. Su Yu nodded and took Su Guang in. Before Su Yu spoke, Li Linfeng greeted Su Guang first. Hello. How should I address you? Surname Su. President Su, please sit down. Li Linfeng thought that this man should be a business partner who came to visit the company. Such people were common, and he had received a lot of them. Su Guang felt that the other party knew his identity, just like Su Yu. It seemed that he was really going to work in Baozi Investment, and he was a president. The introduction of the two sides was completed. Manager Li, the company starts work at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, right? Su Guang said. Yes. Li Linfeng nodded, wondering why he asked this. According to normal logic, the other party should test the company's business, performance, or something. Or talk about some things in the industry and start a conversation. You're quite free. Su Guang laughed. It's okay. Li Linfeng also laughed. Work hard and strive to contribute to the company. After all, you can't mistreat the trust of your superiors. Li Linfeng was stunned. What did he mean? The tone of a superior comforting a subordinate. I don't know where President Su works. Li Linfeng smiled awkwardly. Me? Here. Su Guang said. Li Linfeng? Are you new? Li Linfeng was even more embarrassed. Sort of. Su Guang drank tea. I'm Qin Zhe's uncle. Li Linfeng. Su Yu had been silent. She was texting Qin Zhe with her head down, urging him to come over, and flirting with him. Su Yu, your uncle is so stupid. Qin Zhe, he's not stupid, he's a jerk. He's not very reliable. Su Yu, I feel it, he's the same as Qin Bao Bao. Qin Zhe, don't let my sister know this. She will hit you. Su Yu, am I afraid of her? She completely forgot that when she was on the set. She was held by Qin Bao Bao by the shoulder and put to the ground effortlessly. He was veritable trash. He was even worse than dregs. Then, Su Yu led him to see several other managers, and the conversation was generally like this. After greeting, Su Guang, work hard. You must live up to the expectations of your superiors. Managers, who are you? Su Guang, I'm Qin Zhe's uncle. It doesn't matter at all. We will be colleagues in the future. Managers. So you wanted to know what position Qin Zhe was going to arrange for his uncle. Su Guang was a relative. There was no doubt about this. Qin Zhe personally brought him here, which would damage Boss Qin's dignified image, and the managers would criticize him in their hearts. So Suyu did this for Qin Zhe, bringing Su Guang to visit the dock and familiarize himself with the company's senior managers. Took some time for Qin Zhe to rush over, so Suyu took Su Guang back to the office. Because she knew what kind of person her uncle was, and the Su family's unbearable past. Suyu didn't ask Su Guang about the past. Qin Zhe told her everything, just like a husband who often complains to his wife about some trivial things about his relatives and friends. Suyu listened with great interest. It seems that such a word is not appropriate, but she listened very attentively. If you like someone, you can't help but want to know everything about him. His joys and sorrows, his circle of friends, his story, his childhood. Of course, the most important thing is to explore his depth, or to estimate his length, which is human nature. The attitude a man shows to his parents and friends will affect his wife's attitude to a certain extent. Suyu doesn't like Su Guang very much. She thinks he is a bastard, causing such a big financial burden to Qin Zhe's family. Suyu respects the old man, mostly because of Qin Zhe's influence. Not to mention the past. Her uncle didn't understand work, so Suyu said, "Uncle, you are so handsome." Her uncle's whole body, probably only the skin bag, is worth praising. Su Guang also likes Suyu to praise him like this. After all, there are not many shining points on his body, and his good looks are praised the most. It's mainly because your grandmother is beautiful. When she was young, she was much better looking than the current stars. Su Guang said, "However, it's useless for a man to be handsome. It mainly depends on his ability. You see, Ace is very ordinary, but he is capable. But he is coquettish." Suyu added in her heart. Not only is he full of coquettish words, but he is also coquettish. Qin Zhe is not ordinary, he is very handsome. Suyu retorted with a smile. Su Guang waved his hand and said in a tone of experience, "Hey, he is the worst looking in our family. He has been dull since he was a child, like an ugly duckling. But who would have thought that one day, the ugly duckling would become a white swan?" If it weren't for the last sentence, Suyu would have spat on the spot. You are the ugly duckling, your whole family is ugly duckling. It's okay to say that he is not handsome, but to slander him as an ugly duckling, it's unbearable. In fact, Su Guang really didn't slander him. What he said was true. Qin Zhe is an ugly duckling, which is a fact highly recognized by relatives and friends. They visit relatives during the holidays. The elder sister showed her charm when she was 10 years old. She was beautiful. The younger brother has a round face, ordinary facial features, and there is no temperament that can make people's eyes shine. He is the worst looking in the whole family. That's right. When the old man was young, he was a handsome man, although the handsome was not very obvious. Qin Ma is naturally a beautiful girl from a humble family. Before Qin Zhe was born, the title of the worst looking in the family was borne by Qin Ma. As soon as Qin Zhe was born, it was handed over to Qin Zhe. In fact, Qin Ma looks like Qin Zhe's grandfather who passed away many years ago. If Qin Ma looks like her grandmother, her elder sister is unbelievably beautiful. Suyu said, "Qin Bao Bao looks like my uncle. They are both very beautiful." Qin Bao Bao looks like his uncle at most. Su Guang was happy. The nephew looks like the uncle. When Suyu heard it, he said gloomily, "But Qin Zhe and my uncle don't look like each other at all." Unexpectedly, Su Guang's face changed greatly. "How is it not like? It's just not obvious." Suyu can feel his displeasure, and even a little angry. "Suyu? I didn't say anything wrong." Chapter 5:11. Su Guang said seriously, "Look at my expression, and say it again. A's and I don't look alike." Suyu's mouth twitched. Quite alike. But the resemblance is not obvious. Is there something wrong with this uncle's brain? If the nephew doesn't look like you, then he doesn't look like you. The nephew is not your son. Is there a need to have such a big reaction? Sure enough, the offline uncle has a different way of thinking from ordinary people. Su Guang laughed with satisfaction. Everyone says so. Ha ha ha. Let's not talk about this. How much money does your Bowser have now? Not running water. So you did not hide. The funds in the company's account are about 80 billion. These are naturally not the company's assets, but the funds for the company's operations, the funds absorbed from customers, and the sum of several funds. Su Guang's eyes lit up. Uncle, I am very experienced in stone gambling. Is the company interested in withdrawing a part of the funds to invest in the stone gambling industry? Su Yu glanced at him. Uncle, the company's investment projects can only be established after careful research and inspection. Su Guang said, know how to be flexible. Su Yu smiled, picked up the teacup, and drank tea by himself. This was a bit embarrassing. The other party obviously ignored him. Fortunately, Su Guang was thick-skinned and made jokes. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Qin Zhe pushed open the office door and came in. Su Yu immediately raised a bright smile. Qin Zhe came over and sat next to Su Yu, opposite Su Guang. Uncle, why are you here so early? Su Guang didn't have the arrogance or confidence of an uncle at all. He poured tea for his nephew with a smile on his face. I just came to have a look. Qin Zhe sipped tea. It's okay. I set up the company at the end of last year. At that time, it was just 100 million yuan in funds. Now it has increased hundreds of times. It's not just okay, he's envious. Su Guang was very gratified. The ugly duckling at home has become a phoenix. He, the old white goose with broken wings, should also put on wings and fly again. So, what position is A's going to put, Uncle? Su Guang asked expectantly. So you took him around the company. Bowser has taken shape, and the business expansion is almost complete. There seems to be no vacant position for him. Can't be the vice president. What about Su Yu, the beautiful secretary? Su Yu was also curious and wanted to see how Qin Zhe would arrange it. If she followed her idea, she would directly throw her uncle into any department, hang a manager with no job and eat empty salary. Qin Zhe thought for a while and said, Uncle, your position is not with Bowser. Su Guang was taken aback. So you also looked at him. Qin Zhe continued, I plan to buy an electronic processing factory, but Su Yu and I are in the dark about this business, and we can't trust a professional team to deal with it. Uncle, you must have made a lot of friends after all these years. Why don't you help? This? Su Guang fell silent. After a while, he asked, Then what position am I in? Qin Zhe made up a random excuse. Market Research Manager, Purple Crystal Technologies. Purple Crystal Technology? Yes, Purple Crystal Technology is another company under my management. It's in the internet technology industry. The general manager is Wang Zijin, a good friend of mine. Qin Zhe introduced. Oh, your girlfriend. Su Guang suddenly realized. Qin Zhe spat out a mouthful of tea. Su Guang reacted quickly and dodged. Su Yu quickly pulled out a few tissues and gently wiped his mouth while looking at him with resentment. Qin Zhe. Why does everyone know that Wang Zijin is my girlfriend? Didn't I hide it well? Why is my secret always worthless? Just like the fact that I have a sister complex. Everyone knows it. Uncle knows it. Then what about my sister? Hai Zhe King evolved salted fish Zhe. Qin Zhe's legs began to soften, and he was panicking. Who told you? Qin Zhe forced himself to ask. Your mother said it, Su Guang said. My mother said it. Qin Zhe burst into tears. Mama, you promised to keep it a secret for me. Are you going to sell me out like this? Oh, I see. Qin Zhe's expression was calm. Let's talk about business first. I will hire a professional team to follow you. You are responsible for the contact, but remember, don't let the team contact the manufacturer in private. I will tell you about the tricks later. He elbowed Su Yu. You log in to my network disk. There is a purchase detail in it. Help me print it out and give it to Uncle. Su Yu sat by the computer, logged in to Qin Zhe's network disk and printed the document. The nephew and uncle sat on the big sofa a little far away. Su Guang kept winking at Qin Zhe and glanced at Su Yu. It was an expression that all men understood. Qin Zhe glared at him fiercely and wanted to warn him, but thinking of Su Yu not far away, he endured it. There were printers, photocopiers, and shredders in the office. Su Yu took a few printed sheets of A4 paper and handed them to Qin Zhe and sat aside. Qin Zhe pushed it to his uncle. The requirements of the processing plant are here. You take it back and have a look. In addition, there are some things that need to be explained verbally. The factory should not be too big, small, or medium-sized. We will not invest in the factory that takes the high-end route. We will only buy it. Amethyst needs its own factory to manufacture the core equipment. Other spare parts can be processed by other factories. In fact, the really troublesome confidentiality measures. Once his set of VR equipment is produced, it can barely be regarded as a small step in the long road of VR, but it will definitely attract covetous eyes, especially in China where piracy is rampant. Therefore, he has to apply for patents for some core technologies. There are many troubles waiting for him. This is one of the reasons why Qin Zhe doesn't like to deal with the industry. To paraphrase the style of a certain big boss surnamed Ma, what's yours is mine. What's mine is not yours. After talking for about half an hour, Su Guang was confused by Qin Zhe and left complacently. Uncle, I'll send you. Qin Zhe lifted his feet and followed. Su Guang came by taxi. Qin Zhe certainly can't let him take a taxi back and arranged for the company's driver to send him. A dark blue business car, the driver hasn't come yet, and the nephew and uncle stood by the car. This car will follow you in the future, and it's convenient to go out. Qin Zhe patted the roof of the dark blue business car. Su Guang was overjoyed. There is one more thing to say to uncle, Qin Zhe said. Just say it. I'll help you. Su Guang patted his chest. It's about Wang Zijin, Qin Zhe said. Uncle, can you keep it a secret for me? Ah. Su Guang looked at him blankly. Why did the girlfriend have to be kept a secret? Shouldn't the very capable secretary who claimed to be the girlfriend keep it a secret? Anyway, don't say it. My dad is very old-fashioned. If he knows, he will definitely scold me. Qin Zhe made up a story. Your dad is not old-fashioned. If your dad is old-fashioned, he wouldn't have forced your mom to get pregnant. Su Guang said angrily. Qin Zhe, okay, I'll change the excuse. Well, actually, Wang Zijin's family doesn't agree with our relationship, so can you keep it a secret? But I don't know her family at all. Why should I keep it a secret? Qin Zhe said angrily, anyway, don't tell anyone. If you tell anyone, we'll break up. Su Guang, understood, is this kid hiding something from me? Hey Ace, I think Su Yu is good. The company's manager respects her very much. She doesn't look like a vase. How can she be willing to be your mistress? What mistress? I'm not married. But you have a girlfriend. Are you done? Su Guang muttered. So flirtatious? Could it be hereditary? What did you say? Okay. I'm too lazy to talk about your trivial matters. Su Guang said. I'm experienced in this kind of thing. Qin Zhe was stunned. Experienced? Su Guang. I'm hiding it from you guys. Qin Zhe, oh. At this time, the driver came down and took out the key to unlock the car. Qin Zhe helped his uncle open the door and sent him in. After closing the door, both uncle and nephew were relieved. Chapter 512. As the saying goes, paper can't wrap fire. On the way back to the company, Qin Zhe's heart was pounding like a deer, hitting him with a hard horn. He was panicking. From Qin Ma's point of view, it was normal for her to tell her mother and brother that her son had a girlfriend. After all, she had to hide it from the two parties, Wang Zijin and Su Yu. If the old man was present, he would refute. Nonsense, as this girlfriend is obviously Su Yu. Fortunately, the old man is not here, otherwise the image I painstakingly built for 24 years would collapse. Qin Zhe had been black-bellied since he was a child. His bad ideas were no less than others, but they were all hidden in his heart. When he saw his elders, parents, and friends, he would put on his signature smile and call them uncle and aunt. This was Qin Zhe's hypocrisy. It was also the survival rule of a little salted fish. He had lost his looks and spirituality. If he didn't have a mouth smeared with honey, wouldn't he be unloved? Sooner or later, his sister would know. It doesn't matter. I'm Hei's king. Hei's king can settle any storm. Everything is not a problem. I can solve it. Well, I can solve it. My charm is beyond my imagination. I have to be confident. Thinking of this, Qin Zhe was suddenly not panicked. When he came to the president's office, he heard a loud voice. Hi, everyone. I'm Zha Hui. No matter how good the advertisement is, tonight at 8 o'clock sharp. Come if you're a brother. When he pushed the door in, the sound of the advertisement disappeared. Suyu sat by the coffee table with a laptop in front of her. This advertisement is not dead yet. What are you looking at? Qin Zhe said. There's a lot of news about your sister on the internet. I clicked on it and the advertisement came out. Suyu said. A large office with exquisite decoration, a brown leather sofa, a cold beauty in a dress suit. Everything was the treatment of a genius, so I'm long out yin. Qin Zhe brainwashed himself. Your sister finally fell this time. Ha ha ha, I'm so happy. Suyu plunged into his arms and rubbed her head. What's there to be happy about? My sister was defeated by an outsider. Are you happy? Qin Zhe grabbed her little earlobe and pinched it gently. Why not? Outsiders have nothing to do with me, your sister. I hate it. Suyu arched in his arms. He's a pay-to-win player. It's normal to lose, Qin Zhe said. Brony. Young man, look. This is a pay-to-win player. Brother Ma, what's RMB? Young man, I'll send you up for free. Do you want to refresh it? Suyu asked. There's no hurry. Let's wait first, Qin Zhe said. Putting this matter aside, Suyu said, why don't you let your uncle stay in the company? It's good to give him a nominal position. Don't they just want money? Suyu has seen through the true face of relatives. Qin Zhe sighed and said, my uncle is different. He can't stay idle. He's like a ship without oars. He can only wave and wave. If I leave him in the company, he'll quit in a few months at most. Then he'll be disappointed in me and find another job. What he's looking forward to just now is to become one of the most powerful people in the company so that he can manage the company. If Bowser let him manage it, tens of billions won't be enough to lose. Suyu was speechless. Why do you care about this kind of uncle? Just give him some money. Just don't get me wrong. I'm not the kind of bad daughter-in-law who hates her husband's relatives. Qin Zhe said, every family has its own difficulties. Speaking of which, my uncle probably has an obsession to be a boss. Obsession? Well, my grandfather used to do business. He was a small boss and passed the family business to him. In a few years, he lost the family fortune. My grandfather died when my uncle failed the most, so he always felt that his father died with grievances. My uncle felt guilty in his heart. I'll set a goal for him and let him do whatever he wants. Suyu said, by the way, what is my uncle doing here? Isn't he working for Purple Crystal? Bowser has to pay for it. Bowser has the most funds, Qin Zhe said. Bullshit. Suyu suddenly straightened up from his arms, like an angry little hen. I won't give a penny. Want to take money from me again? Don't even think about it. You black-hearted little pervert. You only know how to take my money as your wife's money. Do you think I, Suyu, am made of mud? Don't make trouble. You're getting more and more disobedient. Qin Zhe patted her little but gently. I'm not making trouble. Wang Zijin still owes me millions. Why should she take money from me again? Wang Zijin is your girlfriend. Am I not? Qin Zhe, has your conscience been eaten by Qin Bao? F***ck. Metaphorically, my sister is you, this little teddy. My sister and Wang Zijin are true love, and Suyu and my sister are true hate. Qin Zhe ignored her little temper and said, how much is it to buy such a factory? I haven't calculated it. Anyway, I'm too lazy to care about hundreds of millions. You can estimate it for me later. This was the advantage of the internet, entertainment, and finance. There was never a shortage of funds. Industry was not good. The big bosses in industry did not have much liquid capital. For example, A big boss surnamed Wang was said to have personal assets of tens of billions of dollars, but according to his interview, hundreds of millions of cash may not be available at once. Well, the company has 500 million yuan to give you. You are my man. I have no problem. Suyu looked very wronged and stared at him. 500 million yuan and me, you choose one. Fortunately, as long as it was not, I choose one with your mother or, I choose one with your sister. Qin Zhe could deal with it easily. Today he started to be proud. Qin Zhe's expression was serious. You are priceless. I choose 500 million yuan. The first half of the sentence made Suyu smile. She rushed over and said in a coquettish tone, Husband, you are the best. She stopped abruptly. The second half of the sentence made her angry and painful. The posture of a swallow returning to the forest changed into a hungry tiger pouncing on a sheep. She bit on Qin Zhe's shoulder and said vaguely, Let's die together. Oh, I'm just kidding. Your tears are coming. Qin Zhe helped Suyu up. Her eyes were red and there was a bag of tears. Suyu sniffed and turned away. I didn't ask you to pay for nothing. I didn't say that the factory was bought. It was under amethyst. Baozi paid for it, and the shares he should have were not small. Don't forget, Baozi is not ours. There is also Sister Man's share. Qin Zhe said, Sister Man's share is also mine. Sister Man said that she would give it to me as a dowry in the future. Suyu smiled through tears. Why didn't you say so earlier? Sister Man also loves you. It seems that my existence is superfluous? If Suyu didn't say it, Qin Zhe almost forgot that Sister Man also had shares. Sister Man's sense of existence was too low. She never intervened in the company's affairs and only received money without speaking. You have such a big reaction. I'm just teasing you. Qin Zhe said angrily. Can you blame me? Who told you to be biased? If you have the ability, ask Wang Zijin to give me back the money. I'm not biased. I'm not good to you. Qin Zhe took out his mobile phone. Okay, I'll get it for you now. He opened the chat software and suddenly stagnated. He leaned back slightly, not letting Suyu see his mobile phone screen, and quickly changed the group notes. Hei's King's Harem group was changed to Love and Love group. Since he joined this group, it has been calm. The sisters have never shown up again. Not surprisingly, they must have restarted the war in other groups. My existence is really superfluous. Qin Zhe edited the message. Qingqing Zijin, Sister Ziwei. Tianfang needs Zijin in the near future. You can return the millions. Wang Zijin, I don't have money. Get out. Qin Zhe, don't be like this. Blind crying. On the side, Suyu rolled her eyes at him. It's useless. I'll do it. No, I'll do it. If we can talk properly, don't talk nonsense. Qin Zhe grabbed Suyu's mobile phone and put it in his pocket. Qin Zhe, Sister Ziwei, if you really want to use money, it's only a few million. Be good, be obedient. Qingqing Zijin, well, I'll inform the finance department. Sister Zijin was indeed able to see the big picture. She was both beautiful and intelligent. Sister Zijin was easy to talk to. Crossdresser, well, return my money by the way. Qingqing Zijin, what money? Who owes you money? Crossdresser, Wang Zijin, when you went to the recycling company, you borrowed more than 20 million from me. The bonds have long matured. You still haven't returned the money to me. Qingqing Zijin, oh, I'm busy. You guys talk, I'll leave first. Qin Zhe, Qin Bao Bao, why are you joining in the fun? Old Wang, don't go. Suyu said expressionlessly, sure enough, it's useless. Qin Zhe, Old Ma, young man, you need to recharge. Recharge your ass. Between me and Long Outyen, there's a cheat system. Haha. Harem group? This is the result of salted fish forcing a harem. The system sneered. Between you and Long Outyen, the difference is not the system. Don't slander me. You two are 3 words apart. The system caught Qin Zhe's ridicule in his heart. What 3 words? Qin Zhe asked. Long Outyen. The system said, You're called Salted Fish Zay, 3 words apart from Long Out Yin. Qin Zay. Can I still be saved? Qin Zay said in his heart. You can't be saved. Just wait for death. The system said. Suyu looked at him with her bright eyes. What's wrong with you? All of a sudden, Zay's face looked disheartened. Qin Zay shook his head. I need a name change card. Old Ma, take the money. In the group, Nan Man Pei, who was lurking, suddenly appeared. Lovesick Red Bean, Qin Zay. I'm very disappointed in your ability to manage the company. I also have shares in Tianfeng. If you can't do it, I can send a professional management team over. Qin Zay. Sister Man, hurry up. Lovesick Red Bean. I've thought about it. I'm here to seize power. That's exactly what I want. Come quickly. Once you're here, the sister's goal will be the same. Crossdresser. No need, Sister Man. I can handle the company's affairs. Don't you have shares in Bowza? You can send a management team over. Let me say. Suyu grabbed Qin Zay's mobile phone. Sister Man, you said that Bowza's shares would be my dowry. Lovesick Red Bean? Crossdresser? Qingqing Zijin? Crossdresser. Brother, are you going to marry Sister Man? Qingqing Zijin. Qin Zay. I'll give you a chance to withdraw. Qin Zay. I'm Suyu. My mobile phone was snatched away by him. Lovesick Red Bean. Let's talk about it after you get married. Suyu was stabbed in the heart. Qin Zay pinched Suyu's face. I'll help you vent your anger. Qin Zay. Sister Man. I'm Qin Zay. Our relationship is so close. Why don't you give me Bao's shares as my dowry? I have 2 girlfriends. Give me Tianfeng's shares too. Crossdresser. Two girlfriends? Qingqing Zijin. Qin Zay. Yes, Xiaozhua and Xiaoyu. Lovesick Red Bean. Are you making fun of me? Believe it or not, I'll sink you into the Huangpu River. Qin Zay. I'll sink you 3,000 miles into the water. Chapter 513. Acacia Hongdo. Are you so happy to be naughty? Qin Zay didn't answer, but took back his mobile phone with satisfaction, with a smug expression on his face. I'm done. Call me if you have anything in the future, and your husband will help you vent your anger. Suyu. Is this done? Where did you vent your anger? I can't understand it at all. According to Suyu's many days of learning experience, Qin Zay should be expressionless when she, the heroine, is wronged. But his glass-like light-colored eyes hide anger, so you can't imagine what the glass-like light-colored eyes look like. But it's described in the book. Qin, domineering male protagonist Eze. Nan Man Pei, although you are little you Er's friend, I won't allow you to say that. Qin Bao, domineering male protagonist Eze. Qin Bao Bao, although you are my sister, my girlfriend is not for you to talk about. Qin, domineering male protagonist Eze. Wang Zijin, although you are my girlfriend, we are the matchmaker. I love little you the most. This is Suyu's ideal style. Moreover, in the end, the money was not brought back. So what are you so proud of? I seem to have fallen in love with a salted fish. Suyu puffed up her cheeks and said angrily, It's okay to pay for it. But as for how many shares, I will talk to Wang Zijin myself. Don't interfere. If she doesn't pay back the money, I will deduct it from the acquisition funds myself. Okay, I won't interfere. Qin Zay said, Can I interrupt? Suyu said, Deoxyribose is not delicious. Qin Zay, replenish protein. Suyu smiled sweetly, with shallow dimples. I want to replenish blood and calcium. Qin Zay couldn't meet her requirements, and his face was black. Are you so happy to be naughty? The two snuggled on the sofa. Qin Zay frowned at his sister's album sales, and Suyu looked at his face. Unlike ordinary handsome men, Qin Zay's face is particularly attractive. With a beautiful fantasy, Suyu stared at his side face. In the future, when they had children, the girl had to be as beautiful as her, the boy had to be as handsome as him, and the boy had to be as capable, talented, and responsible as him. Crossing it out first, he didn't see much of a sense of responsibility at the moment. Fortunately, There was no such thing as nephews looking like aunts. Otherwise, if a daughter or son looked like Qin Bao Bao, how terrible would it be? Looking at a face that resembled Qin Bao Bao every day, so you couldn't help but beat the shit out of that person. At the thought of children, Su Yu's mood was particularly surging. "Hubby." She stretched out her arms and hugged Qin Zhe's neck, her eyes watery. Qin Zhe looked away from the computer screen and turned to look at her. "Come to me tonight. You haven't touched me for a long time." Su Yu's expression was shy. "Forget about it at night. Let's fire the cannons now. I brought the Italian cannons." Qin Zhe reached out and unbuttoned the 2 buttons on Su Yu's chest, seeing a touch of white inside and a light blue bra. If it was changed to his sister's big breasts, he could see the deep ravine, but Su Yu's was not obvious. In the office?" Su Yu covered her chest and looked embarrassed. "It's not that they haven't driven in the office, but that's after the employees get off work. Now it's office hours. What if the assistant knocks on the door in the middle of the work? At that time, Qin Zhe wants to stop, but she doesn't want to. It's so comfortable every time." Qin Zhe sighed. "Because this kind of thing can't be done in the morning or evening, it can only be done in the afternoon." Su Yu blinked. "Why?" Qin Zhe said seriously. "Because something will happen sooner or later." "Su Yu, are you so happy?" Finally, they went to the hotel. There was never a shortage of high-end hotels in the CBD area. Qin Zhe's current identity was not suitable for him to take out his ID card to get a room. The room was opened by Su Yu. After getting a room, she texted Qin Zhe and told him the room number. Qin Zhe went in wearing a cap and a mask. Su Yu was taking off her stockings, and the black silk was rolling down from her white and slender thighs was full of temptation. Qin Zhe was like a hungry tiger pouncing on a sheep. She felt the danger and immediately jumped away, leaning back against the window, smiling charmingly. "Come and catch me. If you catch me, I'll let you have sex." They ran around the bed, and Qin Zhe stopped fiercely. "If I don't play this, I always feel that I'm the silly son of the village chief, or the bully who robs women." Su Yu took off her coat, put on a set of sexy underwear, and went into the bathroom. In the next few hours, the sound of rain hitting the banana leaves was urgent. The cavalry broke out the sound of swords and spears, and with you, they disappeared the worries of eternity. The wind rose and the clouds flew, and Qin Zhe's iron rod could penetrate the intestines. Su Yu curled up in the quilt and took a nap. On the contrary, Qin Zhe became braver and more energetic. He took the hotel introduction and menu 2B pencil and listed some things to pay attention to in the industry on the blank back, including management, operation, confidential technology protection measures, and so on. Then, he wrote down his connections in the government. The first one was the Wang family, and the connections that the Wang family extended to the government. Then it was Nan Man Pei, and the Li family represented by Nan Man Pei. The last one was Zhao Taizhu. The help that Zhao Taizhu could give him was dispensable. It didn't matter if he asked him for help on small matters, but when it came to the level of a game involving major interests, Zhao Taizhu couldn't help. He wasn't powerful himself, and he wasn't the leader of the Zhao family. For now, in Shanghai, Nan Man Pei was a good partner. Qin Zhe leaned over to pick up the pants thrown on the ground, took out his mobile phone, and sent a text message. "Sister Man, I'll take you to fly." After about 10 minutes, Nan Man Pei's reply came late. "Are you itching for a beating?" Qin Zhe, "It's like you can beat me." Nan Man Pei, "If you have something to say, get out." Qin Zhe turned Su Yu's body, held her in his arms, and typed, "I'm going to do high-tech products. Are you interested in investing?" Nan Man Pei, "Not interested." Qin Zhe, "There's no way to communicate. I'll send you money." Nan Man Pei, "What the hell do you want to do?" Qin Zhe, "I'm not going to do anything to you." The next moment, Nan Man Pei called, and Qin Zhe answered. Nan Man Pei's voice was cold and angry. "Qin Zhe, I'm giving you face." Qin Zhe laughed. "Sister Man, I'm just joking. Don't be angry, don't be angry. Your health will be bad." She muttered, "Stingy." Nan Man Pei raised her voice. "What did you say?" Qinze, nothing, let's talk about business. I'm developing VR equipment. Are you interested in investing? Nan Man Pei was silent for a moment. It's a thankless task, a waste of time and money, and there may not be a return. The research and development of VR equipment was indeed in an extremely awkward situation. This kind of high-tech product was generally developed by large capital. In terms of scientific research abroad, they were very ingenious and willing to spend and burn money. In the domestic market, craftsmanship was heavy, and they were not willing to spend energy on doing things and doing research. They paid attention to making quick money. They were not even willing to innovate, and were keen on imitation and piracy. At present, the good VR equipment on the market was almost all imported from abroad, and domestic research, production, and innovation. Qinze could not explain that he had the support of a low-level system, and he was different from those flirtatious goods outside. Nan Man Pei pondered. How much are you going to invest? How much is the initial investment? And how many years can you get back? Send me a research report later. Qinze said, it's just a few $100 million. No need to go through so much trouble. Nan Man Pei said angrily, nonsense. Qinze rolled his eyes. It's up to you. Nan Man Pei was silent for a long time. Okay, I'll give you 100 million. Qinze was stunned by the unexpected answer. Sister Man, such an evil capitalist, was so straightforward. There was no satisfactory evaluation report, no negotiation, and no long-winded persuasion. 100 million was given away just like that. It was more like giving money away than an investment, right? Sister Man. She's interested in my 18 centimeters? Qinze was going to take some time to persuade her. Qinze, I'll give you 10% of the shares at most, but don't worry, the return will be 10 times or 100 times. In addition, if I encounter trouble, I'll need your help. Nan Man Pei sneered. I know you're up to no good. Is Suyu next to you? I want to talk to her. Qinze, she's sleeping. Nan Man Pei. Qinze explained. We're in the hotel, you know. Nan Man Pei. What do you know? Come here, I'll kick you to death. Nan Man Pei said in a deep voice. Qinze, I only want 10% of the shares, and it doesn't matter even less. I don't care whether your VR equipment has a future or not, but I hope that you can give Suyu all the shares. She told me that Baoza will pay for it, right? Qinze was speechless. So I really am unnecessary? Nan Man Pei said in a puzzled tone. What do you mean? So, Sister Man, do you really love Suyu? You don't like women, do you? Qinze remembered that on Pei Ziki's birthday, he was lucky enough to enter Nan Man Pei's boudoir. As a single 30-year-old woman, she didn't even have a joystick, which was unscientific. What a beautiful lily. Fragrant and beautiful branches. Fragrant and white. Everyone praises. Qinze, you don't have to worry about Suyu. I'll be good to her, always good to her, and we'll have children. In addition, Suyu is a woman with a very good outlook. She likes to eat tofu, but doesn't like to grind tofu. Sister Man, you understand what I mean. Nan Man Pei said coldly, I'll take you to the Huangpu River tonight. The phone was hung up. Under the quilt, Suyu smiled. Chapter 5:14. Qinze hung up the phone and fell asleep with Suyu in his arms. It was already 6:30 when he woke up. Sure enough, sleeping before going to bed helped him sleep. After all, he had just shipped a lot of goods and needed to rely on sleep to replenish his physical strength. Suyu woke up early, huddled in his arms, huddled in the quilt, showing her head and blinking her eyes at him. How long have you been awake? Qinze stretched in the quilt. Almost half an hour. Suyu wrinkled her nose. Are you tired recently? You snore. Of course he was tired. He slept for 3 hours last night and knelt on the keyboard until dawn. He consumed a lot of physical strength. Just now there was a big battle with gunfire. Teddy couldn't bear it. Of course, this can't be said to Suyu. Suyu won't let him kneel on the keyboard, but she will call Wang Zijin. At that time, there will be gunfire. Don't you know in your heart whether I'm tired or not? Qinze pinched her little buttocks. Go back and learn yoga. Suyu stared. Do you dislike my figure? Qin Zhe shook his head. Your figure is very good, slender and perfect. It's the best I've ever seen. Suyu was satisfied and let go of the hand in the quilt. Qin Zhe arched his buttocks back and snorted. But your hardware is good, and the software is bad. You can't do all of our 108 postures. Suyu refused. Who can do all of them, so many, and so difficult? Qin Zhe disdained. My sister, long live the People's Liberation Army. Suyu, Undersir, Qin Zhe changed the subject. Get up. Let's go home. Suyu said coquettishly, Kiss me and get up. Qin Zhe kissed her face. She then pointed at her beautiful little mouth. Qin Zhe kissed again. Suyu, oh carrot carrot. Oh, they went into the bathroom to take a bath. Qin Zhe wanted to take a bath together, but he gave up after thinking about it. If he went in, he was afraid that he would be a beast again. When a woman takes off her clothes, men will be aroused, but wearing clothes can also achieve the same effect. Qin Zhe witnessed the whole process of Suyu putting on clothes. She stuck out her small hips and put on the lace underwear. The bra wrapped a pair of snow-white XX. For a beauty like Suyu, it was easy to button the bra from behind. The main point is the stockings. A woman with long and straight legs is a beautiful scenery when she's wearing stockings. The main point is that I can't describe it in detail. Otherwise, I could write 3,000 words. Suyu glanced at it and stared back at the crotch cat. He said angrily, Is this thing so energetic? How can a 24-year-old boy be so energetic? Qin Zhe urged, Why don't we extend it for another 2 hours? Suyu thought about it very seriously and said with a bitter face, No, I can't bear it. He had only heard of heartless landlords, but had never seen heartless tenants. He really couldn't eat anymore. Suyu was distressed. During the time when they were fighting, Qin Zhe was holding the wall for a while. Later, slowly, the more he fought, the braver he became, from a fast shooter to a machine gunner. Now, Suyu can't bear him. Occasionally, he also hopes that he can be a sniper, one shot to the soul, one shot to the end. Do you want to learn yoga? Expand the warehouse and stock up on food. Otherwise, if he hands over the public grain to Wang Zijin's warehouse, he will cry to death. Back to the company to get the bag, Qin Zhe and Suyu entered the underground parking lot and drove away. He didn't want to send Suyu home. They didn't live together. Suyu had to take a taxi to work tomorrow morning. Back home at 7:30, it was dark. Qin Zhe carried the groceries he bought on the way and entered the house. There was a spacious hall, 2 yoga mats, and 2 beautiful women. How did Sister Ziwei learn yoga? Qin Zhe was surprised. Could it be that the hearts of lovers are connected? Wang Zijin said, Youth and beauty rely on big tricks to maintain. Qin Zhe felt that this was familiar. At this time, Qin Baobao changed her posture, split, with her right foot wrapped around her neck. This posture made her chest look heavier. Wang Zijin followed her, and the split was already very difficult. Her face was red, and she tried for a long time, but she couldn't wrap her foot around her neck. Qin Baobao made a disdainful sneer. At this time, Qin Zhe decisively carried the groceries into the kitchen. A smart man should know how to seek good luck and avoid evil. If he continued to stay, the fire of war would roll to him. Sure enough, after Wang Zijin was ridiculed, she immediately turned her weak eyes to Qin Zhe, but she only saw Qin Zhe's back. Qin Zhe moved like a snake and avoided Wang Zijin's big trick, Medusa's gaze. After eating, they rested in the living room for a few hours. After Qin Baobao checked Qin Zhe's phone, she babbled and said that she was tired and wanted to take a bath. Aunt, run the bath water for me. Wang Zijin ignored her and spread out her hands. Qin Zhe obediently handed over his phone and let it be checked a second time. Qin Baobao saw this and glared fiercely at Qin Zhe. She swayed her plump butt and went to take a bath. Sister Ziwei, you're not angry anymore, right? Qin Zhe smiled flatteringly. It depends on your performance. Wang Zijin browsed through his phone, text messages, app chat, call history, browser history, and so on. It seemed that every woman had this kind of hobby. They liked to check a man's phone, and if they went overboard, they could even give a man's phone location. A's. The company recently developed a small software. Wang Zijin smiled dignified. Qin Zhe suddenly had a bad feeling. Well, it's a location software. Wang Zijin said, it's currently on the shelves and has a good number of downloads. I'll download one for you too. Try it out. Humph, you obviously want to give me a location. You black-hearted maggot. Qin Zhe pretended to be surprised and said, Okay. It's the first time I've used this kind of thing. Wang Zijin nodded with satisfaction. Soon she was done and returned the phone to Qin Zhe with satisfaction. Qin Zhe smiled. Sister Ziwei. Oh, Sister Ziwei. I'm not salted fish Zhe. I'm Hei's king. Hei's king was not afraid of any tricks. But don't forget who the Golden Shield antivirus software was. Then sleep together tonight? Qin Zhe climbed up the pole. No. Wang Zijin snorted and turned her head away. Maybe it was because she was in a good mood after installing the location software. It was rare to see a proud and coquettish look on her face. You'll make me sad like this. Qin Zhe looked at her and sang, because love doesn't make you sad easily. So we can have sex as much as we want. Wang Zijin looked back and sang, because love doesn't make you sad easily. She had a nice voice, but she was not good at singing. Her breath was disorderly and awkward. Qin Zhe was speechless. Get lost, you fake girlfriend. Okay, you want to compete with me in singing? I'm a famous fast shooter after all. Who's afraid of you? Qin Zhe sang. Come on, let's have fun. There's plenty of time anyway. Wang Zijin was unmoved. She opened her mouth and said, because love doesn't make you sad easily. Qin Zhe sang again. In a dream. I did you in a dream. Wang Zijin's expression changed. She said valiantly, the five-starred red flag fluttering in the wind. Qin Zhe was speechless. You win, I dare not accept this. I lost.